Well, we all know, colleagues, we have 17 colleagues who signed they want today's session. I want to tell them we are ready for the vote today. Kenyans have been waiting. They have been waiting for this vote for a very long time. We are ready today. We feel for our brothers and sisters. We feel for our brothers who are currently having issues. But no one has shown any connection between that arrest and this session at all. There is no connection at all. Those are issues which are not connected to the issues. And therefore, I urge colleagues, we take this vote and I will strongly oppose it. Reason being, we do not have a legal framework allowing government to give out 50% to the counties yet. We don't have a legal framework. So therefore, as a result of this stalemate, we are making counties not to get money to pay salaries. But that does not mean we do not have empathy to our people who have been arrested. The only problem I'm having with that argument, no single evidence has been able to show the connection between this session and our colleagues' arrests. I will urge my colleagues.
What's your point of order, Senator Millicent Omanga?
Is it in order
Speaker, not Chair.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the majority whip to say that he is aware that the arrest is not connected with today's vote, and yet the agencies you directed the committee to invite and come before them disregarded the invitation and did not appear before them? We have no information. And Mr. Speaker, if you remember very well what Senior James Orengo said earlier, that we will only proceed when we've been assured security and safety of our colleagues. So is it in order for Senator Kangata to come and trivialize this issue and say that he knows that they are not connected with the arrest? Is it part of the CID or the agencies we were talking about?
Senator Kangata, respond.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have a lot of respect to the nominated senator, Senator Omanga, but I strongly believe that is an opinion she has rendered, but she has not addressed the issue that I've raised. No evidence currently exists to show the connection between that arrest and today's session. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have adjourned this matter for 9 times, and therefore it is the time now we make a decision. We decide the best way forward. Mr. Speaker, the idea that we are pushing, some people are pushing this session so that we cause some counties to lose is not true. The current options that we have on the table, none of it proposes a single county to lose money except Senator Linturi's amendment. It is the only one that is going to make 18 or 19 counties lose money today. When you look at the option by Wamatangi, no county will lose money today. When you look at the option by Senator Were, in fact, that one proposes almost 39 counties to get billions of shillings. So therefore, this idea that government was to cause some counties to lose money, as what my colleague from Wajir has said, is not true. What we want today to ask our colleagues to do, kindly make a decision today and ensure you look at the issues objectively.
There's a point of order.
Asante Bwana Spika. Je, ni sawa ya kwamba ndugu yetu seneta wa Murang'a anaweza kusema ya kwamba wale wenzetu walio ndani hakuna chochote kimesemwa hapa kinachowahusisha, ya kwamba ni kwa sababu wao walikuwa wanakuja kwenye bunge na wakashikwa na wakazuiwa watatu katika historia ya Kenya, wabunge watatu ambao wako na mjadala muhimu sana unaohusikana na kitaifa wa ugavi wa pesa katika kaunti wamezuiwa, na sasa yeye anasema ya kwamba hakuna kielelezo chochote kinaambatana ambacho kinaweza kuhusisha ule mjadala ulioko hapa na wao kama maseneta. Je, ni haki hiyo? Kwa sababu tunaelewa jukumu la kwanza kulinganishana na kipengele cha 96 cha katiba. Mimi kama mwanasheria, kila seneta anahusika na ugavi wa pesa. Si seneta wa Garissa, si seneta wa Wajia, si seneta wa Turkana, si seneta wa Kilifi, si wa Mombasa, si wa Kwale. Kila seneta hapa anahusikana na ugavi. Je, ni sawa sawa kusema kwamba leo mimi nikishikwa itakuwa si haki mimi kuja hapa kupiga kura kwa niaba ya watu wa Kilifi?
Senator Kangata, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think my point is still correct. I would be urging colleagues to produce evidence showing that connection. So far, no connection has been established, and therefore I strongly believe and I urge the House to oppose this adjournment, because we have adjourned this matter for a record 9 times. Mr. Speaker, sir, the counties are suffering. Mr. Speaker, sir, county employees have not been paid, and there is a connection between with this settlement and non-payment of dues owing to county employees, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I urge colleagues, as we oppose this adjournment motion, to take into account that this government cannot arrest a person on the basis of wanting to stop his democratic right to vote in a certain way. It cannot. This government, led by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, does not condone such actions. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have come to this House. We have lost several votes. No one has ever been victimized at all, because we believe in freedom of expression. We believe in democracy, Mr. Speaker, sir. And therefore, anyone coming here to say that the government has caused some senator to be arrested, that is not true. However, we empathize with them. We urge them to give us instructions to go and act for them in court. We want to tell them that indeed, if at all you have been arrested for extraneous reasons, we shall pray for you, and we shall send the best lawyers to represent you. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to vote for the government that we are not here. We have not caused, there is no one has caused the arrest, and therefore we are here. I know the reason why my colleagues wants to cause this adjournment. We are ready. Let us vote. We are ready. And for us, we believe that the current options that we have, they are going to put this country ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I oppose.
Senator Kipchumba Murkomen. Then a call from the other chamber.
Mr. Speaker, I am extremely emotional when I think about the circumstance under which this House has been put. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak from, like Senator Orengo said, from my heart and from my soul and my whole body. Mr. Speaker, and I really want your attention. I want your attention without undivided attention on this matter. 2 weeks ago, a government functionary, actually in the office of the president, came to me and told me that if the formula will not pass the way government wants, some senators can even be abducted. They can even be arrested. Mr. Speaker, we discussed and joked about it. Mr. Speaker, we discussed and
What's
joked.
your point of order, Senator Bogisho?
Speaker, just so that we don't
Take your seat, Senator Murkomen, somewhere.
Just Mr. Speaker, so that we don't derail debate in any way by dilatory motions. is my neighbor, the Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet, in order to insinuate without facts, without substantiating, and Mr. Speaker, leading in a very dangerous direction of pointing out public servants and statements which really are not statements which lead us to think, Mr. Speaker, there is something that can be said like that, abduction, claiming by government. That must be substantiated. That must be somebody who said that. And we need to know.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Pokisho remembers 2 years ago when 3 Pokot young men were abducted in Kapenguria, murdered, and dumped in Kaptagat Forest in Elgeyo Marakwet County. 3 months down the line, my PA, former MCA Benson Kiptire, was abducted in Eldoret. We were with the president in town, killed and dumped in Kapenguria. He cannot pretend to be a visitor in Jerusalem. He knows that the victims of this kind of strategies have even affected the people from our 2 counties. So I'm speaking from my personal testimony. He cannot challenge my personal testimony. I am not alleging that newspapers or so forth. And let me give my story. Listen, Senator Pokisho, and listen to us, because we are senators under now the mercy of the Speaker, not under your mercy. Mr. Speaker, when he told me that we will do everything to abduct 2 or 3 senators, I thought it was a joke. On Friday, on Saturday, I put this information in public domain. Sunday, the same. Senator Langat was called by many, including leaders in this chamber, to tell him that he should leave his house, because I was with him the last night. He should leave his house, go to Bomet quietly. He will even be facilitated for as long as he doesn't come to these chambers to vote. Senator Lelekwe was saying charges will be preferred on him unless he decides to vote with government, and I don't know what's government position. I don't know what that means. Mr. Speaker, you cannot therefore say in the chambers of this house that the vote that is about that Kangata is now saying, let's vote, let's vote. You can't tell me that there is no relationship with the withdrawal of 3 senators who would have voted in both the procedural motion and the substantive motion, that there is no relationship between
Let's
their
consult the
arrest,
motions.
Mr. Speaker,
Order, members.
that there is no
Let's consult the motions.
relationship between their arrest, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, removal from the jurisdiction of this house, and the voting in this house. If that is not true, Mr. Speaker, confirm to me that no other senator in this chamber will vote on behalf of Senator Malala if that was not the plan. Confirm to me that Senator Milko has not been aligned to vote on behalf of Senator Langat, even though, Mr. Speaker, Senator Langat has written in no uncertain terms that no one else should vote on his behalf. Even though Malala has written that no one should vote on his behalf. If you confirm to me, Mr. Speaker, that that is not the position, I will know that the conspiracy we are talking about is not there. We are not children. I have been majority leader and deputy majority leader in this house for more than 5 years. The magic 24 number, we were 25 voting in this house last week. Mr. Speaker, the desire was to reduce us from 25 to 23. Transport, Mr. Speaker, the vote of Senator Langat, give it to Milko, get Mr. Speaker, the vote of Senator Malala, give it to one of the members of his delegation, whether it's Yongo Msuruve, and Mr. Speaker, achieve the objective of defeating the will of the people. Mr. Speaker, you can't tell us we should just proceed. It is not possible. It is not possible, Mr. Speaker. This is Kenya. We cannot be forced, Mr. Speaker, to take positions of the minority. Mr. Speaker, you are sitting in that chair. Senator Malala was in the opposition. He was among the only few senators that voted to get you 42 votes, Mr. Speaker, to become in that chair. Senator Lelekwe and Senator Lalakat were among the 42 people who voted for you to be the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you sacrificed me. You sacrificed Susan Kiika. Don't sacrifice Kenya. Don't sacrifice, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Senator
that
Murkomen,
decision is on your chair, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Murkomen. Senator Murkomen, you must order members. Senator Murkomen, I know we are discussing an important motion, but you should respect the Speaker. I don't act as a person. I'm guided by the law, the standing orders, and the Constitution in this House. And the decisions I make are anchored on those two. I will not allow that. I will not allow this House to degenerate to that level.
Mr. Speaker, I love the fact that you have restated your constitutional responsibility as the Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, a report has been brought to this House that the minister is not available to come to these chambers. Soon, even before the chair sat down, the CS Matiang'i has updated Mr. Speaker that he was busy launching a border information management system with the CS Musheru. The IG, Mr. Speaker, has posted that he was launching a sanitation component towards better human environmental something with the CS Matiang'i. Mr. Speaker, I respect your authority, but so others should respect your authority, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we force this House, and I'm just saying this without fear of any contradiction, if we force this House to punish 18 counties, Elgeyo Marakwet is not a losing county. Bomet, where Senator Langat has suffered, Mr. Speaker, is not a losing county. Mr. Speaker, Kakamega, where Malala comes from, is not a losing county. We are just but honest patriots who want the best for this country. We are willing to suffer for the unity of this nation. We have come this far to make this decision, Mr. Speaker, because we want to make this country to be one. History will be kind to us. Mr. Speaker, now history, the determination of an historical moment shifts to your chair, Mr. Speaker. So that, Mr. Speaker, if this House will be used by those who are sitting out there to force a decision, Mr. Speaker, against the standing orders, you have assured me that you will follow the Constitution, you will follow the standing orders, therefore you will respect the letter of Malala that no one will vote for him, you will respect, Mr. Speaker, the letter of Bomet that no one will vote for him. Mr. Speaker, if you make the same mistake you made in my situation, on this very important issue.
Order, Senator.
Position of minority majority leader is nothing, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murkomen, order.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir. The vote has been taken and we accept. But, Mr. Speaker, there's a question that was raised in this House. Mr. Speaker, you've heard the content and the feeling of all the members from both sides about the true intention of the happenings of the last 24 hours. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 78 of our standing orders is very clear. Mr. Speaker, there was a question that was raised earlier of correspondence that Senator Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki, an alumni of a great school called the Duke of York, later Christian Lenana School, said, Mr. Speaker, I'm on a point of order. No. He's on a point of order. Mr. Speaker,
Order, members.
Mr. Speaker, I know what they're guarding. You know, last time we said some people ran away with the ball. When the goal is being scored, you run with the ball. And then we said, and I withdraw those comments of the referee training with one team. That is not here now. Mr. Speaker, my brother Malala Wahungu wrote a letter withdrawing his delegation. Mr. Speaker, my other brother, the senator, I'm on a point of order. I'm on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, you can raise a point of order at any point. We've also been in this house. Yeah, we've been in both houses. Mr. Speaker, the senator for Bomet, Langat, and if you look at the videos, Mr. Speaker, he has just been received so emotionally by his wife and children in Bomet. He said, as the senator for Bomet elected, he has withdrawn his vote and he's withdrawn his delegation. Mr. Speaker, you must rule to us now whether our standing orders have changed or whether, Mr. Speaker, I have a delegation of 7. In my letter, the first person who votes if I'm not there when they arrest me tomorrow, because I've just been informed I'm in the list, it's okay, is Senator Faria. If Senator Faria is not there, it is Senator Beth Mugo. If Senator Beth Mugo is not there, it's Senator Millicent Omanga, Mama Miradi. And if Senator Beth Omanga is not there, there is no vote. But today, Mr. Speaker, I can delegate it. I can say if I'm not there, there is no one delegated to vote on my behalf. Those are the rules. So, Mr. Speaker, as we proceed on Senator, whereas, because I'm raising this because we are discussing now, you have read out the next
order, Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, you have read out the next order. And the next order is Senator Were's amendment, and Senator Were's amendment will be voted on. We want to know who is going to vote on behalf of Malala, who is going to vote on behalf of Bomet. Mr. Speaker, I humbly ask that you give us direction on that, because also, last time people ran with the ball, now they've ran with the strikers. So just tell us who is going to make the decision on behalf of those 2 counties so that we determine how we are going to move ahead as a house. We have rules. Our rules are not suggestions. Our rules are the rules, and those are our standing order. Mr. Speaker, I humbly ask that you make that, without further debate, that you make that determination, and we are sure you'll make the right determination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kangata, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 31, Sabbatical 3 and 4, that Senate does resolve to extend its sitting time and until the closure of business. I ask Senator Orengo to support me. Thank you.
Order, senators. Order, senators. Order. What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, it was Senator Orengo, again, this morning, who, Mr. Speaker, said that we must move sequentially. Mr. Speaker, there was a point of order raised by Senator Sakaja. A very important point of order on, Mr. Speaker, the voting capacity of the members of delegation of Bomet and Kakamega. Mr. Speaker, Senator Orengo, you cannot have your cake and eat it. You had your time at my age. Allow us also to have our time. Yeah, so you don't interrupt us.
So order,
Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, senators. What's your
Mr.
point
Speaker,
of order?
I'm on a point of order. I'm on a point of order.
Order, leader.
I am on a point of order.
Order. Leader, he's on a point of order.
I am on a point of order.
Yes, order, senators. Okay.
But I'm on a point of order.
Order.
I am on a point of order.
Order, Senator Orengo. Order, Senator Orengo. He's on a point of order. He is on a point of order.
I am on a point of
He's on
order.
a point of order, Senator Orengo.
Yeah. You will have your time.
He's on a point of order.
You will have your time.
Okay, he's on a point of order. Okay.
Senator Orengo.
Senator Murkomen.
Senator Orengo, please. Please. You have made me point of reference in this house 100 times. So please.
Senator Murkomen, focus on your point of
Mr.
order.
Speaker, yeah, I'm focusing on what I came to do here. Mr. Speaker, you remember in my contributions earlier, and you were on the chair, that the withdrawal of 3 senators had consequences on the motion that we just voted. And you remember in my contribution, Mr. Speaker, I said that it must be clear to this House before we progress that the letters that were written by Senator Langat and Senator Malala, which were received in your office, Mr. Speaker, must first be recognized to determine, Mr. Speaker, whether the motive that we have all debated in this House of arresting all these 3 senators had something to do with delegating their vote, and then someone else will vote against their will. And Mr. Speaker, those senators are very clear. Senator Langat actually wrote a second letter. After writing one in June, he repeated another one today that is asking the Speaker that no member of his delegation can vote on his behalf. So why is this important? I know Senator Orengo off the record was trying to say we are not yet there. We are there, Mr. Speaker, and let me convince you why. Mr. Speaker, we are there because we are now moving to a motion that concerns counties.
What is your point of order, Senator?
And if it's a motion concerning counties, Mr. Speaker, my point of order is that, Mr. Speaker, we are requesting you to first make the ruling, Mr. Speaker, on the question of, a substantial question of whether Senator Milko, Senator Sionga, Senator Msuruve will vote on behalf of Malala and Langat, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr.
Mr. Speaker, I need your attention.
Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr.
Mr. Speaker, this event happened in this Senate, the last session. And Mr. Speaker, when Senator Obure delegated his vote, a senator who used to sit at the back, where Senator Wakarura is now, sneaked in just after the bell. And Mr. Speaker, we then raised a point of order at the time and requested for a determination. But at that point, Mr. Speaker, it was already too late. It was already too late to raise that objection. There was a second senator who used to sit here. The senator of Samburu used to sit here. Leshore. Senator Leshore left chamber and delegated his vote by SMS, Mr. Speaker, to then Senator Lesuda, Naisula Lesuda. We raised a point of order at the time, but the Speaker ruled us out of order because we raised the point of order after the fact. Therefore, Mr. Speaker...
Senator Mutula.
Sorry.
Sorry, I have to cut you short.
Oh, sorry.
Because the motion that has been moved to extend is time-bound. Let it be... We'll come back. Because if we don't extend, then we'll not discuss.
It's okay. It's okay, guys. It's okay.
So let us... who is seconding?
So I'm still on the floor, Speaker.
Okay. Then we'll come back to this.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say this in seconding this motion. Let us not debate in fear. In fact, a lot of people where you're going, probably you're going on the same path. But let's do things correctly and sequentially. And the question of whether some delegations here have a right to vote, members of delegation, that is a question you're going to deal with. But a motion has been moved. It has not been seconded. It has not been proposed. And then in the middle of it, you're dealing with another order, which has not been called. because this motion, you allowed Senator Kangata to move the motion, and before the seconder was called upon, I was not allowed to second. So, Mr. Speaker, all I want to say, this is a procedural motion, and I think even the issues that are being raised on whether a member of the delegation can vote without designation or whether there has been a revocation, that is an important question that we're going to deal with. And some people have evidence that we don't have yet. So, Mr. Speaker, I second this motion so that the time be extended, then we can allow debate on this very pertinent question. Even for me, I'm just one person from Siaya. And it is very important to know what happened in circumstances where I'm not here, and if I can actually appoint somebody to vote on my behalf. So, Mr. Speaker, I support, and since it's a procedural motion, I urge you to put the question, we vote on it.
Order, senators. Are you directing the speaker on what to do? Let's have some order. Order, senators. Order. What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to rise on Standing Order 105. Mr. Speaker, which says that a senator who wishes to postpone to some future occasion the further discussion of a question which has been proposed from the chair may, for reasons stated, claim to move that the debate be now adjourned. Mr. Speaker, the subject matter that is before us is extremely important. There is a report of the committee, which, Mr. Speaker, Senator Sakaja proposed an amendment to that report. And it is, we say in law, you take judicial notice of the fact that the amendment that was brought by the majority whip was extremely contentious on the floor of this House. And, Mr. Speaker, led to a process where even the House was adjourned by 9 o'clock to adjourn the debate that was going on the amendment of Senator Sakaja. Mr. Speaker, I know that there is a debate across the country about division of revenue, and everybody is looking up to the Senate. Senate being the citadel of hope. It is the place that everybody looks at, a place of wisdom. And there are many questions Kenyans are asking. Is this the same Senate that Senator Haji, the chair of BBI, is sitting? Is this the same Senate that Attorney General Emeritus Amos Wako is sitting? Is this the same Senate that has three, Mr. Speaker, senior counsels in law, Senator Orengo, Senator Mogeni? Is this the same Senate, Mr. Speaker, that has elders that the whole country is looking up to for leadership? Why would a Senate with that repository of knowledge and wisdom and experience be a house where we cannot agree on a process that unites the country? Mr. Speaker, the conversation that is going on at the moment, Senator Sakaja has brought a very important amendment to the committee report, but, Mr. Speaker, it has not helped to unite the country. The original report will not help unite the country. But there is an opportunity for all of us as a Senate to have a conversation, Mr. Speaker, around this subject matter and come to a conclusion that, Mr. Speaker, those who are losing by a huge margin may perhaps lose very little. Those who are gaining by a huge margin, Mr. Speaker, may gain a little. And then we keep our country together. Mr. Speaker, it is with this in mind that, Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask that this House, Mr. Speaker, adjourns the debate on this report, and we find ways. We cannot, Mr. Speaker, this House cannot, Mr. Speaker, be defeated to find solution. Because I ask myself, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader in this House comes from a party that got the highest number of MPs from Samburu, from Mr. Speaker Narok, from Mr. Speaker Garissa, how would even its party leader sitting in this house, Mr. Speaker, feel to vote against Samburu, which gave that party 3 members of parliament? What will Senator Lelekwe go back to Samburu and tell them? And what does the party leader of that party go and tell the people of Samburu? We cannot close our eyes on the fact that if you look at the map, and Senator Orengo captured it very well last week. I wish we listened to Senator Orengo. And Mr. Speaker, because if you look at the map of the losers, Mr. Speaker, you will realize that there is a big, huge red map of a greater landmass of this country, Mr. Speaker, who are losing. And then there are dots in green in a particular corner that are gaining. And then, Mr. Speaker, we have the confidence to tell the people of Kenya, Kenya is about population. But the definition of a country, it's people and its territory, Mr. Speaker. We cannot close our eyes on the conversation that Mandera, Mr. Speaker, even though it has few people now and less occupied by people, is because, Mr. Speaker, its potential has not been exploited. Mr. Speaker, in the same manner, Mr. Speaker, I would say that other counties like Turkana, which are 700,000 people, Mr. Speaker, less than 1 million people,
Senator
if we develop it well, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Senator Cherargei, what's your intervention?
My issue is concerned that my leader, Senator Murkomen, wants to mislead the country. The Kangangata amendment was proposing...
Senator Murkomen, take your seat in the meantime and put on your mask. Please. Okay.
Senator Murkomen is making a very good presentation, but he should not mislead the country on one thing. That the Kangata amendment had proposed to freeze for 3 financial years to ensure the part of the country can find solution to this issue. So my point of order is he should stop misleading the country and tell us that he is supporting Senator Sakaja's amendment instead of glossing over issues. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, Senator Cherargei, whom I truly respect and I've said in this house, and he truly respects me, who was my very bright student, Mr. Speaker, has moved to a different subject, which is the motion itself. I am moving an adjournment motion, and I'm making a case for this adjournment motion, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, it's not possible. It's not possible, Mr. Speaker, that the rest of us who come from the few parts of our country that are dotted with green, would, Mr. Speaker, congregate in the chambers of this house and disregard completely our brothers and sisters that are crying for conversation. A country that is not able to sit down with its own people, a leadership, Mr. Speaker, of a Senate like this, that has men and women who are aspiring to lead this country, some who are party leaders, cannot, Mr. Speaker, take sides against its citizens, Mr. Speaker. The reason why, Mr. Speaker, today people are not occupying, Mr. Speaker, Turkana, and everybody was running there when we say there is oil, is because of its potential. Let me ask you, Mr. Speaker, there are many counties that are going to get greater resources, but Taita Taveta County, Mr. Speaker, which are Savo National Park, which contributes immensely, Mr. Speaker, to our national resources, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to be one of the counties we should ignore and say there are few people, we forget about it. I am requesting under Standing Order 105, Mr. Speaker, that once more, let's give, Mr. Speaker, reason, Mr. Speaker, an opportunity.
Order, Senator?
Let's give, Mr. Speaker, an opportunity.
There's a point of order from Senator Kangata.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 58 of the Senate, and I read to you, certain motions not to be moved. Sabbatical 1, no motion which is the same in substance as any question which has been resolved, either in the affirmative or in the negative, may be moved during the preceding 6 months in the same session. Mr. Speaker, sir, before this motion
Can you take your seats? You are standing.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, sir, before this motion is supported by whoever will second it, I need your ruling on the question whether this motion is the same as the motion that was moved last week by Honorable Senator James Orengo, which we voted on, and it was defeated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
It's different. Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because it's so obvious. It's so obvious that the adjournment motion Senator moved was during the amendment of Senator Kangata. And I think, Mr. Speaker, let's make really, I know I was not asked to make any rule. You will make it at your own time. But allow me to just conclude, Mr. Speaker, what the motion I was moving. Unless...
The point of order, Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, well, at this point, I may not fully agree with the motion by Senator Murkomen, and I'm waiting to hear him. I just like, Mr. Speaker, because you've been asked by the majority whip to make a decision. First, I'd like to encourage him to be reading things to the end. It's a very nice habit, Mr. Speaker. Standing Order 58 talks about a motion in its substance, and that is mainly substantive motions. But if you go to 58.2, it says, despite even that provision, a motion to rescind the decision on such a question may be moved with your permission. And the fact that you've allowed Senator Murkomen to move it means that you've actually given him permission to move a motion to consider that decision that was made by the House. So, Mr. Speaker, it is just an exhortation to the whip to read more.
Okay, Senator Murkomen, conclude.
So, Mr. Speaker, I was at the point before I was interrupted. Mr. Speaker, I have tremendous respect for Senator Kangata because he's the Sonu leader who led us to the streets when I joined first year. And
Whip, can you take your seat?
And it's actually
standing orders.
For the record of the public, when we joined the University of Nairobi, Senator Kangata was the Sonu vice chair. So, and he led a very serious demonstration, Mr. Speaker, which we came up to Parliament here to see people like Senator Orengo. And these are the guys we were looking up to. And Mr. Speaker, he was then expelled and sought the help of Senator Mutula. And I'm sure he's very sympathetic to the situation of Makueni, Mr. Speaker, because Senator Mutula came through for him that time. Suffice to note that we went to campaign with him as a councillor in Muranga. So I have a lot of respect for him. And Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say, I was at the point where I was saying, there is no part of our country that we can really donate to anybody. In fact, I had the trouble, Mr. Speaker, as the chair of devolution committee. I visited Tana River, I visited Garissa, I visited, Mr. Speaker, Wajir, I visited Marsabit and Turkana. And it was deliberate as a devolution committee. We told ourselves, in last time, it was important. Senator Amos Wako bears me witness. And we were given a chance to address county assemblies, to understand the marginalization of those regions. Mr. Speaker, I wish our conversation about those counties, Mr. Speaker, would be done when we are visiting those areas. Mr. Speaker, this country, there are parts of this nation that people are still walking without clothes. There are parts of this nation in Wajir where people are drinking water. They have to go for 1 week to get water. Mr. Speaker, for us to appreciate this kind of conversation, I am requesting my colleagues, let's give dialogue one more chance. Let's adjourn this motion, Mr. Speaker, for us to have a conversation, Mr. Speaker, on how to find a way forward that, Mr. Speaker, can unite all of us.
Senator Bogisho.
And Mr. Speaker,
there's another point of order from the leader of Majority. No. Try to conclude, Senator Murkomen, so that
I'm concluding.
But
I'm just saying that the consultations and even distance, the people are not keeping the distances.
Oh, senators, please. Coronavirus is real. Please observe the protocols. Social distance, please, please, please. We are pleading with you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really want to beg my colleagues, like Senator Orengo attempted last time, I want to try this last attempt to request my colleagues that, Mr. Speaker, we have a chance. Those of us who come from Jubilee and those of us who come from ODM, the people of Kenya respected us and elected Uhuru Kenyatta to become president. He is not president of only the 28 of us. The people of Kenya respected us and gave the former Prime Minister, such large amount of votes that he almost became president.
What's your point of order?
He's a leader for all of us. I request, Mr. Speaker.
There's a point of order.
Party leader.
Take your seat, Senator.
Speaker, is the distinguished Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet in order to insinuate that there are only two parties in this House? There is ANC, there is Wiper, Democratic Party, there is KANU, there's CCU, there is Ford Kenya led by yours truly, and the other parties. There's even an independent. You can't insinuate that there are only two parties, Jubilee and ODM. Are you in order?
Senator Murkomen, I think...
Mr. Speaker...
Order, Senator.
Yeah.
You will have to conclude because of time. We have a very heavy agenda ahead of us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really beg I was just saying, I recognize Senator Moses Masika Wetangula as the bona fide party leader of Ford Kenya, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted just to go on record. And Mr. Speaker, just to say that the reason why I mentioned Jubilee and I mentioned ODM is because the Bible says, to whom much is given, much is expected. Mr. Speaker, because it is us who are given more votes, the minorities, the marginalized, the corners of this country that gave us these votes that we lead, Mr. Speaker, expect much from us. And the Bible says in Luke chapter 6 that, Mr. Speaker, if you love those who only love you, what benefit is it to you, Mr. Speaker? I know, Mr. Speaker, a whole region, a whole part of the country is suffering. We must demonstrate our love as a Senate to find a lasting solution. And I have no doubt in my mind that reason will prevail if we take off this agenda at the part of my conclusion other proposed amendments by Senator Wamatangi, among others. This gives us room for us to go and find a lasting and uniting formula. And I beg my brother, Senator Sakaja, even though we have received as many threats and many problems, including headlines, I beg you, my brother, to accept this adjournment motion and be part and support it. Let's find a formula that will unite our country. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, and request Senator Fakim, Mr. Speaker, from Mombasa, to second.
Just before that order, you know, we are trying to observe the protocols. The following senators, you are sitting in the wrong places, so you go to the extended chamber. Senator Wako, Senator Kajwang. Which Wako? Which Wako? Sergeant at Arms. Which Wako? Senator Mazayo, Senator Pareno, Senator Linturi, Senator Mwaura, Senator Lelegwe, Senator Kangata, Senator Abshiro, and Senator Moi. Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuunga mkono mswada wa kuahirisha mjadala ambao ulikuwa unaendelea kuhusiana na mswada ambao umeletwa bungeni na seneta wa Nairobi, Seneta Sakaja. Mheshimiwa Spika, tayari nchi ilikuwa imegawanyika kati ya walala hai na walala hoi. Wale kaunti 19 ambazo zilikuwa zinapoteza pesa walikuwa tunajiita walala hoi, na wale 28 ambao walikuwa wanapata walikuwa wanajiita walala hai. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii kugawanya nchi yetu ya Kenya ambayo waanzilishi ama waasisi wa nchi hii walitoa damu zao, wakatoa rasilimali zao na wakatoa maisha yao wengine ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuwa na Kenya moja. Tunapoimba wimbo wa taifa tunasema haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Haki hii ni ipi, Mheshimiwa Spika? Tunapozungumzia haki, je, ni sawa kaunti 19 ziweze kupoteza pesa kwa sababu tunapata nyingine 28 ambazo zinaongezewa? Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo sio haki ambayo tunaizungumzia katika wimbo wetu wa taifa kwamba haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, pendekezo la kuahirisha mjadala ili tutoe fursa.
Majority Leader. Deputy Majority Leader, order. 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 Order, Senator Wambua. Order. I said order. The House has only one Majority Leader at a time. So don't bring newspaper issues here. Order. Do we have the Majority Leader? Deputy Majority Leader? Any chairperson from the majority side? On behalf of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will bring this to the attention of the committee so that they can expedite the response required by the member.
In 2 weeks, provide the response in 2 weeks to Senator
Bring
Hanil.
that information to their attention.
In 14
Speaker.
days,
Thank you.
yes. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Mahmoud.
Okay, honorable senators, I propose that the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2020, be read a second time. So, honorable senators, before we proceed for debate, I have a communication to make. I have received communication from the Jubilee Coalition from the Office of the Deputy Minority Whip, Senator Irungu Kangata, dated 11th May 2020. The letter of communication was accompanied with the following documents: minutes of the Jubilee Parliamentary Coalition meetings dated 11th May 2020, which is a record of the proceedings of the meeting, together with resolutions, 2 duly signed list of senators who attended the above indicated meeting, 3 post-election coalition agreement between the Jubilee Party of Kenya and Kenya African National Union, 4 register of political parties certificates dated 8th of May 2020. The minutes show that 20 senators attended the meeting and resolved unanimously to 1, remove the current leader of majority, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, in accordance with Standing Order 19.5. B, remove the current majority whip, Senator Susan Kihika, in accordance with Senate Standing Order 19.5. C, elect Senator Samuel Bogisho as Senate Majority Leader. D, elect Senator Irungu Kangata as Senate Majority Whip. E, elect Senator Haji Farhia Ali as Senate Deputy Majority Whip. I'm satisfied with the changes that the changes were made in accordance with Senate Standing Order 19.1, 2, 3, 40, 5, and 7, and meets the threshold required under Standing Order 19.5, there having been a majority of votes. Accordingly, I wish to communicate to the House that the majority has effected changes which shall now take effect as follows. Senate Majority Leader, Senator Samuel Bogisho. 2, Senate Minority Whip, Senator Irungu Kangata. 3, Senator Majority Whip, Senator Haji Farhia. For avoidance of doubt, Senator Aden Dulo Fatuma continues to be Senate Deputy Majority Leader. No change were made affecting the officer. I will make a reasoned ruling in due course. Senator Mohamud.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I just saw a communication, something about the political parties dispute tribunal, that whatever was agreed between KANU and Jubilee was null and void, and she left to be determined at a later date. I don't know whether it has come to your attention, Mr. Speaker, sir.
That's why I said I'll give a reasoned ruling in due course.
Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cherio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the decision that you're about to make, but this is extremely unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, these are extraordinary times. It calls upon you to stand firm and be the Speaker that this House elected you to be, to arbitrate, be fair, be firm and resolute in defense of this institution. I have information in my possession, Mr. Speaker, and I'd wish to know. It will be proper, before the Speaker communicates such a decision, that this House is furnished with the alleged minutes of the meeting, who are present, who signed, because we have supplied your office this morning with a list of 20 senators from the Jubilee party that have signed and said they were not party to that meeting. Number one, Mr. Speaker, Jubilee has 34 senators in this House. We only have a coalition agreement with PDR. That makes it 35. If 20 senators sent a letter to your office this morning urging you and reminding you that they were never party to these changes, then where did these numbers that are allegedly being used to make these changes come to? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I am aware that you are also in possession of a letter from the whip of the majority side informing you of a court order that was issued this morning, interim orders from the PPDT, informing you that that decision that was made to enter KANU and Jubilee into a post-election coalition is null and void and stayed because it was non-procedural. How you choose to treat this information, Mr. Speaker, is out there for history to remember that at such a time as this, when the country was faced with such a serious pandemic as we are dealing with, people sat somewhere, made forgeries, and we are about to sanction it as a House. We will go down so badly, Mr. Speaker. I plead with you, as you make your decision, to tell us the truth about what happened. Establish for us who attended this meeting, who are these alleged 20 senators that met, and also tell us why there's a contravention of Standing Order number 19.4 that directs that it is the whip of the majority side who writes to you. So we would wish to see this letter from Whip Senator Susan Kihika informing you of these changes. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Pareno.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we have standing orders in this House. The Speaker has made his pronouncement. The Speaker has made his ruling and his findings. And is it in order for Senator Cheruyot to purport to question a communication and a decision of the Speaker? Because in his submissions, what he's trying to do is to question your mandate, which mandate is given by the same orders that govern him and govern this House.
Senator Murkomen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with tremendous respect that I make the following comments. First, Mr. Speaker, I respect this House, I respect the rules of this House, I respect the Constitution and the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, we have received your communication. Note that we were not aware of the machinations and the schemes that were happening. But Mr. Speaker, I am shocked by yourself. This morning, I came to your office with the Senate Majority Whip, and we served you with an order that was procured after an application where the Majority Whip was part of the application. In that application, Mr. Speaker, the court is very express, the tribunal is very express that, Mr. Speaker, it stayed any decision that was going to be made based on the purported coalition agreement between KANU and Jubilee. That is really weighty. Mr. Speaker, when the history of this House will be written, and your time as the second Speaker under the new Constitution, that very decision is going to be very key. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I stand here knowing for sure that if you have 20 numbers, and the court has ruled that 3 of them from KANU cannot participate in the elections, Mr. Speaker, meaning you would only remain with 18 members of Jubilee, and 17 members of the Jubilee side, which together with PDR we formed 35, meaning that the majority of the remaining members were against the decision. If you go further, Mr. Speaker, when you ruled on the case of Orengo replacing, Senator Orengo replacing Senator Wetangula, you made it clear about the form of the communication. That the communication can only come, and the standing orders is expressed, standing order 19. It can only come from the whip if it is in the removal of majority leader, and the majority leader if it is coming from the removal of the whip, anticipating that there would be no situation where you remove both of them at the same time. Mr. Speaker, these are very important positions. It's not about my position. And if, Mr. Speaker, you have made your determination, you have been pushed to a corner to make that decision. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say this.
Order, Senator.
Mr. Speaker,
that's your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I am the one who is affected by this decision. So if my colleagues can give me that small moment of respect, because, Mr. Speaker, they will have the rest of the 2.5 years to celebrate this decision.
But also, you should note what you say. When you say I was pushed to a corner.
If, Mr. Speaker, I am not saying you are pushed by anybody. I've just said if the evidence before you pushed you or whatever pushed you to a corner and you've made a decision, and a decision that is not reasoned, it is not giving the reasons, it doesn't take us the names, it doesn't tell us what you do with the tribunal decision that came before you. You are saying you will give a reasoned now decision later. Allow me then to say this, Mr. Speaker. When I was a student leader at the university, one of the things I went through was a training on leadership. And I remember only one very important aspect of leadership, that the moment you take a position, whether it is the speaker, the majority leader, or even as a senator, the moment you take that position, always prepare yourself for the day you leave that position. Mr. Speaker, I am not worried and I have no problem not being the majority leader. What was only being defended on this side was the fact that we must follow the rules. Be it as it may, Mr. Speaker, if finally you will disregard the law and make a decision that I'm not going to be the majority leader in this House, what I can only say is that I want to thank my colleagues who voted for me, supported me throughout, and who have continued having faith in me, even amidst a lot of intimidation from the executive. Number two is to thank my staff, about 6 or 7 staff of the office of the majority leader, who will quickly, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, the only people that are in my mind at the moment, Mr. Speaker, is not me. It's my staff. And I know they have done tremendous job. They have loans. They have commitments to their families. This afternoon, they are going to lose their jobs by a stroke of a political conmanship, Mr. Speaker. So I feel for them. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this, that I want to thank them for their support. I will stand by them as a person. I have just started my political life. I have only been 8 years, actually 7 years in politics, Mr. Speaker. I believe this is just but the morning of our political careers. There will be a brighter future. I want to tell them that they should take heart. We will come back and come back big, Mr. Speaker, and they must be able to continue looking forward to that great future. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I wish during this time of coronavirus that our focus, Mr. Speaker, we were told not even 15 people should meet. Yet we are told that about 20 people met in State House to plot out to remove Murkomen. Mr. Speaker, if the only agenda for our party, Jubilee, has been wrangles from 2018 up to now, not focusing on delivery of services. If the greatest achievement of the President of Kenya is to demonstrate to the people of this country that I have removed my majority leader, I'm a big man. Mr. Speaker, the President is already a big man. I am just but a son of a squatter, born and brought up in Embobut. To be a subject of his discussion over and over again, I want to say, Mr. President, now therefore deliver for the people of Kenya. Murkomen is out of the way. If I was your stumbling block, deliver for the people of Kenya. Allow all the bills that, Mr. Speaker, has been signed unconstitutionally, and which, Mr. Speaker, this House went to court to challenge, allow those bills to come to Senate. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the President, stop lying to the Senate. You told us you will give us oversight fund. bring the oversight burden to the Senate if Murkomen was the stumbling block. It is only, Mr. Speaker, if I was the only reason, Mr. Speaker, that Senate was not being protected, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that it is time.
Order, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, it is time.
There's a point of order. There's
I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker.
There's a point of order. Order, Senator Murkomen. Please. Yes. What's your point of order? Then you conclude, Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker,
what's your point?
I was on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. So if
order? No.
I stood on a point of order.
No, I thought.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, again, we are guided by rules of this House. Is it in order for Senator Kipchumba Murkomen to impute on the conmanship on the conduct of the President of the Republic of Kenya?
I never said it.
If he wishes to accuse the President, then it is time for him to make a substantive motion to that effect. Is it in order for him to discuss the President and his conduct?
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I have not discussed the conduct of the President. I know the rules of this House. The President promised this House oversight fund. Mr. Speaker, 2.5 years down the line, he has not delivered. The President promised that in this House, Mr. Speaker, the signatures, Mr. Speaker, of his bills, Mr. Speaker, must come to both houses. He has not delivered.
Senator,
Mr. Speaker, the respect of this House can be more achieved if I pave way for that respect to be achieved.
There's a point of order.
On a point of order. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, whatever our passions, whatever our anger, the rules of this House must be observed. I heard Senator Murkomen state unequivocally that the President should stop lying to the nation and he should now deliver the things he itemized. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for him to run away from his statement and try to persuade us that he didn't make those statements? Mr. Speaker, I urge you that if he cannot withdraw the statement now, you will look at the proceedings of the House in the afternoon or tomorrow, and he should accordingly withdraw and apologize.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't say the President lied.
Senator Murkomen, just to inform you, Standing Order 96, contents of speeches, neither the personal conduct of the President nor the conduct of the Speaker or any judge nor the judicial conduct of any other person performing judicial functions, nor any contact of the head of state or government or the representative in Kenya of any friendly country or the conduct of the holder of an office whose removal from such office is dependent upon a decision of the Senate shall be referred to adversely, except upon a specific substantive motion of which at least 3 days notice has been given. So I think
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am aware of the standing order. I am very clear in my debate. I am within the debating rules. I just want to conclude by saying this, that I hope, Mr. Speaker, by removing me and Senator Susan Kika, and procedurally and illegally and unconstitutionally, it will improve the relationship between this House and the National Assembly. It will also improve, Mr. Speaker, the executive promises to this House. Then I hope, Mr. Speaker, the President will not sign any other bill that, Mr. Speaker, concerns counties that doesn't come through this House. Mr. Speaker, I will remain focused on the rule of law, on the things that affect Kenyans, on defending the people of Elgeyo Marakwet, whom I am so grateful that they elected a son of a squatter to come to this House. And Mr. Speaker, to my adversaries, I want to tell them you can celebrate, you can cheer, you can be happy. I will be coming back, and coming back big. And Mr. Speaker, with all those remarks, I just want to say this. I know you will say the conduct of the Speaker is being put in doubt. You are my friend. I've known you for long. You've been a DC in my place. I knew you when you were governor. I moved the motion. I defended you here when Orengo and Wetangula wanted to bring Senate documents against you. Mr. Speaker, this is not your decision. You made this decision under duress and undue influence. And I'm sorry you had to do it.
Order,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker,
order.
on a point of order, those remarks about the Speaker, and I've been in this House many years, and I've had wars with speakers. I've had a war with Caparo, Senator Caparo, but never, never, never in the history of my life in Parliament would I address the Speaker in the manner in which you have been addressed. Mr. Speaker, if Mr. Murkomen, Senator Murkomen, wants to proceed to be part of this House, he should have no alternative but withdraw those remarks that he has made about you personally. Because when you sit on that chair, the person, Ken Lusaka, is not the equivalent of the Speaker of the Senate. He cannot undermine the authority of your office. So, Mr. Speaker, I demand that he withdraws and apologizes. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, we are going to speak on this issue since the other side has responded. We are also going to speak on this issue, the legality of the decision and whatever they also been doing. We are going to address those issues. And I hope this continues in the afternoon.
Senator Linturi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to weigh in to this matter. Mr. Speaker, some 12 years ago, or thereabout, there was once a great man that I personally miss, who happens to come from your area. Mr. Speaker, that time, this country was faced with serious problems. And Mr. Speaker, at that particular time, because of the opportunity, courtesy of the people of the Wegembe South when I served them as a member of parliament, very weighty decisions were placed before him for determination. When I look around this house, I think it's only Senator Orengo and Mahmoud that was a member of parliament then. And Mr. Speaker, the question was what decision should have been made for the greater good of the country? Or
Honorable Senators, sorry to interrupt you. It's now 12:30 p.m., time to interrupt the business of the Senate. The House therefore stands adjourned until today, 2:30 p.m., when we continue.
I hope I'll get my time in the afternoon.
You will.
Okay.
Leader of Majority.
Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in supporting the adjournment. Speaker, I just want to ask colleagues, when you use the opportunity that you have, Mr. Speaker, you can canvass exactly what you want as members of Parliament, but use language which is acceptable in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this morning we have really overused or we've really overused language which is not really parliamentary. A lot of words that have been used today. And I think you can convince all of us through civil language. This is about numbers. This is about numbers on the vote. Mr. Speaker, if members wanted to speak and talk and help these people, we would have actually shortened this process and would have gone to the rescue of our colleagues. But the decision to continue talking until the end of time, Mr. Speaker, is also kind of indicative that some of us just want to do politics, Mr. Speaker. And I said, Mr. Speaker, there's a time when we have to be actually sincere with ourselves. Nobody would want another member of Parliament suffering, another senator suffering. No one. And we will not support. And we will try everything to make sure that our members are not arrested anyhowly. And even, Mr. Speaker, as the leader, I would be very concerned about members who are arrested. And you and I can work on that. But I just think that the opportunities given for us to speak would be better used if we canvassed properly, if we agreed to just not insult, not to call your government all sorts of names, and yet we know that we are going to the same government to ask to work with. So I'm just asking, Speaker, that as members, it's both sides of the House. This is basically what I want to leave the House with. As for the opportunity we have now to adjourn, within the few hours that are ahead of us, Speaker, we should be able then to get the details of what has happened to these three colleagues. We should be able to know what are their charges, and as a Speaker, where they are being held. I know we have heard about one now, and so on. The reason being that we need to know that it's not related to their work in Parliament. It must be, Mr. Speaker, clear that it's not because of this or that reason that would prevent them from coming to this House. And that's why we have lawyers, and colleagues who are lawyers can go and assist those whom they can assist, who can be assisted. And this House, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Cheriot?
Mr. Speaker, I hate to interrupt Senator Pogisho because he's our leader in this House, and therefore every time he speaks, it is expected of us to listen to him. But you can only reciprocate that respect if it serves it in the same portion to colleague senators. I find the remarks that he's making an insult to the intelligence of us as a Senate. Because, Mr. Speaker, when Senator Samson Cherargei spoke to seek this adjournment, he was very clear in his remarks that until our colleagues are produced and allowed to transact business in this House should adjourn. But you can see the cheeky nature of the remarks of the leader of majority, saying that all we need to do is just to find out if the arrest has nothing to do. Who in this country does not know that the reason these three senators are not here is because of how they were going to vote? Therefore, the leader of majority should respect our intelligence and do his duty dutifully. He should also remember, Mr. Speaker, that I was with Senator Langat.
We did agree that your point of order should be brief.
I was with Senator Langat until 5 in the morning. I do not want to reveal the things that the leader of majority was telling him, where he should go, what he should do. Out of respect as a brother, I cannot say it. Therefore, I find it very wrong for him to try and insinuate that we are just going on an exercise to find out how they are. That is not what we want to do. Until the three senators are here, no business goes on, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, leader of majority.
Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Speaker...
There's another point of order from Senator Kindiki. There's a point of order.
Let me respond to the other one.
Let him, you'll respond to both of them at a go. Order, leader of majority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Senator for Kericho has made a very serious allegation against the leader of majority. Will I be in order, Mr. Speaker, to request you to direct the Senator for Kericho to tell us what the majority leader said about the three senators who are now facing threats, arrests, and intimidation.
Let the leader of majority respond first.
Speaker, I want this to look like it is clearly a choreographed thing that Senator Cheruiyot wants to talk about. He can reveal what he wants to reveal, whatever it is, because even I did not sleep engaging with Senator Langat at night, because I wanted him to be set free, to be free, Mr. Speaker, because he also talked to me. He looked for me. He looked for me, and the best way for him was to be safe. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will say this. Mr. Speaker, please let me finish my remarks.
Order, members. Order, members.
Mr. Speaker,
Order.
Mr. Speaker, we have agreed on this
Let
matter.
the leader finish what he's saying. Order, then.
Mr. Speaker, we have agreed on this matter.
Order, members. We need to make progress. we need to get a way forward. So let him complete, then I give direction.
Mr. Speaker, we have all faced arrest. We have been arrested. I've been arrested. Everyone has been arrested, Mr. Speaker. As a member of Parliament, with the privilege, we have been arrested. But, Mr. Speaker, today I want to conclude this way. Mr. Speaker, let's not allow...
What is your point of order, Senator Mazayo?
Asante Bwana Spika, asante kwa heshima Bwana Spika. Ikiwa wewe kama Spika unaweza kutuheshimu na yule kiongozi walio wengi hawezi kutuheshimu, ni lazima aendelee. Hii ni ukosefu wa heshima kwa kiongozi walio wengi. Bwana Spika, amesema maneno, ndugu yetu Cheriot amesema maneno ya kutisha hapa, ya kwamba ikiwa ndugu yetu Langat ametishwa, lazima aweze kusema, apewe nafasi aseme vile ambavyo ametishwa ama vile ambavyo ameambiwa. Bwana Spika, tunangoja uamuzi wako.
What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, it's not only Senator Cheriot who, Mr. Speaker, is privy to the conversation of the majority leader with Senator Langat. I am also privy to that conversation. And I am in possession, Mr. Speaker, of documented evidence of his conversation with Senator Langat. The thing, Mr. Speaker, I want to say is that we are not discussing the majority leader now. What we are discussing is a situation that involves our three colleagues. We don't want, and I don't think Senator Cheriot was saying that so that we bring a motion to discuss the majority leader. What we are interested in is the majority leader to, Mr. Speaker, demonstrate leadership by demonstrating, Mr. Speaker, that he is pained at heart when the Senator of Bomet, Mr. Speaker, and Senator Malala and Senator Lelekwe, two of whom, of the three senators, Mr. Speaker, come from the majority side. Mr. Speaker, can the majority leader absorb, Mr. Speaker, demonstrate and reflect the image of a leader who feels the pain of his colleagues that are going through trouble, Mr. Speaker, and not to pussyfoot around this issue?
What's your point of order, Senator Wamatangi? Just a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have made a decision, Mr. Speaker. You gave a ruling, Mr. Speaker, and in allowing the majority leader to respond, you did so that what the motion sought first, which is to ensure that this House, with all the directions that have been given and the proposals, that we get to find out precisely what has happened to members of this House, Mr. Speaker. And that now is the mood of the House. That is what we must do within the next 1 hour as agreed, Mr. Speaker. Now, if Mr. Speaker, you allow that other matters be introduced, and all of us are clear in our minds, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary democracy is underpinned in the words of Voltaire, that I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend to death your right to say it.
What's your point of order?
That is clear to all of us, Mr. Speaker. If we do not allow the majority leader to finish what he's saying, and then we embark on what we have to do, as you directed, Mr. Speaker, then all of us who come up with other points of orders, we have other issues we can also raise. Mr. Speaker, I'm in possession of SMSs also to other people.
Conclude.
What we are saying, let us not bring extraneous matters. Let's get the majority leader to close and
majority
we
leader,
and get to the
majority leader
Speaker.
Conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now in relation to the so-called information that people are privy to, Mr. Speaker, I have said it is good if all the information that we are all privy to can be put here at the table for everyone, because everybody has communicated and there is enough information for everyone to share. And Mr. Speaker, this idea of trying to intimidate other speakers, trying to use this kind of intimidation, what kind of mind would I be playing with Honorable Cheruiyot? What intelligence am I playing with, Mr. Speaker? I think we are all colleagues here. The qualification of being here is just to be elected and come here. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to caution my young friend that getting overzealous. I don't think anybody would love the other senator more than all of us. We are concerned. We want the same concern to be overall here in this House, Mr. Speaker. So we go with one mind, we go to this recess all knowing that what we want, there is, as I say, Mr. Speaker, the freedom to speak. But I also say, as I caution members, that we speak a language that can convince others. Not to harass anybody, don't look like more people have more rights than others in this House. And so, Mr. Speaker, we adjourn and we take time, we come back at 2:30 and continue with our duty. Mr. Speaker, we have a very, very important duty to do. The duty also of passing the formula. So we need to get this sorted out. As important that you have responsibility as a Speaker, there's much that Speaker can do within your powers. There is much that I can do within my powers to make sure that we do not get people arrested and anyhowly, but also, Mr. Speaker, let's agree that we come back and proceed with our business. With those remarks, Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Okay, order, members. I have listened to all of you. You have raised very serious concerns about our colleagues who are not here. And I want to agree, I'm a servant of this House. Being the whole House, I'm a servant of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. And when one of us is mistreated or is in the circumstances that our colleagues find in, we must stand together as a team. Therefore, I'm directing the chair of the Security Committee to convene immediately after this and get all concerned parties to give us information on the whereabouts of the 3 senators and report back at 2:30 the progress of where our colleagues are. I now put the question, which is that the debate be now adjourned. As men are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As men are of the contrary view, say nay. The ayes have it. Okay, the House stands adjourned up to 2:30. What's your point of order, Senator Sakaja?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clearly members want to contribute to this, but Mr. Speaker, many are taking the opportunity to discuss the amendment, or to discuss the larger motion, while we are still at the amendment. Mr. Speaker, why don't you put the question on the amendment, and then those who want to contribute can contribute on the motion. Then, Mr. Speaker, you remember we also have very serious business on the revenue formula that we would want to listen and get an update and make a decision as a House. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you put the question.
Okay, Honorable Senators, I'll put the question, the amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting the words to hold 2 sittings in each week on Tuesday and on Thursdays, beginning on Tuesday, 15 September 2020, and on Thursday, 17 September 2020, and substituting therefore the words to hold sittings as provided for in Standing Order 31-1, namely Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays commencing at 2:30 p.m. As a manner of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As a manner of a contrary view, say nay. The ayes have it. So now we are back. Okay, now we put the question. Okay, order, Senators. We are now back to the motion as amended. Senator Kajwang. Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, even though I don't have very strong views on this motion because it's procedural, but we must remind ourselves that we passed a resolution that allows hybrid sittings of this Senate. Mr. Speaker, I've had colleagues say that because people are doing rallies and people are going for reggae concerts, we should also do the same. It is not right that we do the wrong that others are doing because they are doing it. But more fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, you and the leadership needs to assure this House that if you are going to sit 3 days in a week, that we are going to have an element of virtual sittings in those 3 days. Mr. Speaker, we have been in this parliament from the last one and this one. There was a time when there was a lot of pressure when I was chairing the Public Accounts Committee that I should bring reports to this House for the consideration of the House. When we brought 60 reports, Mr. Speaker, it was only Ledamo Lekina and Professor Ngeri and I and members of the Public Accounts Committee who are here to discuss those reports. The revenue debate does not need 10 sittings, Mr. Speaker. It just requires goodwill. To argue that we need more sittings to pass the revenue formula is like arguing that you need 9 men to achieve conception. Mr. Speaker, please assure us that we shall be sitting virtually. That way, I can go to Homa Bay, I can talk to the fishermen, and at the appointed time, I can log in. And Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that this House will be more productive the way we have been more productive in committees where we have allowed virtual sittings. Mr. Speaker, I support, but please allow hybrid sittings to be the norm rather than the exception, because the last time I asked, I was told that it is SBC to determine which one should be hybrid or not. And Mr. Speaker, if we had virtual sittings where people can vote virtually, even our friends like Senator Malala, who like sitting in the boot of Subaru vehicles, can vote from the boot of a Subaru. It does not have to be in this House. Mr. Speaker, I support.
What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
That's very bad. Mr. Speaker, is Senator Kajwang in order to, Mr. Speaker, belittle the situation that befell Senator Malala, and particularly, Mr. Speaker, the fact that he's sitting inside a Subaru vehicle, Mr. Speaker, was because he was illegally arrested in circumstances that even IG and DCI yesterday have confirmed that they are not even sure who ordered. Mr. Speaker, it's in public domain that Senator Malala has also told the country that his life is in danger, and it's part of serious public discourse. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Senator Moses Kajwang, my friend, and who is young and I thought progressive, to, Mr. Speaker, belittle that very serious situation, Mr. Speaker, that our colleague is facing in this House?
What's your point of order, Senator Wetangula? Okay, just a minute, Senator Kajwang.
Speaker, I have no doubt that Senator Kajwang said it in jest and allow some comic relief in the House, really, because Senator Malala himself is here. He has not protested. Don't wail louder than the bereaved, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, that is not the issue I stood up for. The mood is very clear that we have much more serious work than extending the calendar or dealing with the sittings. I want to move, Mr. Speaker, that you put the question on this motion as amended so that we can go to more serious work. On behalf of my son, Malala, I want to encourage him that Senator Kajwang is not a malicious man, and I'm sure he said it in jest. Let's move on.
Okay, order. Okay, Senator Mazayo. I'm good.
Bwana Spika, siku ile ambayo Malala atashikwa, atatiwa ndani ya gari ya Subaru rangi ya kijani, nilikuwa kwa nyumba yake. Jana nilikuwa hapa kwa hili bunge letu la Senate, nikamuona Malala akiwa analia hapa mbele ya maseneta wenzangu. Leo hivi tukiambiwa ya kwamba Malala alikuwa analia machozi ya mamba, na hali aliweza kueleza kinaga ubaga sababu za yeye kulia, na kwa sababu gani anataka kuliwa na mamba. Leo ikiwa tutachukua swala la kwamba alijitia ndani ya Subaru na akawa sasa mimi sikujua kama Malala anafanya mzaha na Malala mwenyewe alikataa. Je, ni haki? Je, ni usawa kwa Seneta Kajwang kusema ya kwamba Malala anapenda sana kukaa chini ya buti ya Subaru?
Okay, order members. Order. This is what I want to say, yeah? Order members. Senator Wamatangi, sit down. Okay, order members. I know that was a grave matter, but I just want to ask all of us to be a bit sensitive when we make certain contributions. Yes. And I think it will be important that we be sensitive. I now put the question, which is that the motion for alteration of the calendar of the Senate as amended by Senator Abdullahi Ali's amendment be approved. Would as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Would as many of a contrary view say nay? The ayes have it.
Mimi nataka kuambia wale wanatulazimishia hii BBI kwa nguvu, msifanye kazi ya kulazimisha alafu kesho ile vitu mmepanga hapo, mtego mmepanga ikuwe nyinyi ndio mnaingia. Let me give you free warning, ndio 2022 msianze kulia. Wakati unatengeneza sheria, this is what we say and the truth will tell you, when you are making law, imagine your worst enemy will be the one who will preside over the implementation of that law. I want to tell those who are pushing for an imperial presidency, creating other offices for an imperial presidency, please just imagine your worst competitor, your worst adversary will be the next president of the Republic of Kenya. Will you be comfortable when he has those powers? If you are comfortable that your worst adversary will have those powers, bring it tomorrow, we vote for it. Unajua 2010 huyu Linturi na Ruto walikuwa no. Raila akaambiwa kuna makosa kwa hii sheria, akasema hapana, katiba ni sasa, na kama sio sasa ni sasa hivi. Si ikapita. Ilipopita yeye akakwenda nyumbani, Linturi na William Ruto wakaingia serikali. Ile ofisi alikuwa William Ruto akaenda kukaa hapo, akakuwa kwa ile ofisi tu venye alikuwa, na akakuwa deputy president. Sasa yeye amesema reggae ni sahi, nobody can stop reggae. I want to remind him, in 2010 ulisema katiba ni sasa na ni sasa hivi. 2014 ukaleta maandamano. Ile unatuambia nobody can stop reggae, na reggae ikipita usilete maandamano 2025 kama vile ulilete maandamano 2024. So jifikirie, enda ulale ufikirie mzuri sana. Sisi sio wakumbafu, tunakuangalia tu, tunapanga, tunasema okay, iko nini hapo ndani, hizi mzuri, lakini hata ikipita tutanyorosha hii na kunyorosha ile. So umeelewa sisi tunasema? Tunatumia akili. Sisi sio watu hakukaa namna hii. Na hatuwezi kubali mtu atumie BBI akifikiria ndio apate pesa ya umma kuzunguka Kenya kupiga William Ruto. Utashangaa nini itafanyika kutoka kesho kwenda mbele. Wacha nisiseme mengi. Sisi kesho kapteni yetu Rais Uhuru Kenyatta atatuambia sasa ile maneno alituambia kwa Kisii. Alisema yeye amesoma hii katiba mara ya kwanza, ameona mara ya kwanza, akasema tutayabadilisha. So akuja atuambie kesho pango yake ya kwenda mbele ni nini. Kutoka hapo sisi tutachipanga. Na mimi nataka kumwambia Uhuru Kenyatta hawezi hapa. Akipiga kona sisi tunapiga kona na yeye. Akipiga kona yeye sisi tunapiga na yeye. Kwa sababu sisi ndio tumeinvest kwake. Akijaribu kuepa kona tutamnyorosha arudi kona mpaka tufike ile destination tulikuwa tumeambiwa wa Kenya, kuunganisha Kenya pamoja. Hatutakubali mambo ya kugawanya wa Kenya kwa sababu ya tofauti ya vitu mbili tatu. Lazima tuunganishe wa Kenya tuende mbele, na kama ni kuunganisha Kenya, mtu wa wheelbarrow akue pia hiyo meza ya kuunganisha taifa la Kenya.
Senator Kipchumba Murkomen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the year was 1642, on 4th of January, when King Charles entered the House of Commons, supported by 400 armed men, in an attempt to seize 5 members who were accused of treason. The Speaker who was presiding over the House of Commons was one Sir William Lenthal. And when Sir Charles, Mr. Speaker, asked Lenthal where the 5 members were, this was his response. Mr. Speaker, he responded, "I have neither eyes to see nor tongue to speak in this place, but as this house is pleased to direct me." And Mr. Speaker, history records that Speaker Lenthal became the first speaker in England to declare his allegiance, Mr. Speaker, to the liberty of Parliament instead of the King. Mr. Speaker, Parliament is at crossroads. It has nothing to do with the money. It has absolutely nothing to do with division of or county allocation of revenue formula. Mr. Speaker, the motion moved by Senator Cherargei is bigger and larger, Mr. Speaker, than basis for allocation of revenue. I must, Mr. Speaker, say on the floor of this House, I am the first person to defend the right of my brother and my friend, Senator Cherargei, to prosecute, Mr. Speaker, his agenda opposite the one I prosecute in this House. He has a right and constitutional right. The same to Senator Susan Kihika. The same to Senator James Orengo. But this morning, Mr. Speaker, that is not what we are facing as a Senate. We are facing an assault on the constitutional order of this republic. Mr. Speaker, the integrity and the independence of Parliament is, Mr. Speaker, on trial. Mr. Speaker, it is your choice this morning whether, Mr. Speaker, you are going to be subservient, Mr. Speaker, to the authorities that want to undermine the powers and, Mr. Speaker, the constitutional authority of this House, or you will be like Speaker William Lenthal, Mr. Speaker, rule, Mr. Speaker, that this integrity of this House must be protected. Let me confess something, Mr. Speaker, which I have always confessed to Senator James Orengo. And he knows, and he can go on record. Some of us came to study law and admire politics because of people like Senator James Orengo. And I've told Senator James Orengo over and over again, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind that if Senator Orengo is told to choose between a forced process, Mr. Speaker, that puts our friends in danger, and, Mr. Speaker, the question of protecting the integrity of this House, the choice is obvious. And that choice is in this motion. Because, Mr. Speaker, I didn't sleep last night. Myself and Senator Cheruiyot, plus other members of National Assembly, camped outside the house of Senator Langat. Mr. Speaker, media reports are there. Senator Langat his house is being surrounded by over 20 police officers. At 3 in the morning, Senator Malala called me, and I updated immediately on my Twitter. Mr. Speaker, Senator Malala's house, Mr. Speaker, is being surrounded by 4 DCI vehicles and over 20 police officers. Senator Lelekwe, on his way to these chambers of this House, was arrested, Mr. Speaker, on Riverside. I am shocked. I am shocked that Senator George Achille Ayako, Mr. Speaker, would even contemplate to say he has no facts when those are 3 close senators, one of them deputy minority leader in this House. Can he call, Mr. Speaker, and confirm if these facts are on this, Mr. Speaker, true?
Okay, Senator Achille Ayako, what's your intervention? There's a point of order.
Now, Mr. Speaker, you have heard my friend Senator Murkomen mention my name. Now, Mr. Speaker...
Take your seat, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, the facts of a person's arrest must be in police records, must be in OB. Is it in order for him? Because I came here...
Order.
Mr. Speaker, can I be heard?
Order,
Can
Senators.
I be heard?
You may not agree with what he's saying, but give him an opportunity to say what
I did not mean
he's
to
saying.
interrupt Senator Murkomen, but the fact that he mentioned my name, I left my house and came here. And Mr. Speaker, I have no information, I have no OB information, and I know that there could be truth and there could be untruth. Is it in order for Senator Murkomen to blame me for not knowing when I have no facts? I'm a person of facts and facts alone, like Josiah Bonda by...
Senator
Mr. Speaker,
Murkomen.
two things. One, I'd like to ask my friend Senator Chiloyako to go look for a mirror behind your seat, Mr. Speaker, at the bathroom, and see himself if he's still that Sonu crusader for liberty, Mr. Speaker, that he spoke about. Number two, Mr. Speaker, we are honorable senators in this house. We don't lie. We can move a motion on basis of lies. We cannot mislead this house. These facts were brought before the Speaker. These facts are known, they are incontrovertible. Mr. Speaker, let us not belittle this debate. Let us contextualize this debate for what it is. It is about an assault on, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary democracy, Mr. Speaker, and, Mr. Speaker, about the freedoms of this house. Let me concentrate on, Mr. Speaker, concluding by saying this. This Senate this morning is not being asked to adjourn so that you can assist this side or the other on the question on the basis of allocation of revenue. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I have refused, as a matter of fact, to go or prosecute my position on the question of voting for resources, because my position is not superior to those who are on the other side. It's a question of when you vote, the other side, which has the numbers, can pass. But, Mr. Speaker, to arrest 3 senators, to make it impossible for them to come and make their decision, to subvert the, Mr. Speaker, sovereign right of the people of Kenya under Article 1 of the Constitution, that was donated to Senator Malala, Senator Langat, Senator Lelekwe, to come and exercise on the floor of this house. And for any colleague in this house to support that process, Mr. Speaker, it will be a pity. It will be, Mr. Speaker, the worst day in the Republic of Kenya. I call upon my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to look at themselves and look at the situation we are going through this morning. Senator Orengo told me on the floor of this house, with Senator Sang and Senator Aaron Cheriot, we were sitting here, said, Mr. Speaker, that revolution hits its own children. That, Mr. Speaker, this house, that, Mr. Speaker, this government was going to be worse to us than, Mr. Speaker, them that were in the opposition then. Mr. Speaker, Senator Orengo now sits in a more privileged position than me. He has, Mr. Speaker, the ear of the president on the government. Mr. Speaker, I want to look at Senator Orengo on the face. Mr. Speaker, it has devoured me, Mr. Orengo. Now it will come for you.
Okay.
To apply, it's the time for Senator Orengo. To, Mr. Speaker, remember, I'm concluding, Mr. Speaker, to remember his words to me, that yes, that revolution devoured me. Yes, it drew me to the backbench. Yes, Mr. Speaker, our rights have been violated. It is your turn, Senator Orengo, sitting in position of power, to say no to the subversion of those rights, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Katika mipango yote, hakika tunaye Mungu, anatubatishi. Hakika tunaye Mungu, hakika tunaye Mungu, katika mipango yote, hakika tunaye Mungu, wala hatubatishi. Hakika tunaye Mungu, tunaye Mungu, hakika tunaye Mungu, katika mipango yote, hakika tunaye Mungu, wala hatubatishi. Hakika tunaye Mungu. Tunaye Mungu, hakika tunaye Mungu, katika mipango yote, hakika tunaye Mungu, wala hatubatishi, hakika tunaye Mungu, tunaye Mungu, hakika tunaye Mungu, katika mipango yote, hakika tunaye Mungu, wala hatubatishi, hakika tunaye Mungu, tunaye Mungu, hakika tunaye Mungu, katika mipango yote, hakika tunaye.
Have you managed to open? Huh? Are we there? Actually, the papers that are being laid are in the old order paper. So, as you try to sort out the problem, you can use the old order paper. So there was Chairman Jailak. Order, Senator Jarike. Leader of majority. Order, Senator Murkomen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 4th August 2020. Number 1, the fiber crops regulation 2020. Number 2, the horticultural crops regulations 2020. I thank you.
Next order. Any member from the jailer? Yeah. Oh, Senator Sakaja. Senator Haniri, what's your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, I heard you say that
yeah.
We can proceed because the paper is being laid on the old order paper. But I want to inform you that the gadgets are not opening. Even the old order paper, we don't have. So we cannot follow what is the proceedings of the House without the order paper. Even the old one is not there.
Senator Mazayo? Is that the common problem?
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, ni jambo la kusikitisha kwamba tuko na department ama kitengo ambacho kinahusikana na mambo ya kutengeza hivi vidude ama tunaviita sijui vilolopipo. Ikiwa vilolopipo.
Tulisema inaitwa nini?
Vipopolipo. Vipopolipo. Bwana Spika, lakini cha muhimu zaidi ni kwamba ni kwa nini hivi leo katika mitandao ambayo sisi tunapewa hapa ndani ya bunge la Senate, ni leo peke yake ndio hii mitandao haifanyi kazi. Na wale ambao wanahusika, ingekuwa muhimu Bwana Spika, ikiwa unaweza kutoa uamuzi ya kwamba hivi vilolopipo ama hivi popolipo pamoja na hii mitandao ambayo tuko nayo hapa ifanye kazi mara moja, waambie wafungue. Asante.
We have the technicians to assist in Senator Cherargei, what's your intervention?
I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious day and there are serious issues we are supposed to discuss. I think the Secretariat should in future, at least if they're experiencing challenges, should let the House know in advance so that we are well prepared. But at this point, Mr. Speaker, my suggestion is we can proceed, but Mr. Speaker, I'm just giving an opinion. You will have your time to speak. Let us proceed, but at least in the next few minutes, Mr. Speaker, the technological challenges can be rectified, because I don't want to go to say we can be able to get papers here since because of the challenges of COVID. So in my own opinion, let us proceed with the order of the day as the Secretariat works around the clock in ensuring that it's fixed. I thank you, Speaker.
Senator Haron Cheriot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is rather unfortunate on such a day. But I just wish, because I can hear some colleagues saying we adjourn, but I think we can make do. We have the Senate business on the official WhatsApp page. It is posted there, so people can access it. Everyone who has a phone and the members there.
It's on your WhatsApp.
So the supplementary
business.
order paper is there, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker.
Yeah, open your WhatsApp. Yeah, okay. Okay, Senator Kindiki Kiduri.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm in support of us continuing on condition that we don't pass the contentious formula.
Yeah, out of order, Senator Kindiki. Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why you've let Senator Cheriot get off with that proposal of WhatsApp. And if anything, he needs to come to report to this House, because even last with some of the mics, I remember Senator Ledama was contributing, we could not hear. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm made to understand that there are certain amendments to my motion, and no one can see it, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, we need a report from the Commission as to whether this is like the servers or what is happening, so that we also get these amendments. But going forward, Mr. Speaker, for today, please, Mr. Speaker, allow the Secretariat to print out the order paper, because I hear there are 3 amendments to the formula, and we are already discussing the motion that I brought before the House, Mr. Speaker. So that we can all look at it, let's look at the math and decide how to move forward, Mr. Speaker. I would urge, if the technical system is not sorted out, a hard copy of those proposals by, I think, Senator Wamatangi and Senator Orengo, so that we can also be, bring ourselves up to speed with that, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, they are going to run hard copies, which will be brought. Can we make progress? Next order. Chair Jailak, okay, Senator Sakaji. Vice.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, the 4th of August, 2020. The report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on the Elections Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 18 of 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Majority Leader. Yeah, wear your masks, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to give a notice of the following motion. Suspension of the sitting of the Senate outside Nairobi for the 4th session 2020. That aware that pursuant to
Let's
Article
consult in low tones. Yeah. Did.
That aware that pursuant to Article 126(1) of the Constitution and Standing Order 31(1) of the Senate by resolution passed on 21st June 2018 resolved that a sitting of the Senate be held away from the traditional premises in Parliament buildings in Nairobi, and that such sitting take place in all regions during the term of the Third Senate. Recognizing that the COVID-19 pandemic has continued to persist in the country, resulting in disruptions to the conduct of the business of the Senate and Parliament as a whole, appreciating that in accordance with the World Health Organization and the Ministry of Health advisory for the containment of the pandemic, a set of guidelines have been issued for both Senate plenary and committee to contain the spread of the pandemic in Parliament, in particular, and in Kenya as a whole. Now, therefore, the Senate resolved that, notwithstanding the resolution of 21st June 2018, the sittings outside Nairobi for the 4th session 2020 to be suspended. I thank you.
The next order is still yours. The motion. Okay.
Which is which? Is it the one for mess?
For yeah.
Let Nani move. I'm a bit unwell.
Senator Wetangula.
Wetangula.
Senator Wetangula. Hello, order members. Let us observe social distancing, please. Please. Let's observe social distancing. It's serious.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That aware that on the 19th September 2019, Senate resolved to establish a select committee comprising 9 senators to investigate and establish the facts surrounding the leasing of medical equipment in the now 119 beneficiary hospitals countrywide, appreciating that the initial mandate of the Select Committee lapsed on 5th October 2019 and extensions of the same approved by the Senate on 12th November 2019, on 4th March 2020, and 14th July 2020, respectively, regretting that due to new evidence arising from the hearings revealed important gaps that need to be addressed in the inquiry, and further owing to the sheer scale and magnitude of the investigations and the amount of documents involved, now therefore, the Senate resolves to renew the mandate of the committee by a further period of 34 days to enable the ad hoc committee to conclude its work and table its report in the Senate on or before 8th September 2020.
Okay. Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
So statements are also deferred because of what we have ahead of the House. Next order.
Order number 8, the Mung Beans Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2020. First reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the development, regulation and promotion of the mung beans sector and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, motion, the suspension of the sittings of the Senate outside Nairobi for the 4th session 2020.
Mimi nimeshindwa kutafuta hii kitu.
Who is moving?
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I wish to move the following motion. Suspension of the sitting of the Senate outside Nairobi for the 4th session 2020, that 26(1) of the Constitution, and Standing Order 31 of the Senate. The Senate, by resolution passed on 21st June 2018, resolved that a sitting of the Senate be held away from the traditional premises in Parliament Building in Nairobi, and that such sitting take place in all regions during the term of the 3rd Senate. Recognizing that the COVID-19 pandemic has continued to persist in the country, resulting in disruptions
Let's consult in low tones
to the conduct of business of the
as we
Senate
observe social
and of the
distancing.
Parliament as a whole. Appreciating that in accordance with the World Health Organization and the Ministry of Health advisory for the containment of the pandemic, a set of guidelines have been issued for both Senate plenary and committee to contain the spread of the pandemic in Parliament in particular, and in Kenya as a whole. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that, notwithstanding the resolution of 21st June 2018, the sitting outside Nairobi for the 4th session 2020 be suspended. Mr. Speaker, this is fairly a procedural motion and a very straightforward motion. The reason why we are not having this sitting outside Nairobi this year is because of the challenges we are facing. So therefore, I wish to request Senator Mutula Jr. to second. I thank you.
Yes, Mutula Jr.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a straightforward motion. We cannot sit outside Nairobi because of the prevailing circumstances of COVID. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think for this session, we should postpone this visit to another time. I second.
Okay, other members. Honorable, take your seats, please. I now propose the question, which is that aware that pursuant to Article 126(1) of the Constitution and Standing Order 31(1) of Senate, the Senate, by resolution passed on 21st June 2018, resolved that a sitting of the Senate be held away from traditional premises in Parliament buildings in Nairobi, and such sittings take place in all regions during the term of the 3rd Senate. Recognizing that the COVID-19 pandemic has continued to persist in the country, resulting in disruptions to the conduct of business of the Senate and of Parliament as a whole, and appreciating that in accordance with the World Health Organization and the Ministry of Health advisory for containment of the pandemic, a set of guidelines have been issued for both Senate plenary and committees to contain the spread of the pandemic in Parliament in particular and in Kenya as a whole. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that, notwithstanding the resolution of 21st June 2018, the sittings outside Nairobi for the 4th session 2020 be suspended. I put the question. Because that are aware that pursuant to Article 126(1) of the Constitution and Standing Order 31(1) of the Senate, by resolution passed on 21st June 2018, resolved that a sitting of the Senate be held away from to additional premises in Parliament buildings in Nairobi, and that such sittings take place in all regions during the term of the Third Senate. Recognizing that the COVID-19 pandemic has continued to persist in the country, resulting in disruptions to the conduct of business of the Senate and Parliament as a whole, appreciating that in accordance with the World Health Organization and the Ministry of Health Advisory for the containment of the pandemic, a set of guidelines have been issued for both Senate plenary and committee to contain the spread of the pandemic in Parliament, in particular in Kenya as a whole. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that notwithstanding the resolution of 21st June 2018, the sitting outside Nairobi for the fourth session 2020 be suspended. As a matter of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As a matter of a contrary of you, say nay. The ayes have it. Next. Yeah. No, what of the... Next order.
Order number 10, extension of the mandate of the ad hoc committee on managed medical equipment services.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move the following motion, that aware that on 19 September 2019, Senate resolved to establish a select committee comprising 9 senators to investigate and establish the facts surrounding the leasing of the medical equipment in the now 119 beneficial hospitals countrywide, appreciating that the initial mandate of the select committee lapsed on 5th October 2019 and the extensions of the same approved by the Senate on 12th November 2019, 4th March 2020, and 14th July 2020, respectively, regretting that due to new evidence arising from the hearings revealed important gaps that need to be addressed in the inquiry, and further owing to the sheer scale and magnitude of the investigations and the amount of documentation involved, now therefore, the Senate resolves to renew the mandate of the committee by a further period of 34 days to enable the ad hoc committee to conclude its work and table its report in the Senate on or before 8th September 2020. Mr. Speaker, this is a request to the House to expand the time of the committee, that is ad hoc on maize program. So far, Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the Senate that all the hearings have been concluded. A raw draft of the report is nearly concluded. Last week, Mr. Speaker, you may recall you approved our retreat to Naivasha, and we worked round the clock for 4 days. And we are aware that all things being equal, the House is to take a recess for about a month at the end of the sitting today. The committee, Mr. Speaker, has done, in my humble view, a very sterling job in trying to unearth this difficult situation where each of our counties has been paying huge sums of money towards a suspect scheme, and we want as a committee to bring to this House a report that is deep, that is well-researched, that is factual, that brings to a conclusive and definitive end to this saga of leasing medical equipment. I don't want to go into the details, Mr. Speaker, but members may recall that some of our hearings have been aired live on several national televisions, and we thank the media for that. And the responses we have been receiving from the public have been quite positive. I want to urge the House, Mr. Speaker, that if we are not going on recess, we probably would have brought the report to the House in the next 10 days or less. I want to also confirm to the House, Mr. Speaker, that the membership of the committee of 9 members have been extremely engaged and very cooperative In most of our sittings, we have been having 100% turnout of members asking very inquisitorial questions. We've had Zoom meetings last week with the former minister, Mailu, all the way from Geneva, the former Attorney General and others. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House to give the committee this extension so that we can bring the report at the opening of the House after the recess, and we will not, and I promise we will not, come back to the House to ask for any further extension. I want to invite, Mr. Speaker, as I beg to move the motion, Senator Millicent Omanga, a member of the committee, to second the motion, and urge the House to give us this support so that we can put this aside and go to the real business of the day today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move.
Asante Bwana Spika. Napenda kuunga mkono mswada wa kutaka komiti maalum ya kuangalia MES, kamati ya MES iweze kupata muda kidogo uongezewe. Kusema kweli Bwana Spika, kamati imeweza kufanya kazi mzuri sana. Tungepata siku nyingine 2-3 kama nyumba. Hatukuwa leo tunamaliza mula huu, tungeweza kuleta ripoti kwenye floor ya Senate. Bwana Speaker, I second.
I was going to tell you to be careful. Look at your standing orders. Okay, Honorable Senators, I now propose that you are aware that on 19 September 2019, Senate resolved to establish a select committee comprising 9 senators to investigate and establish the facts surrounding the leasing of the medical equipment in the now 119. Take your seat, Senator Shiro. Facts surrounding the leasing of the medical equipment in the now 119 beneficiary hospitals countrywide. Appreciating that the initial mandate of the select committee lapsed on 5th October 2019, an extension of the same approved by the Senate on 12th November 2019, on 4th March 2020, and on 14th July 2020, respectively. Regretting that due to new evidence arising from the hearings revealed important gaps that need to be addressed in the inquiry, and further owing to the sheer scale and magnitude of the investigations and the amount of documentation involved, now therefore the Senate resolves to renew the mandate of the committee by a further period of 34 days to enable the ad hoc committee to conclude its work and table its report to the Senate on or before 8 September 2020. Senator Rose Nyamunga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support the extension for the period that is required by the committee, the ad hoc committee on meds. Mr. Speaker, I have faith in the committee and taking into account the work that we have seen them do. It is very important, Mr. Speaker, that we get to the root of the truth on medical equipment leasing, because many counties have lost a lot of money, and it is important for us to get to the root and solve this problem once and for all. And I want to urge the committee that let it be the last extension so that we conclude this matter, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Maura Isaac, then Senator Lagat from the other chamber, start coming forward.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker. Nafikiri naunga mkono kuongezwa kwa muda kwa hii kamati maalum, na nafikiri niwaambie kwamba wamechukua muda zaidi tayari, kwa sababu nafikiri wiki iliyopita waliweza kwenda katika mahala pa faraga ili waweze kutatua masala ibuka ambayo yanahusu hii ripoti maalum. Lakini Mheshimiwa Speaker, hili ni jambo sugu ambalo Wakenya wengi wanadadisi kwamba itaonyesha ubabe wa bunge la Seneti. Kwa hiyo tunawahusi waangazie kwa kina na maana zaidi ili tuweze kuondoa huu ubadhirifu wa rasilimali za nchi na ili tuweze kuwa na afueni katika sekta ya afya. Mheshimiwa Speaker, naunga mkono.
Mutula Kilonzo Jr. And don't come too close to the Speaker. Those who are coming to consult. Proceed, Senator.
Speaker, I think they should put a screen for you so that we don't approach you too much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support, but at the same time say that this is the longest serving ad hoc committee. Of course, on the last day, there's nothing much we can do but give you an extension. And we hope Senator Fatuma Dulo and Senator Wetangula that you will not disappoint us. We are extending this because we don't want you to disappoint. So, and we have seen what is in the public domain. We are already making our own conclusions. The Court of Public Opinion has confirmed. So all you need is to validate what we have always thought about medical leasing equipment was a mess. I support.
Senator Lagarde, then I will put the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to support this particular motion on the extension of the time for this very important committee or ad hoc committee on medical equipment. Mr. Speaker, I know very well at the point when this particular committee was almost at a conclusion, the challenge of COVID-19 ended or came into this country. And the committee has been facing a lot of challenges, also meeting various members that were supposed to give very important information, and most of them, Mr. Speaker, were promoted to be ambassadors in other countries, and it wasn't easy to reach them. So I do support, Mr. Speaker, and urge the committee that this is a very important area that every Kenyan is looking forward. You know, mess has become a mess, and every Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, is looking forward for a solution to this particular problem, which has been taking money for the counties right from the source to the tune of 200 million every year. So I want to support the extension of the time for this committee and actually tell them the importance of the same is highly expected by the Kenyans. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this particular extension. Thank you.
Okay, order. Take your seats, senators. Senator Malala, take your seat. Senator Malala, take your seat. Honorable senators, I now put the question, which is that aware that on 19 September 2019, Senate resolved to establish a select committee comprising 9 senators to investigate and establish the facts surrounding the leasing of the medical equipment in now 119 beneficiary hospital countrywide, appreciating that the initial mandate of the select committee lapsed on 5th October 2019 and extensions of the same approved by the Senate on 12th November 2019, on 4th March 2020, and on 14th July 2020 respectively, regretting that due to new evidence arising from the hearings revealed important gaps that need to be addressed in the inquiry, and further owing to the sheer scale and magnitude of investigations and the amount of documentation involved, now therefore the Senate resolves to renew the mandate of the committee by a further period of 34 days to enable the ad hoc committee to conclude its work and table a report in the Senate on or before 8 September 2020. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of the contrary view say nay. The ayes have it. Let me call the leader of majority to issue a statement before we go to the next order.
It's long, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, pursuant to Standing Order 52.1, I hereby present to the Senate the business of the House for Tuesday, 8 September 2020, pursuant to the calendar passed on 27 February 2020 and as amended by resolution made on 17 March, 14 April, and 2nd June 2020, respectively. The Senate is scheduled to proceed on recess at the rise of the Senate today, 4th August 2020, until Tuesday, 8 September 2020. On that day, Tuesday, 8 September 2020, the Senate Business Committee will meet to schedule the business of the Senate. The Senate will consider bills scheduled for second reading and those at the Committee of the Whole stages on 8 September 2020. The Senate will also continue with consideration of business that will not be concluded in today's order paper, including motions, petitions, and statements. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to commend all senators for the work we have been able to do even under the prevailing COVID pandemic circumstances. I would particularly wish to commend senators for the work that we have done in this session so far, including passage and subsequent enactment into law of the following bills. Number 1, County Government Amendment. Number 2, Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2022, County Government Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2017.
Order. Let's consult in low tones. There seems to be, Senator Cherargei, you have become a nomad again.
Number 3, the Office of the County Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2018. Number 4, the Petition to County Assemblies Procedure Bill, Senate Bills number 22 of 2018. This brings the number of bills that have been passed by the Senate and assented to by His Excellency the President into law to 12 acts of Parliament. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, a total of 19 bills are still due for second reading, and a further 17 bills are at the Committee of the Whole stage. I am aware that there are more legislative proposals which are under development by individual senators and standing committees. This will undoubtedly, upon approval by the Speaker, increase the total number of bills in the Senate and the workload before us. This committee will continue to prioritize these bills accordingly. In this regard, I urge the relevant standing committee to use the opportunity during the coming recess to expeditiously conclude consideration of these bills and table reports pursuant to the standing orders. Likewise, I urge standing committees to also conclude.
Are you through?
No. Mr. Speaker, even as the Senate proceeds on recess, critical business remains relating to financial matters, namely the third basis for revenue allocation among county governments and the county allocation of revenue bill. Following the tabling of the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on 13 July 2020 on the revenue allocation formula and the concerns that were raised on the proposed formula, by colleagues on the proposed formula, efforts were made through the intervention of the Senate leadership by constituting a team of senators from both sides to address these concerns. Unfortunately, following from the debate of this motion, which commenced on Tuesday, 28 July 2020, and which is scheduled to resume today, we senators are still grappling on this matter. I continue to urge
people should wear their masks.
My fellow
honorable senators,
colleague senators, that as we resume the debate today, we need to proceed with patience, understanding, and objectively, as the matter is undoubtedly weighty and timely, Mr. Speaker, as the House of Parliament mandated with the protection of the interests of counties and their government, as stated at the Article 96 of Constitution. We want what is best for not only our individual counties, but all counties collectively. A resolution on this matter will then pass, pave a way for consideration for the county allocation of revenue bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you, and hereby lay the statement on the table of the House. I thank you.
Okay. Next order, Senator Mazayo. Yes, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Mr. Speaker, Before you move to the next order, I thought it would be, and I have said this severally, perhaps for avoidance of doubt and at the risk of sounding like a broken record, repeat that the report of the majority leader on the business we have conducted cannot be complete without a report of the business that is lying in the National Assembly. We are owed that duty. The members of the SBC might be aware, but this plenary is owed a duty over the pending bills that we have passed. Mr. Speaker, that report is not complete in my view, and I would be happy to have those directions, Mr. Speaker, for the next report to be complete. Thank you.
Okay, I think the leadership of the majority side has noted what has been raised by Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. Next order.
Order number 11, motion. Approval of the third basis for revenue allocation among the county governments.
What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to rise on Standing Order 105. Mr. Speaker, which says that a senator who wishes to postpone to some future occasion the further discussion of a question which has been proposed from the chair may, for reasons stated, claim to move that the debate be now adjourned. Mr. Speaker, the subject matter that is before us is extremely important. There is a report of the committee, which, Mr. Speaker, Senator Sakaja proposed an amendment to that report. And it is, we say in law, you take judicial notice of the fact that the amendment that was brought by the majority whip was extremely contentious on the floor of this House. And, Mr. Speaker, led to a process where even the House was adjourned by 9 o'clock to adjourn the debate that was going on the amendment of Senator Sakaja. Mr. Speaker, I know that there is a debate across the country about division of revenue, and everybody is looking up to the Senate. Senate being the citadel of hope. It is the place that everybody looks at, a place of wisdom. And there are many questions Kenyans are asking. Is this the same Senate that Senator Haji, the chair of BBI, is sitting? Is this the same Senate that Attorney General Emeritus Amos Wako is sitting? Is this the same Senate that has three, Mr. Speaker, senior counsels in law, Senator Orengo, Senator Mogeni? Is this the same Senate, Mr. Speaker, that has elders that the whole country is looking up to for leadership? Why would a Senate with that repository of knowledge and wisdom and experience be a house where we cannot agree on a process that unites the country? Mr. Speaker, the conversation that is going on at the moment, Senator Sakaja has brought a very important amendment to the committee report, but, Mr. Speaker, it has not helped to unite the country. The original report will not help unite the country. But there is an opportunity for all of us as a Senate to have a conversation, Mr. Speaker, around this subject matter and come to a conclusion that, Mr. Speaker, those who are losing by a huge margin may perhaps lose very little. Those who are gaining by a huge margin, Mr. Speaker, may gain a little. And then we keep our country together. Mr. Speaker, it is with this in mind that, Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask that this House, Mr. Speaker, adjourns the debate on this report, and we find ways. We cannot, Mr. Speaker, this House cannot, Mr. Speaker, be defeated to find solution. Because I ask myself, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader in this House comes from a party that got the highest number of MPs from Samburu, from, Mr. Speaker, Narok, from, Mr. Speaker, Garissa. How would even its party leader sitting in this House, Mr. Speaker, feel to vote against Samburu, which gave that party 3 members of parliament? What will Senator Lelekwe go back to Samburu and tell them? And what does the party leader of that party go and tell the people of Samburu? we cannot close our eyes on the fact that if you look at the map, and Senator Orengo captured it very well last week, I wish we listened to Senator Orengo. And Mr. Speaker, because if you look at the map of the losers, Mr. Speaker, you will realize that there is a big, huge red map of a greater landmass of this country, Mr. Speaker, who are losing. And then there are dots in green in a particular corner that are gaining. And then, Mr. Speaker, we have the confidence to tell the people of Kenya, Kenya is about population. But the definition of a country, its people and its territory, Mr. Speaker. We cannot close our eyes on the conversation that Mandera, Mr. Speaker, even though it has few people now and less occupied by people, is because, Mr. Speaker, its potential has not been exploited. Mr. Speaker, in the same manner, Mr. Speaker, I would say that other counties like Turkana, which are 700,000 people, Mr. Speaker, I mean less than 1 million people,
Senator
if we develop it well, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Senator Cherargei, what's your intervention?
My issue is concerned that my leader, Senator Murkomen, wants to mislead the country. The Kangangata amendment was proposing...
Senator Murkomen, take your seat in the meantime and put on your mask. Please. Okay.
Senator Murkomen is making a very good presentation, but he should not mislead the country on one thing. That the Kangata amendment had proposed to freeze for 3 financial years to ensure the part of the country can find solution to this issue. So my point of order is he should stop misleading the country and tell us that he is supporting Senator Sakaja's amendment instead of glossing over issues. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, Senator Cherargei, whom I truly respect and I've said in this House, and he truly respects me, who was my very bright student, Mr. Speaker, has moved to a different subject, which is the motion itself. I am moving an adjournment motion, and I'm making a case for this adjournment motion, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, it's not possible. It's not possible, Mr. Speaker, that the rest of us who come from the few parts of our country that are dotted with green, would, Mr. Speaker, congregate in the chambers of this House and disregard completely our brothers and sisters that are crying for conversation. A country that is not able to sit down with its own people, a leadership, Mr. Speaker, of a Senate like this, that has men and women who are aspiring to lead this country, some who are party leaders, cannot, Mr. Speaker, take sides against its citizens, Mr. Speaker. The reason why, Mr. Speaker, today people are not occupying, Mr. Speaker, Turkana, and everybody was running there when we say there is oil, is because of its potential. Let me ask you, Mr. Speaker, there are many counties that are going to get greater resources, but Taita Taveta County, Mr. Speaker, which has Savo National Park, which contributes immensely, Mr. Speaker, to our national resources, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to be one of the counties we should ignore and say there are few people, we forget about it. I am requesting under Standing Order 105, Mr. Speaker, that once more, let's give, Mr. Speaker, reason, Mr. Speaker, an opportunity.
Order, Senator?
Let's give, Mr. Speaker, an opportunity.
There's a point of order from Senator Kangata.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 58 of the Senate, and I read to you, certain motions not to be moved. Sabbatical 1, no motion which is the same in substance as any question which has been resolved, either in the affirmative or in the negative, may be moved during the preceding 6 months in the same session. Mr. Speaker, sir, before this motion
Can you take your seats? You are standing.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, sir, before this motion is supported by whoever will second it, I need your ruling on the question whether this motion is the same as the motion that was moved last week by Honorable Senator James Orengo, which we voted on, and it was defeated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
It's different. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because it's so obvious that the adjournment motion Senator moved was during the amendment of Senator Kangata. And I think, Mr. Speaker, let's make really I know I was not asked to make any rule. You will make it at your own time. But allow me to just conclude, Mr. Speaker, what the motion I was moving, unless...
The point of order, Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, well, at this point, I may not fully agree with the motion by Senator Murkomen, and I'm waiting to hear him. I just like, Mr. Speaker, because you've been asked by the majority whip to make a decision. First, I'd like to encourage him to be reading things to the end. It's a very nice habit, Mr. Speaker. Standing Order 58 talks about a motion in its substance, and that is mainly substantive motions. But if you go to 58.2, it says, despite even that provision, a motion to rescind the decision on such a question may be moved with your permission. And the fact that you've allowed Senator Murkomen to move it means that you've actually given him permission to move a motion to consider that decision that was made by the House. So, Mr. Speaker, it is just an exhortation to the whip to read more.
Okay, Senator Murkomen, conclude.
So, Mr. Speaker, I was at the point before I was interrupted. Mr. Speaker, I have tremendous respect for Senator Kangata because he's the Sonu leader who led us to the streets when I joined first year. And
Whip, can you take your seat?
And it's
read
actually
standing orders.
For the record of the public, when we joined the University of Nairobi, Senator Kangata was the Sonu vice chair. So, and he led a very serious demonstration, Mr. Speaker, which we came up to Parliament here to see people like Senator Orengo. And these are the guys we were looking up to. And Mr. Speaker, he was then expelled and sought the help of Senator Mutula. And I'm sure he's very sympathetic to the situation of Makueni, Mr. Speaker, because Senator Mutula came through for him that time. Suffice to note that we went to campaign with him as a councillor in Muranga. So I have a lot of respect for him. And Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say, I was at the point where I was saying, there is no part of our country that we can really donate to anybody. In fact, I had the trouble, Mr. Speaker, as the chair of devolution committee. I visited Tana River, I visited Garissa, I visited, Mr. Speaker, Wajir, I visited Marsabit and Turkana. And it was deliberate as a devolution committee. We told ourselves, in last time, it was important. Senator Amos Wako bears me witness. And we were given a chance to address county assemblies, to understand the marginalization of those regions. Mr. Speaker, I wish our conversation about those counties, Mr. Speaker, would be done when we are visiting those areas. Mr. Speaker, this country, there are parts of this nation that people are still walking without clothes. There are parts of this nation in Wajir where people are drinking water. They have to go for 1 week to get water. Mr. Speaker, for us to appreciate this kind of conversation, I am requesting my colleagues, let's give dialogue one more chance. Let's adjourn this motion, Mr. Speaker, for us to have a conversation, Mr. Speaker, on how to find a way forward that, Mr. Speaker, can unite all of us.
Senator Bogisho.
And Mr. Speaker,
there's another point of order from the leader of Majority. Try to conclude, Senator Murkomen, so that
I'm concluding.
But
I'm just saying that the consultations and even distance, keeping the people are not keeping the distances.
Senators, please. Coronavirus is real. Please observe the protocols. Social distance, please, please, please. We are pleading with you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really want to beg my colleagues, like Senator Orengo attempted last time, I want to try this last attempt to request my colleagues that, Mr. Speaker, we have a chance. Those of us who come from Jubilee, and those of us who come from ODM, the people of Kenya respected us and elected Uhuru Kenyatta to become president. He is not president of only the 28 of us. The people of Kenya respected us and gave the former prime minister such large amount of votes that he almost became president.
What's your point of order?
He is a leader for all of us. I request, Mr. Speaker.
There's a point of order. Take your seat, Senator.
Speaker, is the distinguished Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet in order to insinuate that there are only two parties in this House? There is ANC, there is Wiper, Democratic Party, there is KANU, there's CCU, There is Ford Kenya led by yours truly. And the other parties, there's even an independent. You can't insinuate that there are only two parties, Jubilee and ODM. Are you in order?
Senator Murkomen, I think...
Mr. Speaker...
Order, Senator.
Yeah.
You will have to conclude because of time. We have a very heavy agenda ahead of us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really beg the... I was just saying, I recognize Senator Moses Masika Wetangula as the bona fide party leader of Ford Kenya, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted just to go on record. And Mr. Speaker, just to say that the reason why I mentioned Jubilee and I mentioned ODM is because the Bible says, to whom much is given, much is expected. Mr. Speaker, because it is us who are given more votes, the minorities, the marginalized, the corners of this country that gave us these votes that we lead, Mr. Speaker, expect much from us. And the Bible says in Luke chapter 6 that, Mr. Speaker, if you love those who only love you, what benefit is it to you, Mr. Speaker? I know, Mr. Speaker, a whole region, a whole part of the country is suffering. We must demonstrate our love as a Senate to find a lasting solution. And I have no doubt in my mind that reason will prevail if we take off this agenda at the part of my conclusion other proposed amendments by Senator Wamatangi, among others. This gives us room for us to go and find a lasting and uniting formula. And I beg my brother, Senator Sakaja, even though we have received as many threats and many problems, including headlines, I beg you, my brother, to accept this adjournment motion and be part and support it. Let's find a formula that will unite our country. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, and request Senator Fakim, Mr. Speaker, from Mombasa, to second.
Just before that, order. You know, we are trying to observe the protocols. The following senators, you are sitting in the wrong places, so you go to the extended chamber. Senator Wako, Senator Kajwang. Which Wako? Which Wako? Sergeant at Arms. Which Wako? Senator Mazayo, Senator Pareno, Senator Linturi, Senator Mwaura, Senator Lelegwe, Senator Kangata, Senator Abshiro, and Senator Moi. Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuunga mkono mswada wa kuahirisha mjadala ambao ulikuwa unaendelea kuhusiana na mswada ambao umeletwa bungeni na seneta wa Nairobi, Seneta Sakaja. Mheshimiwa Spika, tayari nchi ilikuwa imegawanyika kati ya walala hai na walala hoi. Wale kaunti 19 ambazo zilikuwa zinapoteza pesa walikuwa tunajiita walala hai, walala hoi. Na wale 28 ambao walikuwa wanapata walikuwa wanajiita walala hai. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii kugawanya nchi yetu ya Kenya ambayo waanzilishi ama waasisi wa nchi hii walitoa damu zao, wakatoa rasilimali zao na wakatoa maisha yao wengine ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuwa na Kenya moja. Tunapoimba wimbo wa taifa tunasema haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Haki hii ni ipi, Mheshimiwa Spika? Tunapozungumzia haki, je, ni sawa kaunti 19 ziweze kupoteza pesa kwa sababu tunapata nyingine 28 ambazo zinaongezewa? Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo sio haki ambayo tunaizungumzia katika wimbo wetu wa taifa kwamba haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, pendekezo la kuahirisha mjadala ili tutoe fursa maseneta wakae chini pamoja tuzungumzie swala hili bila kuleta mgawanyiko katika nchi, bila kuleta mgawanyiko katika vyama, kwa sababu tunaona kwamba vyama vilikuwa na hatari ya kupasuka. Mheshimiwa Spika, chama chetu cha ODM, maseneta 7 juzi walipiga kura kupinga mswada wa Mheshimiwa Seneta Kangata na wengine 5 wakapiga kuunga mkono. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo ni dhahiri kwamba tayari vyama vilikuwa vinapata misukosuko, na hiyo ingesababisha kwamba
tunapomutua karibu kuna wale walikuwa wanaongea hapa tu kwa meshemeji tena neno bwana Toli, anything you want from today distinguished guest wadi kutema wako welo ni kuko somo adwa ni kujopota ila mulu diko doje sasa tika mwoti sema wamenikaribisha.
Hii BBI mimi nimeiangalia na mimi nimeona ni jambo nzuri, especially ikiwa ni jambo ambayo italeta usalama katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na mimi na support ile system ya kusema kuwe na president, kuwe na prime minister, kuwe na deputy president, kuwe na deputy prime ministers. Lakini niko na shida, na naona Atoli aliona hiyo shida. Mimi niko na shida kubwa kusema ya kwamba ati prime minister achaguliwe na rais alafu apitishwe na parliament. Kwa sababu you can find a president ambaye anaweza mchagua prime minister ambaye hana nguvu ama ni mtu wa yes man ama yes woman, bado anaendelea kuwa imperial president. Ama ikienda kwa bunge inakuwa ya kwamba lazima huyo mtu ahonge watu wa MPs wetu ndio apitishwe. Na mimi sisemi ya kwamba MP wetu wanapenda kuongwa, lakini sisemi hawapendi kuongwa, kwa sababu tunajua hii ni Kenya, si ndio? Mtu ataletwe, yule mwenye pesa nyingi ndio atafanya nini? Ndio atakuwa prime minister, na hiyo italeta shida sana. So me I'm suggesting this, that president, prime minister, deputy president, the deputy prime ministers waende kwa suti. Ikwe group hii iko na hao 5 ama 6 ama 7, group hii iko na 5, 6, 7, group hii iko 5, 6, 7. Ukienda kuchagua unachagua group hii, wakiingia they go into those positions. Na kwa sababu hatutaki ukabila, tunajua kwamba hii group iko na Mjaluo, iko na Mkamba, iko na Mkikuyu, Mkisii, Mluya, kabila zote ziko hii group, na hii group pia iko na hao makabila. Kwa hivyo tutaanza kuchagua policies, sio ukabila. Na hiyo ndio itapeleka Kenya mbele.
That is the truth. So you should not get bothered. Don't be worried. Hata wale watu wanasema hii kitu iende kwa bunge, there are only 3 people. Mtu wa kwanza anasema hii vitu iende katika parliament. Moja ni Duane, mwingine ni Murkomen, na mwingine ni Kuria, Moses Kuria. These are only 3 people out of about 45 million Kenyans. Katiba ni ya Wakenya. Na mimi nataka kuhakikishia, nilisema Imran kule Kibira saa ina atakuwa amechaguliwa. BBI after amendments saa 6 ya mchana itakuwa hiyo referendum imepita na mambo hiyo imekwisha. Take it to the bank.
We cannot leave this process to parliament. The most important thing is lazima wananchi wenyewe wachague. Let the people decide. Mwambie mwenzako aliye karibu na wewe, let the people decide. Let the people decide. Power lies in the hands of the people, not a few elected officials. This is very important. Let the people decide.
Na sisi kama wabunge, wananchi wanaweza kuchukua mamlaka wakitaka. Na sasa wananchi wamesema wamechukua mamlaka, mambo ya katiba ni wananchi ndio watapitisha. Ama mnataka wabunge ndio wapitishe? Si nyinyi ndio mtapitisha? Na Raila Amolo Odinga na Uhuru wamesema kabla ya kupitishwa zile maelezo zifikishwe mbele ya raia, msome, na ukishasoma basi twende tupige kura. Kwa hiyo Bwana Ruto pia must read the script, ajue mkubwa wake anasema nini. na sisi tunasema hii tunataka tujumuishe Wakenya wote pamoja, twende pamoja, tupitishe katiba pamoja kama nchi moja, kama watu moja, ndio tutapitisha Kenya iwe nchi moja. Na ile ya kweli mambo ilisema ya kwamba we must distribute power, we must make sure there is a true share of power, not power concentrated in one office.
I want us to stand firm and insist that the BBI task force recommendations that were unveiled 2 days ago will not be deemed to have been implemented until and unless the people give their endorsement and directly. There is no question about that.
And this is why BBI to me is very important, because we as governors have been talking about 45% of the budget coming to the counties.
The truth is said, we cannot have a nation 50 years down the line that can only have a head of state either from this community or this community. Then we don't have a country. I want a situation whereby one time this year kuna warrior as Mali president, there is a dual president, anybody can be a president, but it should not be a preserve of country communities. And that's why I'm saying the BBI is not final, we need to look at it and improve on it.
Next order. What is it, Senator Aaron Cheriot?
Mr. Speaker, I just have an issue on a point of procedure. Before we took a break for lunch at the end of the morning session, the Speaker gave a ruling that there was a matter that was before the House, and he gave a ruling that once we resume in the afternoon, it will be the first item to be concluded. Mr. Speaker, may
Which matter?
It was a matter relating to purported changes to leadership of this House and a ruling by the Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, will it be in order if I seek your direction on what time you're likely to allow? I remember he had particularly promised Senator Linturi and a few other senators who wanted to react to his communication that he will give them a chance this afternoon. So I don't know if you will allow that to be done now or later, Mr. Speaker.
What is it, Senator Sakaja?
Mr. Speaker, this is a house of tradition. And this morning, I was actually quite perturbed. First of all, the language used. The Speaker gave a communication, which was in effect a ruling. And it is being called in front of you purported. Number two, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Those are the words.
Pause there. Resume your seat. Senator Cheriot, did you say purported in reference to a communication from the chair? Order, Senator Mazayo.
Mr. Speaker, if Senator Sakaja listened keenly, I said that the Speaker was speaking about purported changes to leadership, upon which he went on to give a communication.
Order, Senator Cheriot, I need to understand you. So the purport is on the changes, but the purport is not on the communication.
My point exactly, Mr. Speaker. That is exactly what I was trying to say. That is what I mean.
Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, English came by various means. The whole import of the Speaker's communication was effecting changes that he said are effective today. So if you say purported, at what point of this, you're actually saying whatever the Speaker did was purported. That was my first issue. But that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, the tradition of this House, and I wish, in fact, there are some senators who have been here for many years, including Senator Kaniri. the extent to which a communication by the Speaker can be subject of debate, I think the line is getting blurred. Mr. Speaker, we need you to rule. Once you give communication or ruling from your chair, Mr. Speaker, is that then a motion to debate? Is it subject to extensive debate? Should we change the rules now, or is it a statement? Is it a ruling that you have made and we move on to other things, Mr. Speaker? We need clarity on that.
Now, as you are asking for another ruling on that issue of whether a ruling can be commented on.
Not commented on, sustained debate. You know, Mr. Speaker, there's a difference.
Okay.
Comments can be made for a few minutes and you close the issue.
Okay.
But sustained debate questioning the actual communication made by the Speaker. That, you know, we need to know that. So that going forward, the other communications that you will make, we will know this is now open for us to debate, and maybe you might change your mind or not, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
I think that clarity is important.
Okay, thank you. Senator Mazayo.
Bwana Spika, asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, ninavyoelewa mimi kisheria ni kwamba wakati Bwana Spika amesha communicate, yani ameshaweza kuweka zile sababu zake mbele ya bunge, kwa sababu gani amesema namna hiyo, huwa ule ni uamuzi wa Spika. Na kama Spika amefanya uamuzi wake, itakuwa ni madhambi, itakuwa si sawa kisheria sisi kama bunge la Senate kuanza kujadiliana tena na huo uamuzi ambao umefanywa na Spika. Kisheria Spika sasa amekuwa functus official kulinganishana na hilo jambo ambalo ametoa uamuzi wake. Sasa nashindwa ni kwa sababu gani tunakuja tena mchana tunasema kwamba tufungue tena mjadiliano kuhusikana na yale aliyoamua Bwana Spika. Asante sana Bwana Spika.
Order. What is it, Senator Wetangula?
The Speaker, I'm just wondering aloud, did the Speaker, I wasn't here in the morning, did the Speaker make a communication or he made a ruling? Because the two are not the same. Yes. So
What would be the difference before I tell you what it was?
A communication, the Speaker is a conveyor belt, so to speak, conveying a message from elsewhere as is, where is, to the floor. A ruling is a reasoned process by the Speaker, giving reasons both factual and legal, where necessary, on any issue that comes before the floor. So we should be told whether you communicated or you ruled.
Senator for Migori.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are two issues here. Whether it's a communication or a ruling, there are certain communications that are not debatable because they are of no use. The debate regarding those communications will neither change the subject matter of communication or not. If it is a ruling, then of course it's not debatable. But given the nature that was of communication that was made by the Speaker, is it really useful to debate it? Because it cannot be changed here. It cannot be altered. It is communication that came with finality. It is what it is.
Senator Mahmoud.
Mr. Speaker, it's true this is a House of Rules and Procedure and Precedences. The Speaker, after he read the communication, allowed some interventions.
Excuse me?
What Senator Chiriot is asking
Yes.
is that intervention was ended because time ended. And in fact, he did say we will continue. He's asking, can we continue? That's all. He's not challenging the Speaker's ruling as such, but the debate already ensued.
All right.
And thereafter, in fact, he was trying to give people like Susan some time. So I think, is it, when do you come back to it? That's the question which Senator Chiriot asked, not challenging the Speaker's ruling.
Okay. Senator Linturi.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, by the time we broke at 12:30, I was on the floor. And the Speaker promised that he will give me an opportunity to finish when we embark at 2:30. So whether
there will be any change or not. At times, Mr. Speaker, we give our ideas or speak on matter for record, for posterity.
So what is the point?
The point is, since the Speaker made a communication to this House,
yes,
gave people an opportunity to speak on that communication, Mr. Speaker, I beg that
yes,
I being given my time so that at least for record, I'm able to say what I had in mind in the morning.
Okay, is that all?
Not really. Yeah.
You have already, you have another point of order, Senator Mazayo?
No.
Maybe let me hear Senator Kangata first. I saw your hand up, or was it the mask?
He was adjusting the mask.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Yeah, it is true. There was a communication that was made. For me, I deemed it as being final, but I do not have any problem, Mr. Speaker, if my brother could be given an opportunity to ventilate and say whatever he may want to say.
Senator Dr. Langat.
If there is an opportunity, he can be granted the same.
Senator Dr. Langat.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By the time the debate immediately the communication was made by the Speaker, it became open for the debate. And it reached the time when...
Open for debate. Was it a motion?
No, it was open for discussion. That is.
Discussion?
Yeah, people were commenting on the...
You don't discuss a communication from the Speaker.
But it was open for comments.
It wasn't open. Unless somebody
many
on a point of order
Speaker contributed,
makes an observation.
And there
or
were so
comment.
many interests.
Yes, because the way you are coaching your words is as if it's a motion for debate, which is not.
Yes, then may I say that it attracted several comments, Mr. Speaker. And in
Yes.
that case...
Comments are allowed at the discretion of the Speaker.
Exactly, and there were so many interests, including myself. And that's why I'm still around here waiting for it.
So what is the point?
Yes, Cheruiyot was asking if we still have that...
Which Cheruiyot? Senator for Kericho.
Yes, as he has asked. I was also at the same point that at what time are we going to be allowed to continue?
Very well. Because there are so many Cheruiyots in town and...
I meant Cheruiyot.
But there is only one Senator Cheruiyot of the Kenyan Senate.
I can say Senator
Yes.
Aaron Cheruiyot from Kericho, my former student.
Order. Order. The last bit is inconsequential. Here, it's inconsequential. Out there, it could have consequences.
Okay.
What is it, Senator Murkomen?
Speaker, we may want your direction on the consequentiality of teacher-student relationship in this House. Because last time, Mr. Speaker, when I acknowledged you that you were my great teacher, you were excited, happy. You didn't question consequentiality, Mr. Speaker.
In other words, Senator Murkomen, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want you to close that gate because, Mr. Speaker, I have two students in this House. Senator Chiloyako, who did exceptionally well in my subject, and Senator Cherargei, Mr. Speaker, who also did very well in my 4 subjects. And Mr. Speaker, I did well in your classes.
Now, I don't know whether now we are on another subject. What is this, Senator Wetangula?
For the record, I also have a student in this chamber.
Yes.
The substantive speaker,
Yes.
Kenneth Lusaka, was my distinguished student.
Wow.
And he's normally very proud of it.
Wow. So there's a place of teachers and students. Senator Mutua Kilonzo, are you also a teacher or you were taught?
No, I don't have anybody who taught me here.
Yes.
Speaker, I was also wondering, in view of the communication made by what Senator Wetangula refers to as a substantial speaker, I'm wondering whether you are also in the position to continue with the debate on his behalf, now that he is not sitting, if assuming an issue arises about his communication that he needs to respond to, whether you are in the capacity to
Order.
respond.
You're out of order. The office of the Speaker enjoys perpetual succession, vertically and horizontally. You're out of order. Next. Next. Senator Sakaja. And then Senator Kihika.
Mr. Speaker, I think the issues I raised are clear, and not just for this particular communication. Because it is good for us to establish that moving forward, how we treat what comes from the chair. Secondly, because Senator Wetangula was asking whether it's a communication or a ruling. Mr. Speaker, there's some communications that come, a message from the National Assembly or their students in the gallery. But what was given in the morning, Mr. Speaker, was a considered communication where the Speaker said he received certain communication.
Order, Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, just allow me to finish, then you get the
Unless you are introducing something else. You know, now you are helping me, and when I need help, I'll ask you for help. Now I don't need.
Mr. Speaker, I know you're exceptionally brilliant, but you cannot tell what's in my mind.
It's not about brilliance. It's about, you know, there's a reason why I'm saying that. Unless you are making maybe an argument to support or to oppose some of the points of orders, yes, be guided accordingly.
I am guided, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking if the content of what he gave us was that he has seen 1, 2, 3 things, and based on what he has seen and considered that, he gives a communication. When we go in now to talk about it and start questioning those 3 things, are we questioning the communication?
So what is the point?
Is it a ruling, Mr. Speaker?
So what is the point?
I am asking you to rule on, to give direction on that, Mr. Speaker, because it is not just a communication that the students in the gallery. He has considered different elements and made a decision.
I get it.
It's a ruling.
I get it. You know, I think we should... Senator Kihika, you haven't spoken.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to support your allowing a few interventions on the issue. One being, yes, this is a house of record, and clearly the Speaker stated that after lunch, or rather in the afternoon session, the senator who was on the floor, who is Senator Linturi, and a few others would be able to continue with the interventions, with a few interventions. So it would be quite unfortunate if it ends up being that the Speaker was lying, or something to that effect.
Order. That's an exceptional word.
Not telling the truth. Okay. So
that
I think
is also exceptional.
Stretching was a bit economical.
Order, Senator Susan Kihika. So, order, Senator Lagat. Senator Kihika, can you take your seat for a second? I would like to refer you to our standing orders on the use of exceptional words. Okay, the use of exceptional words. I think those words are, I know what you mean. You want to say that the Speaker's word should count. Then say that. Just say that. Just say that, please. Otherwise, the issues of lying and, those are the words we can't use here.
Mr. Speaker, I will agree with you and use the words you have suggested. But I think the definition is objective when you say lying, but I will withdraw it. But since you did say that you understand what I meant, then you get the point.
Senator Kihika, you are complicating a very straightforward issue. It's, I am aware that there, and that's why I'm not in a hurry. I'm of course about to give directions, but I'm aware about the item in question and the kind of the content. That notwithstanding, before I give directions, I will just request Senator Kihika and every other senator to respect Standing Order 96 and 97. If you use exceptional words, I will ask you to retract. If you don't, then we'll apply Standing Order 116 and 117. Period. Otherwise, having said that, I have noted the sentiments by Senator Kihika, and it is true. The Speaker's word should count. It must count. It ought to count at all times. I've made your case better, Senator Kihika, in the process. Now, very well. Two things quickly. One, there was a communication a few minutes to the end of the last sitting today, the previous sitting today, concerning, which was issued by the Speaker, concerning changes in the leadership of the majority party. Now, before this sitting, I went through the Hansard, and it is true, as Senator Kihika says, and Senator Harun Cheruiyot, although they didn't use the exact words, that the Speaker had said, because it was in the middle of that comments arising after that communication, that time elapsed, and the Speaker did say that when we resume, on the request of Senator Ntori, that he would entertain, conclusion of those comments. So that is the first point. Second point is that you cannot question or try to defy or inappropriately discuss the directives, orders, rulings, communications of the chair, because that would impute very badly against the dignity of our House. The Speaker is a symbol of our institution. Thirdly, when the Speaker, on the issue raised by Senator Wetangula, whether this is a communication or a ruling as supported by Senator Sakaja. What was articulated earlier today was both a communication and a ruling. It's a communication because it's a message from a political party of this House. It's a communication, because a communication is normally, as one of the senators, I can't recall which one, said, the Speaker then becomes a conveyor. Is Senator Wetangula, I can see him pointing at himself like the lizard that jumped from the high Iroko tree that said, if nobody praises me, I will praise myself. It's actually Senator Wetangula. I think you are blowing your trumpet, and as you told us once, President Amin said that you should blow your trumpet because it is yours. Your trumpet is yours. So, would you expect it to blow? It's yours. It's yours for blowing. Now, in a communication, it's just a message or some conveying something. But a ruling is a determination on an issue that requires interpretation of facts and law. And therefore, the Speaker did both. One, he communicated a decision of a political party, the majority party, but also his interpretation on that, what he had received, because it has consequences. And therefore, this is both a communication and a ruling. Fourth and final point is while you cannot question or be unnecessarily critical of the decision of a speaker, just like a decision of a judge, in our tradition, as parliament in the Commonwealth, once a speaker makes a communication, a senator or senators on a point of order may make an observation, may seek a clarification or further guidance without opening the merits or trying to bastardize or otherwise interfere with that decision. So that is allowed, and that's the way I understood what happened earlier today. And there were some senators who wanted to make some comments, and they were interrupted. And because that is our tradition, and given that this is a matter that is serious enough, I direct that in favor of the request by Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, I'll allow perhaps a few more senators who wanted to make observations, but please, if you get an opportunity, make them within the rules. I'll be patient because of the gravity of the issues, but I will also be firm with the rules in case the rules are broken. And you know the rules. What is it again, Senator Kangata? You want to comment on what I've said or on the communication from Speaker Lusaka? Very well. Let me start with you. Sorry, Senator Linturi, I am informed, it's true, was on the floor and was promised to complete. Please complete, Senator Linturi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I was interrupted, or before the House rules, I was at a point where I was remembering those old days when we had a speaker who sat on that chair when the country was facing serious problems, when the country was almost on the verge of collapse. Mr. Speaker, looking at this House, the members that were in that House 10 are only three seated in this House. Senator Kaniri, Moses Wetangula, and Mahmoud. And Mr. Speaker, at that time, the motions in this country were so high. Mr. Speaker, at that time, immediately after the election of the Speaker, there was a point of order that was raised because that was the day the House was convening, and there was a serious argument on whether to swear in the member for Dhaya then, Mr. Moi Kibaki. We had just elected the Speaker, and the Speaker, in our view, was from the minority side, and the minority side then expected that the Speaker would rule in their favor. Solomonic wisdom prevailed that day. And Mr. Speaker, when we are given opportunities to serve, we must always be able to balance between political interests, partisan interests, the interest of a country, the interest of an institution. And Mr. Speaker,
Senator Ntuli, would you like to be informed by Senator George Kaniri?
Oh,
proceed, Senator Kaniri.
The senator just mentioned my name as one of those who was present then. But I just want to inform him that he just said that the Speaker then was from the minority. That is not true. The Speaker then was Speaker Marende. At that time, we had only government and the opposition side. Marende was from the majority side. That's how he had won the speakership. So the Speaker ruled in favor of the government, and yet he had been elected by the opposition. So there was no minority and majority at that time.
Very well. Senator Ntuli.
I wish, Mr. Speaker, my good friend Anidi wouldn't have listened. Because, Mr. Speaker, when I sent...
I thought he listened. That's why he wanted to inform you.
He would even have been more better in a position to remind me. Because this is over 12, 13, 14 years ago, Mr. Speaker. And I really appreciate the intervention. So, Mr. Speaker, that time, because of the nature of our politics then, Kennedy Marende rose and made a ruling. A ruling that did not go on well by the majority side, as he's trying to see. And at the end of the day, Parliament was sworn. And Mr. Speaker, when Parliament was sworn, we had to start on a very, very hard task of reconciling this nation, coming up with a rule of, with an account that would run this country. Moses Wetangula sat in that team. So I am reminding the chair, Mr. Speaker, and how I wish the man sitting on the chair is the one that was chairing in the morning. Is Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Venturi.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Venturi. Order, Senator Venturi. I thought we had a truce. I thought we had an agreement that, yes, Speaker will allow comments. You don't even have to paraphrase it. Please abandon it altogether, completely, and move on with your otherwise good comments. And I mean it. Please don't abandon that sentence. I don't want to say further.
Mr. Speaker.
This seat, Senator Venturi, exists in perpetuity. This seat exists in perpetuity. It's not personal. It doesn't talk to who this versus that. So please abandon. Let's not over-dramatize it. You finished? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I would want to conclude, Mr. Speaker. The reason why, Mr. Speaker, I was giving them basis or making these observations is because the argument then was that numbers never mattered, and in any political contest, then we've all maintained that numbers are critical. So, Mr. Speaker, however much I would not want to challenge the ruling on decision, I wanted to go on record that the exercise of authority, the exercise of power of discretion, bestowed upon any state officer by virtue of the office that's occupied is supposed to be exercised for the good of the majority and the greater public good. And it is painful, Mr. Speaker, in an era of accountability, in a situation where as the majority party in this country, a party that we worked very hard, that we campaigned for to bring to power, Mr. Speaker, and why I feel completely lost. Not that I have any personal problems with the leadership that is purported to have been changed. So, Mr. Speaker, one or two questions Kenyans are asking themselves or must want to know is why or how I worked too hard to convince this country that politics is about numbers, and at the end of the day, after taking over the leadership of our country, and then through the throat, Mr. Speaker, you are forced a leader who comes from the minority.
Senator Venturi, are you discussing the events in your political party?
No, Mr. Speaker. What I'm trying to explain is that just
like the observation should be on around the communication by the chair. Of course, there is a background to it.
On that basis,
there's a background to it, but also a thin line between the proceedings of the House vis-a-vis political party activities, which the House normally doesn't interfere with.
Precisely, Mr. Speaker, and if you recall or know, the change of leadership of a political party in a House like this one requires the majority of the numbers of that particular side. When Moses Wetangula was being removed as leader of minority, remember I stood and I'm on record saying, Moses, if you are the leader of minority in this House, coming from ANC, and the other party had so many numbers, then you must also thank them for having given you the opportunity. So it is on record. That is what I say in that particular time, Mr. Speaker. And why I'm raising this, however much we may not be able to change anything, is for purposes of record. That yes, we may admit that today the change of leadership in this House is, our majority leader is one Samuel Fogisho. Samuel Fogisho, Mr. Speaker, who is a member of the party that brought me to Parliament for the first time, and the party that I really liked. That is KANU. And Mr.
What
Speaker,
is it, Senator
the case,
Ochilo Ayako?
the absence of a coalition.
Order, Senator Linturi. What is it, Senator Ayako?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't want to interrupt my very good friend, Senator Linturi, and we are looking forward to working very well in our committee. Mr. Speaker, from what I'm gleaning from the information available, there is a dispute in court regarding some of the matters that Senator Linturi is mentioning.
Where is the evidence?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, some of these things are electronic. If you want me to send them
No. We have the standing orders. We have the standing orders. We have not amended our standing orders to allow electronic proof. Not yet.
Mr. Speaker, can I just put it in context?
Yes.
Even the ruling that we are talking about here was about, it alluded to what was already in some other place, which is court. Now, knowing very well that the details of what is in court, this forum or this chamber would not be the appropriate place to discuss it. I just wanted your guidance on a point of order.
Well, we have already made extensive rulings on sub judice. As far as we are concerned, we are not aware of what the other arms of government are doing. When they make decisions that touch on this arm of government, they will let us know through appropriate channels. Once they tell us, we'll evaluate those decisions in light of our own procedures, because we are an independent arm of government.
I hear you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
And from where I sit, I'm not aware of any messages from the judiciary to Parliament on this matter. Senator Nili? Oh, sorry, Senator Linturi.
Interruption, Mr. Speaker.
I had promised some patience, but we can take a decision of maybe not more than 5 minutes.
So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude,
10 is a lot, maybe 5, yeah.
As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, we will accept that there was a coup. We will accept.
What are you accepting?
Right? Yeah, in the leadership of the House, Mr. Speaker. Because if, Mr. Speaker, we engage the House, at least there's a list of over 20 senators saying we are not part of this dissolution. And Mr. Speaker, there was an order that was served to the Speaker from the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal, not recognizing the party, the coalition agreement between Jubilee and KANU. Probably, Mr. Speaker, you are telling us now to completely forget about systems, about the observance of the rule of law, about the adherence to the tribunals that have been set by the Constitution to arbitrate when there are disputes within ourselves. So, Mr. Speaker, be it as it may, let us all remember, we may be sitting here, but in the history of this country, to be remembered, there was one time where somebody given the responsibility to manage the House sat down and midwifed the death of democracy.
Order.
The death of
Order, Senator Linturi. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Linturi. Order. You know, Senator Linturi, you must understand the chair. Because the chair, I can see when you said what you have just said, there were comments, varying comments, depending on the recipient of your information. But please understand, the chair can neither cheer nor jeer. You get the point? So let's not, these are things, some of the things you're saying can be said, maybe out there in our party caucuses. Senator Kangata, I thought you should listen first. That's what I should think. I mean, natural justice. Exactly. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Speaker, just on a point of order, I know you've brushed aside the last comment by Senator Linturi. I'm not quite certain whether you want that statement on record, that the person who is charged with managing this house...
I didn't even quite hear him because I didn't want to hear what he was saying.
You heard.
I didn't quite hear the meaning, but I heard him trying to perhaps...
What
did he say?
He said the person given the responsibility of managing the business of this house midwife the death of democracy. Who is that person? If that person is in reference to you, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be on record.
Senator Linturi, were you referring to the Speaker? Let's yes?
Mr. Speaker, if you never heard, being the person that we saw is so sensitive to comments that we make here, who is always listening to what we are saying, and who has been steadfast in correcting us. Mr. Speaker, unless my good friend Mutula Kilonzo Jr. may have been in another round where I was trying to imagine such statements coming from Linturi. So, Mr. Speaker, if you've not heard, I don't think he may have been imagining his own things.
Let's make progress. Let's make progress. I have already made myself clear. Let's make progress. Let's make progress. Senator Haniri. What is it, Senator Haniri, a moment. What is it, Senator Pareno? You are a bit agitated.
Mr. Speaker, I would really hate to imagine that what is on Hansard is something that we can hide from.
What is on the Hansard?
Exactly what Senator Mutula told you that Senator... Which is that he said that the person who is entrusted to manage the business of this house sat in over used the word and killed democracy. He even used the word coup. Mr. Speaker,
yes,
should we shy away from what is on record and not ask him to withdraw and just brush it like that to remain on record?
Senator Linturi, I have taken, because I didn't quite hear, but because I was attending to something else within the House, and then my suspicion is that you are trying to violate 96.1, but I stopped you early enough. So I hope what Senator Mutula Kilonzo is saying and Senator Pareno is not 100% the position.
Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm to this House, and I'm ready to be beyond responsible, that I did not say that the Speaker there sat down to kill democracy, as Senator Pareno is trying to insinuate. I did not.
Okay. That clarifies it. What is it, Senator Sakaja?
Mr. Speaker, not only have you not clarified it.
Order, Senator Linturi. You cannot leave the chamber when you are on I mean, we have to acquit you. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, not only have you not clarified it, because if someone says, no, I didn't say that, and it is there. Mr. Speaker, you have let that same paragraph be repeated now thrice. So, Mr. Speaker, if you consider that matter and the answer is consulted, all other such references must also be.
I hope, President Sakaja, you are not saying that the chair is abetting and aiding a crime.
By implication, Mr. Speaker, you have let it remain in the record of this House. Unless the answer is consulted, I think it will be bad for you to let that happen to your own chair, because you're the Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
What are the actors saying the ones? Because that's what we need to be checking. I'm on the floor. I'm the one talking.
Let's make progress. We are going to confirm from the Hansard, and I'll make further directions after confirming from the Hansard. Next, Senator Haniri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On commenting on the ruling of the Speaker, let me begin by congratulating Senator Pogisho on his elevation, because in a sense the ruling was making him the leader of the majority side. So I want to congratulate him with the rest of the team that he was elected with, and wish him well. Mr. Speaker, I know him. We've worked together. He was once my minister in the Ministry of Information and Communication. I was his deputy, and we worked very well, and I know his capabilities. So I know that he is equal to the new tasks that has been bestowed onto him. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't in when the Speaker made the communication on the ruling, but I listened to him on television. And I agree with you fully, Mr. Speaker, that it was both communication and a ruling. Because he stated that he had received communication from the majority party. And Mr. Speaker, he went further to say that he was satisfied that the due process was followed. Who are we to doubt him? He said that the members who attended the PG were well convened, and that there were 20 in number, which was the requisite number. Mr. Speaker, we cannot question that. We want to believe that our Speaker is a man of honor, and that he was telling us the truth. And this is what he received from the ruling party. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask my brother, Senator Murkomen, the Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet, and my good friend and age mate, the Senator for Nakuru, Senator Kihiga Susan Kihika.
Must you disclose those other details?
I must, Mr. Speaker, but nothing stops me from
maybe with consent. Yes.
We have a mutual consent.
Okay, okay, all right. Okay.
We have a mutual consent.
Very well. You're accused of making the matter worse.
She's here. She can confirm.
In fact, she is nodding shyly.
Yes.
So she's not complaining.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that these two honorable members served very well, diligently. We all know that. We all know their capabilities. And it's clear in my mind that their sacking is not that they were incapable. It is because of other considerations, which I may not know because I don't belong to that coalition. So I just want to encourage them to accept this. Senator Orengo told us here once that governments and revolutions eat their own. Mr. Speaker, I was a victim. I was eaten by my own at one point, so I understand what it is.
How come you are here? if you are eaten.
Mr. Speaker, just for the record, in 2002, we went all out to support President Kibaki to become the president. I sacrificed, Mr. Speaker. I was sacked by the KANU regime for supporting Kibaki. Yes, thank you, Senator Mutula.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. This is not a place to market your
But
your legal firm. Why are you
Mr.
telling us who
Speaker,
your clients are?
Point of information.
Would you like Senator Haniri to be informed
sure.
by Senator Yako?
Sure.
Senator Yako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator George Haniri and I enjoy a history together. We were in the same primary school, and we were also victims of the same
eating.
But fortunately, like Jesus Christ, we have resurrected, and here we are. So I wanted to add that to the anecdote of Senator Haniri and give Senator Murkomen hope. You will resurrect someday, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Speaker.
the information is that, okay, all right.
That's
Yes,
very
Senator
useful
Haniri.
information, Mr. Speaker. So I was just narrating that we supported that regime to come to power in 2002, and in 2005 we were sacked by the same regime just because we differed in principle. We didn't support the constitution that was being pushed onto Kenyans at that particular time. So I want to tell you, Senator Murkomen and Senator Kihiga, your future is bright. Musife Moyo, your future is bright, just soldier on, but accept you cannot fight systems. You cannot. There's only one individual that I know who has done that over years and he has survived. Please don't walk that path. Thank you.
Order, Senator Haniri. Order. Senator Haniri, you have spoken so well, except the last sentence. What do we have to do with systems here? What are systems to do with what you are discussing here?
Mr. Speaker, is the party system. The same system, the party system, the system that fired them. You can't fight that, Mr. Speaker.
What is it, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator George Kaniri, my friend, Sir George, as we call each other, for the kind words of encouragement. Mr. Speaker, he was doing so well until, Mr. Speaker, he contradicted himself. That, Mr. Speaker, he resurrected, and we were going to resurrect, and maybe the third day like Jesus Christ. But, Mr. Speaker, is he in order to then contradict himself by saying you cannot fight anything? And yet, Mr. Speaker, he says it's a testimony that despite all what he went through, he's still in this house, Mr. Speaker, and he resurrected.
In other words, he fought systems and survived. Yes. Senator Yako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to just make very brief remarks. First, I want to say that some of these things should not be taken personally. I know it hurts when positions change. I have personally been in that kind of situation where you work tirelessly and support a political party, and then somewhere down the road, you differ in principles and you have to part ways. When we were parting ways with my then majority party, National Rainbow Coalition, it was a very painful way of parting ways. I want to tell my colleagues and friends who are countenancing this situation to know that it always happens. You have to disagree in principle, and when you disagree in principle, you yield to your party to continue advancing the agenda nationally. Like, for instance, if this fight or this difficulty was to go on in perpetuity, I think the great suffering that Kenyans would bear, because the ruling party would be dysfunctional. I believe that if you have ambitions to run in future and form another party, this gives you an opportunity to create your own organization where others who will disagree with you may part ways. We went on to form another party called the ODM, and we are back here courtesy of another party, and the rest is history. So this is not a matter of life and death where you have to fight your party in perpetuity. or to adopt a scorched earth policy. You have done a very good job leading when you had that privilege. You are still doing a good job by being members of this House. I think it is something that may not be either legal or illegal, but it's a political decision that this nation must move forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that both sides will find healing in this act and accept the new reality that we have to move forward as a nation and work for our people without bringing difficulty to the agenda of this House and the agenda of the nation. With those very few remarks, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let's work with what we have and the leaders that God has given us today. Thank you.
Okay, on this side, I think the majority side should actually have more.
Yes.
We should have more patience on the majority side, because that's where the turmoil is taking place. Senator Kihika. Senator Kihika, would you like to speak now? Okay.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to make just a few comments on what has taken place earlier today. And without obviously being cognizant of how you have ruled and knowing that I cannot and I'm not attacking what has been communicated, it's also important that I just ask, or I just pause, or I just state a few facts for the record, because it's important, and it is a house of record after all. I would hope that in the future we would see more of really due process in these sorts of things. It's happened before on the other side of the aisle. But in that scenario, and the reason I bring it up is because the others have mentioned it before, so it's important that I also just make a note of it, or just state it, that when the previous leader of minority, Senator Wetangula, was initially removed by the NASA coalition, the ruling by the Speaker was that the decision had to be communicated by the minority whip, which clearly here today, that never happened. So it seems the rules of the game change as time passes, or perhaps as directions are given, but we go on. And what I would probably wish to state for those senators who have talked about we move on and let the House continue working, you shouldn't worry about that. Obviously, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm here because I'm the senator of Nakuru County. And the decision this morning does not change that. So I will continue to work for the people of Nakuru County and to be an active senator in this House. But at the same time, it's important to also note that as my age mate there, granted, you should really, Senator Haniri, you should never really state the age of a lady, because people might find out your age and then be able to determine mine.
Now you are protesting after the fact.
After the fact.
I gave you an opportunity to protest.
No, but I don't mind. I don't mind. Just don't say it again.
Out of the window. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, sorry. So anyway, as Senator Haniri and Senator Ochilo have stated here, it happens. I mean, it's politics. At the end of the day, we know, and it's clear, and it's obvious. When you have a list here that includes an independent senator in the House, it is a travesty of justice. But at the same time, we are just going to sit here and pretend and continue that it's business as usual. And we shall continue doing that. And it will happen again as it's happened before, and it will happen in the future. But at the same time, don't try to gag us. Let us be able to just say it. So as we proceed, we also know that there was an order. There was an order this morning from the political parties dispute tribunal, and we know there was no reference made of it. So as we continue to just bend the law, continue with the fraud, and continue with everything, then perhaps we should not continue sitting here and pretending that as a parliament we are independent, because we are not. We are directed from other chambers, from other quarters, and that is why such a communication does not come from the whip, but comes from wherever you know it came from. But that's okay. That's for another day. It will happen to others. We move on. But we shall fight and continue fighting for our cause. And we are sure and we know, and it's no secret, that probably the reason we were replaced in a dictatorial manner and probably did not follow the proper procedure is because we are independent-minded. We shall continue to be independent-minded, and Mr. Speaker, as I sit, I shall leave, I will read a quote here from Senator...
What is it, Senator Perez?
Ted Kennedy. Why does Senator... Anyway, calm down.
She's on a point of order. What is it? What is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the Senator for Nakuru to start telling this House how they were replaced in a dictatorial manner when all this House, all the communication did was to communicate
it was not, she has not, let me cut you short. She has not said that they were removed by the House in a dictatorial manner. He is talking about their removal elsewhere, which is our opinion, because when I sit here, I protect the House. So she has not broken any standing order. Proceed, Senator Keika. You are quoting George F. Kennedy. Lieutenant Kennedy, yes.
Allow me to continue, because the sensitivity on the other side of the aisle is a bit concerning this morning. But grow some thick skin. We shall be here, and we shall continue moving. They are too sensitive. They keep rising. Please inform.
Is what Senator Wetangula says, mourning more than the bereaved.
Eka cutting hapo. Eka cutting hapo. Chunga nini kio? Eka cutting hapo. Wacha mwesha pita. Chunga cutting, eka cutting, eka cutting. Oh, gavana yetu.
Kwa sababu tumepitia haya, nataka kusema gavana Nakuru. Kwanza mama yetu gavana mama Zeni Sudi amenituma kwenu, amesema asanteni sana kwa support yote mnapatia hapo. Kama vile nyinyi mnajua, Mheshimiwa Sudi ni mpenda amani na ni mtu anapenda jamii zote dunia hii na mnajua kwamba anateswa kwa sababu ya matamshi yake. Kwa hivyo kwa bahati mbaya tulitarajia leo ndio siku yake ya kwenda nyumbani, lakini kama vile imefanyika leo, jaji ame extend kukaa kwake kwa siku 7. Yeye ni mwanasiasa wa kwanza kushikwa kuwekwa ndani more than 11 days bila kustakiwa kwa hata ndugu zetu wengine wenye walikuwa wamejiswear in, wengine walikuwa wamecommit treason au kuwekwa ndani kwa siku 11. Kwa hivyo hii inaitwa mateso bila chuki. Na mimi naomba nyinyi mkae kama wananchi wa sehemu hii, mkae pamoja, mkwe kitu kimoja. Sisi tutashughulikia mambo yote. Wacha tumalize. Tutashughulikia hiyo mambo yote kupitia kotini. Lakini sasa tunaenda appeal kwa High Court kesho, na tunaomba kwamba tutaomba watu wa makotini, na sisi kama mimi ofisa wa kotini, as an officer of the court, sitasema kitu mbaya, nitasema tu tunaomba kwa High Court watuonee justice imefanyika kwa kila mmoja akuwe treated the same. Kwa hivyo hatuna maneno mengi, mimi naomba nyinyi mtulize. Ile safari ya kwenda huko hiyo bado inaendelea. Sasa wanipatie nafasi gavana
Ni wimbo.
Ongea madam.
Sasa nilifikiria ni speaker amenipatia. Lakini nafikiria iko na loud voice.
Yes. Umekula vizuri.
Wacha niwasalimie. Hamjambo watu wangu. God is good.
All the time.
And all the time.
God is good.
And that is it.
Wow.
Sasa hata kama tumepitia maneno mingi, si mnajua?
Yes.
Na mnaelewa?
Yes.
Na mumeona? Tunajua tuko na Mungu.
Amen.
Na as long as tuko na Mungu, tusiitikie anybody akuje hapa kuleta incitement. Tusiitikie kuwa incited against brothers and sisters.
Yes.
Sisi katika kaunti ya Nakuru, usiwe na hasira, maneno yetu itakuwa mzuri in 2 years.
Amen.
Amen. Na unajua hapa Nakuru County, nikisema kuna Wakisii, utaona Wakisii hapa. Nikisema kuna Wajaluo, kuna Wajaluo hapa. Kuna Wakikuyu, kuna Wasomalia, kuna Wabaluya, kuna everybody. Kwa hivyo sisi tuendelee kukaa hivyo, tuendelee kupendana, na niseme nikimalizia, kwa sababu sitaki kuongea sana, na muendelee kuombea mheshimiwa Sudi, kwa sababu haijakuwa ati mtu amekaa ndani miaka mingi, siku mingi hivyo, lakini tutaenda high court na I hope. One minute. Sasa
Wacha aongee madam.
Sasa ngojeni kidogo. Nataka tu niulize. Ushasikia kitu inaitwa 10-10?
Yes.
Sio pombe. Tuko bado kwa 10-10.
Tuko kabisa huko.
Kabisa. Hustler Nation uko hapa? Nation uko hapa? Asanteni.
Tuko na waheshimiwa hapa karibu 10 na karibu 20. Jua nilifikiria kitu yako.
Kidogo bro.
Adone ndo.
Ukweli day and night. Na tunasema ukweli kuanzia sasa, Susan ndio governor 2022.
Lazima.
Wacha kijana wetu aongee.
Kuambia waheshimiwa hapa.
Ndio. Ndio. Niko na guo. Amani.
Sudi ndio. Hata polisi wanaona hapa ni ndugu zetu. Wasajua na hawa. Tuwape heshima, watupe heshima. Tukae kwa njia mzuri. Ama sina mna hiyo. Kwani nyinyi wakati mnakatiana mnaangalia na wao ni nani?
Soro. Soro ongee.
Soro. Nakuru oye! Si mnajua vile tulifanya kazi Kisii? Si mnajua mahali tunashika? Hata wakitufunga 30 days zitaisha. Hata wakitufunga 40 days zitaisha. 7 tutavumilia. Na tutakuja hapa na Sudi atatoka na tutaendelea na kazi kawaida. Sawa sawa? Shikilia zile 10 hata huko Kisii kuko namna hiyo.
Honorable Senators, having set the context of today's special sitting, I wish to inform the House that a motion on the removal of a Speaker or Deputy Speaker is a constitutional matter that is both rare and extremely unique, especially when it finds its way into the floor of the House as parliamentary business. Speakership in the Senate and in similar jurisdictions in the Commonwealth embodies the power, dignity, and honor of the House. The main features attached to the office of the Speaker are authority and impartiality. Members aggrieved by the conduct of the Speaker or Deputy Speaker can only discuss his or her conduct by way of a specific substantive motion or a motion on the removal from office, such as the one which is before the Senate today. Honorable Senators, as you all know, the essential ingredients of the speakership is founded on the status of the Speaker as the servant of the House. It is on this basis that motions of removal or censure of the Speaker are very rare. Indeed, the motion such as the one before us today is the first of its kind in the history of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Senators, Article 106(2) of the Constitution of Kenya states as follows: the office of the Speaker or Deputy Speaker shall become vacant, A, when a new House of Parliament first meets after an election, B, if the office holder as a member of the relevant House vacates office under Article 1 or 3, C, if the relevant House so resolves by resolution supported by at least 2/3 of its members, or D, if the office holder resigns from office in a letter addressed to the relevant House. Honorable Senators, the motion before the House this afternoon is a special motion and shall be prosecuted in the manner prescribed in Standing Order number 69, read together with the provisions of Part 12 motions and Part of 17 rules of debate of the Standing Orders. Standing Order 69(2) provides that unless the Constitution, any written law or these standing orders specify a lesser or further period, a special motion shall be A, disposed of by the Speaker in accordance with Standing Order number 55, notices of motions within 7 days of received by the Speaker of notice by a Senator, and B, disposed of by the Senate within 14 days upon notice being given under Standing Order number 55. Notices of motions, as if not, such motion shall be deemed to have been withdrawn and shall not be moved again in the same session except with the consent of the Speaker. Honorable Senators, in the light of COVID-19 pandemic situation in the country and in line with the health and social distancing protocols as contained in the guidelines that are issued on 31st March and 17th April 2020, and following a resolution by the Senate's Business Committee on 20th May 2020, arrangements have been made to ensure that all senators have an opportunity to access the chamber and participate in this debate while in the precincts of the main parliament buildings. To achieve this, and in consultation with the Senate Business Committee, I wish to inform you that 1, a maximum of 28 senators have been allowed to sit inside the chamber on a first-come, first-seat basis with seats reserved for the Senate leadership. 2, the new wing lounge of the Parliament restaurant has been designated as part of the Senate chamber to accommodate the other senators who have missed seats in the main chamber. 3, appropriate measures have been put in place to facilitate all senators in the lounge area in the new wing to follow proceedings, taking into account the necessary social distancing guidelines. 4, a senator seated in the lounge area in the new wing wishing to make a contribution in the debate will be required to record his or her name with the clerks. 5, the list of senators wishing to contribute to the debate will be handed to the Speaker, who may call out the senators to speak. 6, a senator whose name has been called out to contribute to the debate shall walk into the chamber, board at the bar, and proceed to make his or her contribution from the dispatch table. Upon conclusion, the senator will withdraw from the main chamber and resume his or her seat in the lounge area in the wing. Honorable Senators, after conclusion of debate on the motion, a vote will be taken. However, as mentioned above, this is a special motion with a constitutional threshold as stipulated in Article 106(2)(c). I wish therefore to direct as follows. 1, at conclusion of debate, a division bell shall be rung for 10 minutes. 2, clerk shall then determine the number of senators present in the chamber, including the extended chamber. 3, if the number of senators present is 45 or more, being 2/3 of all senators, I shall proceed to put the question and direct that a roll call vote be undertaken. 4. However, if the number of senators present is less than 45 senators, I will decline to put the question and declare the motion to have been lost. Honorable senators, if we ascertain the requisite threshold for voting has been achieved, the following procedure will be deployed. 1. The Speaker shall request for the submission of the tellers for the ayes and the nays, who shall remain seated at their seats. 2. The Speaker shall put the question and direct the clerk to call out the names of senators in the chamber, including the extended chamber. When called out, each senator shall declare assent or dissent to the question in the following manner: I vote yes, or I vote no, or I abstain, pursuant to Standing Order 83.5. When called out, the senators in the extended chamber will walk into the main chamber and cast their vote from the dispatch table in the manner set out in Standing Order 83.5, and thereafter withdraw from the chamber to their respective seats in the lounge. After the clerk has read the last name in the division list, the tellers shall present the result of the roll call vote to the clerk, who shall hand them to the Speaker to announce the result of the division. Honorable senators, to contextualize Article 162C of the Constitution of Kenya, if the Senate so resolves to remove Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki as the Deputy Speaker of the Senate, such resolution must be supported by the votes of at least 2/3 of all senators, this being at least 45 senators. Honorable senators, I wish to appeal to all senators to observe decorum and courtesy during the debate. The expected standards of debate must be strictly observed to ensure that we listen to one another without unnecessary interruptions. It will be out of order to use offensive or insulting language in respect of the Deputy Speaker, who is our colleague, or other senators or other persons, or to make claims without substantiation as required under Standing Order number 100. Honorable senators, a cardinal principle of our constitution and legal system is that a person against whom assertions have been made shall be given an opportunity to defend himself or herself, to rebut allegations against him or her. In the context of such motions as the one about to be debated, the Deputy Speaker, Senator Kithure Kindiki, MP, will be given a chance at the end of the debate to accordingly make his contribution to the motion if he so wishes. Honorable senators, as I conclude, I would like to say the following. It should not matter, indeed it must not matter, which side of the political aisle you are sitting on, but no doubt every of the actions, deliberations, and decisions or determinations are reached on the floor of this House will form the basis of rulings in the future, and that future must be of necessity be informed by the circumstances of the present. This present, as currently established, does not provide adequate mechanism for undertakings such as we are going through today, including making provisions for due process in line with non-policy, legislative, and constitutional architecture. I call on the House to consider the introduction of these mechanisms into our standing orders so as to guide future processes. The House is now guided accordingly, and I thank you. Next order. What's your point of order, Senator Pomboka?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to your communication, it is well known even in the Ministry of Health that the members who are supposed to be here, they are supposed to be 28 for the sake of Corona. Corona is real, Mr. Speaker, and according to how I see, Senator Millicent Omanga and Lituri are seated where it's not marked that sit here. Mr. Speaker, kindly give us. And Senator Keika.
What's your point of order?
My name is Murkomen. In case you forgot, Mr. Speaker.
No, I cannot forget my senators.
Mr. Speaker, on a more serious point of order, Mr. Speaker, you have outlined a very serious process that is required to deal with a motion of this magnitude. The Speaker, you've even gone ahead to indicate that this is an historic moment because there's never been another Deputy Speaker who has been removed from office, or such a debate of this kind of removal of the Deputy Speaker. And you know, Mr. Speaker, what befalls the Deputy Speaker under the Standing Order and the Constitution befalls the Speaker. It may not be the current Speaker, it can be any other Speaker. The Speaker, I'd like to know from your office, was the Deputy Speaker served with the charges for his removal? Was he also, Mr. Speaker, notified? No, Mr. Speaker, was he notified? Because it's in your communication. Was he notified of this sitting, plus the charges? And was he, Mr. Speaker, given the opportunity to get the charges against him? So that, Mr. Speaker, when we go to the motion, at least you lay ground as part of your communication. I would have wished to hear from your communication that there was a notice of motion given by Senator Kangata of Muranga, that, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to that motion, some charges were provided. Your office facilitated the Deputy Speaker to be notified of these charges, then prepare himself, so that when we go to the motion itself, the foundation of this motion will have been achieved, Mr. Speaker.
Let me make the following ruling. First, Clerk, we want to be sure that we have the numbers that are required to be here, because it's supposed to be 28 according to the health protocols. So maybe you can check that so that we are not breaching the protocols. Secondly, what Senator Murkomen is asking, the motion, the notice of motion was moved, the motion was approved, and therefore I will want that we proceed, let the motion be moved. Then after that, we'll look at whether, I mean, then, so the issues, some of the issues that you are raising could easily be addressed in the motion. So, next order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not satisfied. And it's only your office which can satisfy. You know, the country is watching. And Mr. Speaker, the country wants to know a Deputy Speaker is being prosecuted in this House. Mr. Speaker, did he receive any specific charges from your office? Was there charges from the move of the motion that was sent to your office, and your office facilitated the Deputy Speaker to receive these charges, so that, Mr. Speaker, we don't turn our Senate into a kangaroo court?
Yes, Leader of Minority.
Mr. Speaker, since Senator Murkomen is insisting on this question, let him cite the constitutional provisions that require that in such a motion, sit down. You know, you don't know even the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, see what he's looking at, doing. Huh?
Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, he should specify the provisions of the Constitution that require that charges be made available to any Speaker or Deputy Speaker on whom a motion of removal has been tabled in the House. He should cite the standing orders, which states clearly that their charges are supposed to be given to the Deputy Speaker or the Speaker when such a motion is tabled. In reference to the removal of the President or the Vice President, the Constitution is very clear. It's very clear in the Constitution and in the standing orders that the charges must be laid before a debate can take place. So without further ado, it's a simple question. Mr. Speaker, we have not come to the motion itself. Let him read the standing order. Since he rose on a matter of point of order, read to the Speaker what that standing order says and the requirement under that standing order. Read to the Speaker the Constitution and what the requirements of the Constitution require. And finally, Mr. Speaker, a motion to remove a Speaker or a Deputy Speaker is not a trial. It's not an impeachment. We are not going to call witnesses like in the case of an impeachment. No lawyers are allowed in the chamber for purposes of prosecuting an impeachment trial. There is no impeachment. Senator Professor Kindiki Kithure is not under trial. This is simply a motion for removal.
Point of order.
Order. We want to make progress.
On the same issue.
Order, senators. If you listened to what I said this is the first of its kind. And actually we are talking about the office of the Speaker, which is my office. Professor Kindiki is my deputy. And I say that, just like the leader of minority has said, in the case of removal of a governor, removal of the president or the deputy president, in an impeachment motion, witnesses will be called. to give evidence or they will defend himself. But this is a motion. So I want to
Briefly.
rule that we move to the motion. Then these issues that are being raised will be raised once the motion has been laid during the debate, and it will go on record on what you have said.
Mr. Speaker, I've been challenged.
I've not given you
I've been challenged, Mr. Speaker, to substantiate.
Order, Senator Murkomen.
I've been challenged, Mr. Speaker. It's on the record.
But
I need to substantiate the basis of my argument because it was my point of order.
Okay, take your seat. I give you an opportunity first.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murkomen. I said, let us just cool down and prosecute. Yes, Senator Murkomen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is deplorable. It's actually laughable that human rights defenders of yesterday, Mr. Speaker, are presiding over a process, Mr. Speaker. I have not said.
Speaker, we are not
Order, members.
Let him announce the section.
Order.
Mr. Speaker,
Senator Murkomen, order.
Mr. Speaker, I'm on a point of order.
Order, Senator, leader.
I am reading,
order, members.
I am reading the section.
Okay, wait, order, Senator Murkomen. Listen, please. We are honorable members.
Correct.
The world is watching. Go back to what I said in my communication. Let us use decorum. Let us respect each other. Let us not insinuate. Let us not use a language that demeans or casts aspersion against your colleagues. It's so directed.
Mr. Speaker, I have not mentioned any name, although they say that if you mention, like Chinua Achebe said, if you mention dry bones, it's old women who get uncomfortable. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear in Article 47, which says, Mr. Speaker, every person, including Professor Kithure Kindiki, has the right to administrative action that is expeditious, efficient, lawful, reasonable, and procedurally fair. If a right of a fundamental freedom of a person has been or is likely to be adversely affected by the administrative action, the person has a right to be given written reasons for the action. Mr. Speaker, in line with this Article 47, the National Assembly, in its standing orders, provided a long, the Speaker, procedure of how to notify the Deputy Speaker and the Speaker if you want to remove them. Mr. Speaker, you cannot say, and it is not legally sound, to argue, Mr. Speaker, that you are going to engage in a serious constitutional process to remove a constitutional office holder, and, Mr. Speaker, pretend to say that the other articles of the Constitution are not going to apply. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of record. The process we are going through is a process that will be in history for the next 100, 200 years. This house, Mr. Speaker, led by its majority leader, Kipchumba Murkomen, went to the High Court, Mr. Speaker, to challenge procedures that have been floated by the Executive and National Assembly. This House, Mr. Speaker, has just got a ruling from the Supreme Court of processes that have been floated. This House cannot continue calling itself the upper house and run a removal of its deputy in a kangaroo manner, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Murkomen.
Point of order.
Just a minute. What's your point of order, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.? Then I'll come to Linturi.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately for Senator Murkomen, he read the Constitution and left sections which he should have read so that he can educate us as to what he means in terms of fair administrative action. For the record, Article 47.3, which Senator Murkomen obviously didn't want to read, states as follows: for the avoidance of doubt, Parliament shall enact legislation to give effect to the rights in Clause 1, and the legislation shall A. promote for the review of administrative action by a court, or, if appropriate, in independent impartial tribunal, and B. promote efficient administration. In support of that objection, which is not even an objection, Mr. Speaker, the Senator of Elgeyo Marakwet should first of all demonstrate we are sitting in a court, 2, we are a tribunal, and 3, which is even more important, that the act arising out of this section, which is called the Fair Administrative Act, where Senator Murkomen, as a member of the Legal Affairs Committee, participated, should show that Article 106 on the removal of a speaker applies. And since he doesn't know, Article 106, it has no reference in the Fair Administrative Act. And we passed that law here. So, Mr. Speaker, the objection raised by Senator Orengo must be answered. What section of the Constitution is he referring to? Specifically, so that we can get onto this matter.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor the point. The question...
Okay, just a minute, Senator Orengo.
The question was directed to the Speaker. It was very clear to know whether a process took place between the notice of motion and whether the Deputy Speaker was notified of any charges that, Mr. Speaker, support the motion, or reasons even that support the motion, because that is the most, the briefest motion I've ever seen, to say, Mr. Speaker, we just want to remove the Deputy Speaker. Now, Article 47. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how Mutula Kilonzo has his moments of brilliance when he wants, the Senator Makueni. But when he wants to cover, Mr. Speaker, the truth, he cannot hide that truth in Article 47.3. 47.3 says, beyond the administrative procedure that is required, the law also must provide that any person who is not going to be happy with that procedure must have a process of going to a tribunal or to a court. Mr. Speaker, that is very clear. You can't lie to me that in any... Mr. Speaker, if you read Chapter 4 of the Constitution, if you read all of Chapter 4 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, we are about to walk into a very dangerous place. And I tell you, Mr. Speaker, it will be Professor Kithure Kindiki today. It will be another person in a different forum. We cannot, as a Senate, pretend to push for processes elsewhere, and Mr. Speaker, come here to run a kangaroo process.
Okay. Order out of your been.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
You've had Senator Murkomen referring to the Senate as a kangaroo court continuously. And he should not be addressing us if he thinks we're a kangaroo court. Secondly, he wants to mislead the House that the case that was filed in the High Court, that he led the senators in that case. In fact, he didn't utter a word in that case. It was me and Professor Kindiki who led in that case. I was the senior counsel in that case. He's a very junior person when it comes to matters of law. Very junior. So he should not be preaching as if he knows the law, and he cannot cite a case which has been quoted in the law reports of him ever having prosecuted even a case in the Supreme Court. Can he mention even one case he has prosecuted in the Supreme Court? But the point is this. There is a decision of the High Court sitting in Machakos, where a similar case was taken before the High Court, in which the County Assembly in Machakos removed the Deputy Speaker. And the court considered what is fair hearing and what is a notice. And that court ruled that hearing does not mean that you address that tribunal. It does not mean that you're even present in that tribunal. It's just like when you say public participation in Parliament, in the committees. People can undertake public participation even by sending their suggestions through digitally and so on. But the more important question, which I want Mr. Speaker to be addressed if this matter can be dealt with fully, is that in relation to the President and the Vice President, there are specific provisions which says you must spell out the charges, and the process is clearly set out. When it comes to the governor and deputy governor, the process is set out because that is a trial. The other thing which the junior counsel is not considering in trying to construct Article 47 is an action by Parliament, an administrative action. It is not an administrative action. We are a legislature. We are exercising our legislative authority under the standing orders. And I think, Ms. Murkomen, if you want me to give you judicial decisions on what is an administrative action, go and read Professor Wade. That book, if you have not read it, then I would understand why you don't appear in constitutional and administrative
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
division.
Point of order,
Yeah,
Mr.
you
Speaker.
started it.
What's your point of order, Senator?
Mr. Speaker, Senator Orengo has over and over again insulted me and insulted my education.
Order.
Mr. Speaker,
Order,
and you have kept quiet. No, let me raise my point of order.
What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, Senator Orengo is over and over again repeating and doubting my practice of law or, Mr. Speaker, my knowledge of law. Mr. Speaker, Senator Orengo and I went to the same university, even if the difference was 26 years. I got a second upper. Senator Orengo got a second law. I have 2 master's degree. He has none. I have taught 2 students, Mr. Speaker. I have taught 2 students, Mr. Speaker, who are in this house.
Order.
Who is he to lecture me? Who is he?
Senator Murkomen. Order. Honorable senators, order. I want to urge you to look at my communication. Let us respect each other. Let us discuss with the decorum. Senator Cheriot. On a point of order, Senator Cheriot. Okay. It comes, the 2 leaders, we have 3 extra members in the chamber, so you'll have to decide the 3 who go out.
The sitting first comes.
Both sides.
A point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
There are 3 extras, so you decide. Yes, Senator Ochila Yako.
Mr. Speaker, this is very simple. By your own rules, you have designated where people sit. Those who are sitting in places that are not designated should not burden the leadership to try and evict them. So I think it is visible. If it is me, the sergeant at arm can come and talk to me and I leave.
Yeah. I think we have designated for where people to sit. So if you are sitting in a place where we have not said sit, please you get out of the chamber and join the rest of the other members. What's your point of order, Senator Susan? Okay,
calm down, you're not the speaker. Okay, Honorable Speaker, my question just is, as we walk out of the chamber, since we may not be in a favorable position, at what point are we able to make our contributions from the other side? Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. Let me finish. When are we able to make our contributions? And on top of just the contributions, are we able to timely make points of orders from the other side?
Yes, just you can see Senator Cheriot is here. We have made a mechanism of how, and it was in my communication, on how you will approach and make your contribution. So those who are sitting in places that are not designated for sitting, please let us observe the health protocols. So you get out, and then I give Senator Cheriot an opportunity to contribute. What's your point of order? Okay, let's have just Senator Linturi. Let the 3 senators first of all move out. Yeah. Let us have order. Let us have order. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, then if that is the case, I think is
order, Senator Linturi. Order, Senator Linturi.
Let's hear him then.
Cheriot is no. Order. I have made a ruling, honorable senators. I have said, if you are sitting in a place that is not designated for sitting, please leave the chamber. I'll give you an opportunity from where the other senators are sitting to be able to contribute so that we make progress. It is so ordered. So that we give Senator Cheriot an opportunity. No, but Senator Cheriot is already on the floor, Senator Linturi. No, order, Senator. I'll give you an opportunity from where you are going. You'll be the next one.
But you never know where I'm going.
No, I know.
And you know, addressing the House and the Republic this afternoon depends on the discretion of the Speaker.
Order.
That's why I want to secure my position before I get out, because why we find us seated here this afternoon is because
Order, Senator. I'm on my feet. Order. I have said I'm going to give you an opportunity. You are the next one I'm going to give an opportunity after Senator Chiroti. You cannot be, both of you, on your feet. Let us respect that. I'm going to give you an opportunity to make your contribution. Okay, Sergeant at Arms, can you make sure that those who are sitting in places that are not designated, please leave the chamber so that we make progress.
Penye tulitoka. Tumetoka hapo zamani, safari ya malumbano na vita na kupigana na kusukumana. Na hiyo yote ndio ilifanya rais na naibu yake wakuje pamoja. Mimi nataka nyinyi msikie kutoka mimi hapa, kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa wakili wa Jubilee ikitengenezwa kama coalition 2013. Na mimi naweza kuswear haki ya Mungu, huyu Matiang'i alipigia kura Raila 2013. Hakukuwa pale. Hao watu wote unaona wanaongea Kiingereza mingi, hawakuwa naamini kwamba Jubilee inaweza kuwa chama, inaweza tengeneza serikali na inaweza kuteua mawaziri wafanyie kazi katika taifa letu la Kenya. Sasa sisi tunataka kusema ukweli. Na hiyo ukweli lazima itokee. Kuna wale ambao walikuwa university wanaongea Kiingereza mingi sana. Hata mimi nilikuwa university, nilikuwa nafunza naongea Kiingereza mingi. Lakini niliwacha Kiingereza yangu 2012 nikaingia kwa siasa ya kuongoza kila mtu. Asila ako huko, mwenye amesoma, mwenye hajasoma, mwenye ako na degree, mwenye hana degree. Lakini wale walikuwa wanaongea Kiingereza mingi, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alipopata uongozi baada ya kushikana na naibu wa rais, na ni wakati ambapo watu hawakuamini ya kwamba itawezekana mtu kutoka huko na hapa washikane pamoja, wao wakaungana, wakaunda sheria 2013, ndio wakazaa mawaziri hawa unaona saa hizi wamekula pesa ya raia, tumbo imejaa, kichwa imejaa maji, sasa wanaongea mambo yote ambayo yatasaidia taifa letu iende mbele. Mimi nataka kumwambia Matiang'i anisikie vizuri. Wachana siku ile ulikuwa unakasirikia Aaron Cheruiyot. Mimi mwenyewe na wende Hansard ya Senate, mimi mwenyewe ndio nilikuokoa kwa mambo ya Ruaraka. Mimi Kipchumba Murkomen mwenyewe kama majority leader nilikuokoa. Na kama uko na maswali enda Hansard ya Senate. Mimi nilikutetea kwa sababu tulikuwa na wewe tukifanya consultancy kwa state kabla hujapewa kuwa waziri. Mimi na yeye tulikuwa tunaenda kuomba kazi, huyu PS Kipto anatupatia kazi kidogo ya trademark nini tunafanya, tunapata kidogo ya kusurvive, akapata bahati akakuwa waziri. Sasa hiyo nini, yani uwaziri kadogo imempatia kiburi sana, nafikiria na lecture sisi. I want to challenge Matiang'i. Kama wewe unajijua wewe ni mwanaume sana, unajua siasa, twende huko Nyamira kwa village yako, tuombe MCA na mimi, tuone kama utanishinda. Ndio ujue siasa sio ati ni hii ya mandazi ya kukaa ofisi na kupiga masimu. Ukitaka ujue kuongoza watu ni kazi ngumu, twende kwa village yako tuombe MCA, uone kama utanishinda. We want to tell these ministers, leading a country is not a joke, my friend. Asking votes from the people is not a joke. Politicians coming together to look for peace is not easy. His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto had to make very painful decisions. When we were going through ICC, they left aside their differences to bring this country together. We can't allow technocrats who have never been voted by anyone to try to break peace in this country. We will not watch with our own face to allow individuals who do not know what it means to lead people to give us lectures. Ati because ukiona cameras kama hii ubwege kidogo ati wewe ni hatari. Hatari wapi? Hatari wapi? Huyu MCA wa hapa akikwambia tangu akuwe councilor mpaka wa MCA kuongoza watu ni kazi ngumu. Kama ujui ni ngumu, uliza Musa kwa Biblia. Musa hakufika Canaan kwa sababu kuongoza watu sio kazi kidogo. Kwa hivyo, we must tell ourselves the truth in this republic. And as Murkomen, I want to be the agent of saying the truth. Mchana jua ikiwa hapa, kuambiana peupe. Hapa kwa Bomas, kulikuwa na ukora. Matiang'i alitakikana kwenda Pokot, kwenda kuangalia watu wamekufa 52. Akakuja hapa, akakuja kupiga selfie kwa airstrip hapa. Akapiga selfie kwa hapo na kusema ati ndege haiwezi fika West Pokot. Kumbe alikuwa anaenda kupanga watu wa kunipigia kelele huko Bomas. Kaenda kupanga kwa hapo, amekaa huko tangu siku hiyo mpaka saa hii hajarudi West Pokot. Bado anasema atuweza sio mzuri. Watu 52 wamekufa, wizara ni yake na hajarudi hapa. Yeye anajua tu Kiingereza ya kupanga makelele na kulipa brokers kwa Nairobi kutupigia kelele. My friend, we will tell you your hypocrisy when the time comes. And I'm saying this because I speak on behalf of leaders. If you have never got an opportunity to be elected to lead anybody, stop giving us lectures. Go there, go be elected. Let's go and lecture ourselves on the floor of the house so that we will know that you have the capacity to lead anybody in this country.
The Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, Honorable Senators present, Honorable Members of the National Assembly present, MCAs, mapasta, familia ya mzee Olekuyo, mabibi na mabwana, hamjambo. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Kwa majina naitwa Brian Kivuti. Mimi ndiye Assistant County Commissioner hapa Olturoto Division. Ama kwa ile katiba ya mzee tulikuwa tunaitwa Madio District Officers. Na ningependa kuwakaribisha hapa Embolioi Village, Osewan Sub-Location, Ilpolosat Location, Olturoto Division, Isinya Sub-County, Kajiado County. Langu litakuwa fupi sana. Kabla ya niseme, ningependa kuomba machiefs wenzangu tafadhali tusimame. Our chiefs na assistant chiefs ni wa hii ward yetu na wengine wametoka mbali sana, all the way from Oloitikosh. Asanteni chiefs. So kwa familia ya mzee Olekuyo tunawapa pole sana kama ofisi ya rais. And I'm very happy and proud. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Deputy President, for coming to my division. I'm honored. And tunatoa rambirambi zetu kwa familia na tutazidi kuwa nanyi kwa maombi na kwa namna ile ingine yote. Mimi pia ni Mkristo. Na lile jambo ningependa kusema kama Mkristo ni kuwaomba majirani na watu wa Embolioi na watu wa Olturoto tushikilie hii familia kwa maombi, na pia tuwe ukimaliza shughuli zako pitia hapa, angalia wanaendelea namna gani. Sawa sawa? Juu tumeambiwa kwa Biblia, you mourn with those who mourn and you rejoice with those who rejoice. Kwa sasa wacha tushikilie hii familia. Tuwe tunawatembelea na tunaona wanaendelea namna gani. La mwisho kabisa, kwa heshima ya familia, niruhusu niseme jambo kuhusu hili janga la coronavirus. Coronavirus iko wenzangu. Iko, si uongo. Kuna mali nimepitia nikaulizwa, nilikuwa naosha gari kwa car wash. Kaulizwa, na wewe huko kwa serikali, hiki tu ni uongo ama ni ukweli? Ni ukweli. Tafadhalini jichunge. Vaa barakoa, hii mask. Nawa mikono, nunua sanitizer, kaa umbali na ndugu yako. Na tafadhali tufikirie watoto wetu. Watoto wetu wengi wako nje, hawajarudi shule. Na tukiendelea kurekodi hizi figures tuna record kama jana 1016, shule hazitafunguliwa January. I'm very sorry to say that. It is true. Na ni vizuri tunaambia watu ukweli ili muelewe. Saa zile wewe hauvai barakoa, saa zile wewe haujichungi, unakosea mtoto wako. Let us love our children enough to wear that mask. Sawa sawa? Tafadhalini tuvae barakoa, tukae umbali na mandugu zetu ili shule zifunguliwe. Because these figures are very worrying. So mimi ni mtu huwa napenda kuambia watu things as they are. Tafadhali take care. Kama ujipendi, do it for your child. ili mtoto wako na mtoto wangu na watoto wengine waweze kurudi shule. Otherwise, karibuni sana Ruto. Thank you very much. Alright. Sasa kwa heshima kubwa ningependa kuomba our area MP, the Honorable Peris Tobiko, you're most welcome. Utachukua program from here. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi tafadhali.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, my sister, Honorable Mary Senator, my sister Alice Wahome, Senator, my brother Murkomen, the MCS who are present, Mheshimiwa Saweyo, our chiefs, our DO, our church leaders, the reverends and the bishops and the pastors who are here, na wananchi wa Kajiado East, tusalimiane kwa jina la Yesu. Amen. Amen. Your Excellency, let me extend a very warm welcome to you into Kajiado East. And we feel extremely privileged by your presence here. And Your Excellency, you know, you are known in this country as a person who has very genuine friendship. And we do appreciate that you are a friend of the people of Kajiado East. Your Excellency, before I say one, just to control with the family, wacha nichukue fursa hii ni muamshe Mheshimiwa Saweyo kwa niaba ya wale MCS wengine wako hapa, lakini ndawaambia Mheshimiwa Girimbai na Mheshimiwa Singet wasimame tu wasalimiane, wajulikane wako hapa. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Mheshimiwa Saweyo, dakika moja usalimiane kwa niaba ya MCS. Asante.
Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais Daktari William Ruto, familia ya Oleguyo, mama yetu Mary Senator pamoja na familia yote, vijana wote wa familia hii, wazee wote, seuri wote ambao wamefika hapa, na waombolezaji wote na viongozi wote ambao tuko nao hapa siku ya leo, nataka kuwasalimu kwa jina la Yesu. Bwana asifiwe. Maro noloba wenda kare Yesu Messi Yesu. Kali longa Moses Saweyo narara marei uloli kusero. Naro la rigo ni odeluno lo sholo ria wonyuki nanu MCA leke konyoke ward. Nara si wala yuni lele marei mara la yuni lormo gesen. Meza orati ni we na angati ebigo shokingai. Nataka kuchukua dakika moja kusema ya kwamba kwa niaba yetu sisi wote, viongozi wa kaunti yetu ya Kajiado, MCS wote, nimekuja kuwakilisha MCS wote wa Kajiado. Wengi wako safari mbalimbali, mheshimiwa hapa Joshua Lugwasa kule Mombasa, na viongozi wengine wako Naivasha na sehemu zingine, lakini nimekuja tuomboleze pamoja na familia hii, tuseme pole kwa kumpoteza baba yetu na tuwatie nguvu kwa sababu haya ni mambo ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Ya pili, Naibu wa Rais, nataka kukaribisha hapa Kajiado County. Umekuwa rafiki wa karibu, umejishusha, na vile ambavyo imesemekana hapa na Mheshimiwa Peris, ukishika mtu umemshika, you are genuine and your friendship is genuine. Na kwa sababu hiyo hata sisi kwa upande wetu kama Kajiado County, our friendship to you will be genuine 2022. Nikimalizia, nimeona rafiki yangu Kipchumba Murkomen yuko hapa, na Naibu wa Rais, ulituwakilisha wakati wa launchon ya BBI. You spoke on behalf of all of us. Na sisi kama MCAs, and nataka msikie hii vizuri. Sisi kama MCAs, there was a bill that was drafted by Rombo Kangata. Ikakuwa tabled kule kwa Senate. Ikapitishwa kwa Senate ili MCAs tupate ward fund. Ikaenda bunge, ikaenda kusambaratishwa huko, ikakataliwa, ikaangushwa. If those people were genuine, those people who are telling us that BBI inataka kutupatia hiyo MCAs, kwa nini hawakulobby kule kwa bunge isiangushwe? Na hata kwa hii BBI wanasema bado ni bili itaenda kupitishwa kule kwa bunge. Ni magic gani hiyo ingine mtatumia? Mlitunyonga pale, sasa mnatuletea tupitishe kwa assembly, mwende mtunyonge pande ile ingine. Hiyo, we are not fools. Uzuri hawa Maasai wamechagua sasa vijana who are educated like myself, so we can reason, we can read na tunajua. Kwa hivyo kama hawatabadilisha hizo vipengele, kwa sababu hata hakuna kipengele ya land ambayo inasaidia Maasai wa Kajiado County ama Narok kama Samburu. So if there hizo clauses haziko na wanasema hatutabadilisha, that is not something that is cast in stone. It should be amended before tupitishe. Na kama unataka kutulazimisha, naibu wa rais, sisi tutapinga. Kwa hayo mengi, Mungu awabariki sana.
Thank you. Your Excellency, let me take this time to invite my sister Mheshimiwa Alice Wahome. Hebu pigieni Mheshimiwa Alice Wahome makofi. Enta sofa oki nsisi ya Yesu. Muyega. Hamjambo, hebu nisalimieni kwa hewa hivyo. Unasalimiwa na mjumbe wa Kandara. Kwa majina kamili inaitwa Alice Muthoni Wahome. Huko Murang'a ndio ninatoka. Niko na salamu kutoka Kandara. Mumepokea hizo? Mheshimiwa Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Mheshimiwa Peristo Biko, Mheshimiwa Senator, my colleague Kipchumba Murkomen, viongozi wetu wa kanisa wa dini ambaye mnaongoza hii ibada ya mzee wetu, familia ya Mary Senator mzee ambaye ametuacha. Niko na salamu na rabirabi kutoka akina mama wa Jube 98. Wajumbe wa kina mama 98. Mmoja wa hao ni mheshimiwa wenu Peristo Biko. Sisi wote tuko hapa kumshikilia mheshimiwa Mary Senator kwa sababu pia yeye ni rafiki wetu wa karibu. Na tumeshakuja hapa Kajiado East, siku moja tukiletwa na Peristo Biko, siku ingine tukaletwa na Mary Senator. Kwa hivyo wakati tulisikia baba yake ameenda, tukaona pia tuanze kuwatembelea. Leo tuwe hapa. Kuna wale wajumbe wa kina mama walitembelea familia hapa nyumbani, lakini siku ya leo tumekuja kwa sababu pia Mary anakuwa wetu wakati tuko na mambo kama haya, na tunampenda sana. Kwa jamii ya Masai pia mmetupatia heshima kina mama, kwa sababu mmepatia mheshimiwa Peristo Biko mura moja kamaliza, mkamuongezea ingine na hiyo ikaingia, alafu Jubilee ikampatia mheshimiwa Mary Senator. Sio ni kweli? Sio rahisi kupata wajumbe wa kina mama ya kiwango ya Peristo Biko na Mary Senator. Umeona hata tumesumbuliwa sana na akina hawa wazee wa huko bunge, wajumbe wa Nikiangalia hapa naona wazee ndio wengi. Nataka kutangaza ya kwamba hawa wazee wamekuwa wakitupiga huko bunge. Miswada ya wakina mama ni kuangusha. Kwa hivyo nataka kuongea juu ya hawa wakina mama wawili wajumbe, msiwapoteze. Kwa sababu kuwajenga wafike pale wamefika
sio kazi rahisi. Mimi nimepewa mula ya pili kwa sababu last term tulikuwa na Paris, term hii nikaongezwa. Kwa hivyo nataka kuwasihi mtafute namna na nafasi ya hawa wakina mama wajumbe wawili wakati tutafika 2022. Na kwa sababu pia najua ni marafiki ya Deputy President, asante sana Your Excellency, kwa sababu wewe ni rafiki ya karibu ya hii jamii ya Masai. Ama si rafiki wa karibu? Sisi rafiki wa karibu hatuachangi. Huko mlima Mount Kenya sisi tumesema tutatembea na serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta na naibu wake William Ruto. Na tunatembea hiyo safari, tukimalizana na BBI, sasa tutaingia hiyo ingine ya 2022. Sijui jamii ya Masai kama tunaenda safari moja. Tunaenda pamoja. Nakumbuka 2013 mlikuwa TNA. Hapa mlikuwa TNA kwa sababu mlitupatia Paris. 2017 bado tukaingia Jubilee. Hata hii ingine inakuja tunaenda safari. Na mkipiga kona tunapiga kona na nyinyi. Na ndio unaona hatumwachilii, tunatembea hapa, tutaendelea kutembea, lakini nimsalimie wakati BBI ililetwa on Monday, mimi nilisikiliza naibu wa rais vizuri sana. Sikusikia akipinga. Kuna wale pengine walifikiria atapinga. Alisema wakati wa kuzungumzia na kuzungumza na kuchangia ile ripoti imefika, na kuna nafasi, nafikiri rais wetu pia alikubali kuna nafasi ya kuzungumza na kuweka hiyo mambo. Moses amesema kama kuna pahali wa Masai hawajarifika, maneno ya shamba, maneno hiyo ya maji ambayo tunasikia mzee alikuwa anachangia sana, maneno yetu wa kina mama iwekwe hapo, ndio kama ni kuenda tuende safari moja. Kwa hivyo hakuna hii maneno ya kutengana tena. Tunakubaliana na rais, hatutaki kutengana, tunataka nchi iende pamoja. Na BBI kama ni ya BBI ni kuweka nchi pamoja, sisi tutakuwa hiyo raidi ya kwanza. Asante sana. Nakijagaina ni huko kwenda rwana kwa kwito. Nemwajigwa. Nemukonyitera mwana kyoyo. Tuhamwe na inywe. Na huko nunga ikarawe gana adwa yai. Muko jamii moja na wa Masai, si ndio? Mukae tu hivi tunakaa huko kuira kindu gya kuria, si ndio? Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Wacha nichukue nafasi hii kupatia nafasi Mheshimiwa Senator Murkomen akuje pia aomboleze na pamoja na jamii.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Paris, Excellency the Deputy President, Mheshimiwa Senator Mary Seneta, Mheshimiwa Alice Wahome, waheshimiwa wote wenye wako hapa, ma MCS, familia ya mzee wetu ambaye ametuacha, baba ya seneta wetu, pamoja na wazee, vijana na watu wa Kajiado, amjambo. Amjambo tena. Mesi Yesu. Mimi nimekuja hapa kuomboleza na familia ya Mary Seneta ambaye ni kolegu wangu huko Senate na pia ni rafiki yangu na ni mama ambaye katika uongozi wangu katika Seneti amekuwa mshauri wa karibu na amekuwa mtu mwenye amenielekeza kwa hekima. Nimekuja kusema pole, nimesikia historia ya mzee na mimi sikujua mzee in person, lakini tumejua kupitia matunda yake ambaye mmoja wao ni Senator Mary Seneta. Tumekuja kusema poleni sana kwa familia yote. Tumesikia historia ya mzee yenye ametenda, amewacha ile legacy ambaye even his great grandchildren wamekuja hapa kuongea kuhusu uzuri wake na yale ambayo ametenda kubadilisha maisha ya watu, na sio tu ya familia yake lakini pia kwa jamii. Kisikia mambo ya maji na mambo mengine ambayo ametenda, mimi nasema poleni sana, na haswa kwa dada yangu Mary Seneta na kuambia pole sana kwa niaba ya maseneta wengi sana ambao wangeweza kuwa hapa, wametuma rambirambi zao kusema pole kwako. Kwa seneti nzima wamesema poleni sana. Najua wenzangu wengine walikuona jana, wengine juzi, na leo mimi nimewakilisha katika hii mazishi. Ya pili niseme, mimi sita kusema mbele ya watu kwamba wewe ni mtu kiongozi mjaziri. Huyu mama ni ile tu, I don't want to be misogynic or what they say gender insensitive, lakini kwa culture tungesema tu ni mwanaume ambaye amevaa skirt. Yeah? Ako na msimamo, na msimamo wake anasema kwa njia ya upole, hasemi kwa kulazimisha. Na mimi nataka kutoa siri moja. Siku yenye kulikuwa na signatures zinapelekwa huko Senate ati mimi nitolewe kama majority leader, mmoja ya watu ambao waliambiwa waweke karatasi kuandika nitolewe ni Mheshimiwa Mary Senator. Lakini alikataa. Na hakukataa kwa hasira, alikataa kwa upole. Aliulizwa kwa nini wewe hutaka kwenda sasa hivi kuondoa Murkomen. Akasema kwa miaka yenye nimefika, mimi sio mtu wa kutenganisha watu, mimi ni ya kuleta watu pamoja. Akasema mtaniita ile mkutano ya kujaribu kuleta watu pamoja. Na hata paka rais akaheshimu msimamo wake, kwa sababu aliona ya kwamba huyu msimamo wake ni msimamo ya kuleta watu pamoja. And I want to say, Mary Senator, I will forever be indebted to your leadership, to your firm leadership and your desire to bring people together. Na hata wakati tulishatolewa, unajua mimi nilitolewa kiolela huko. Sasa mimi niko huko kwa backbench. Nilikuwa napanga watu, lakini sasa napanga huko nyuma. Yeah? Na mimi nasaidia also kupanga ingine kutoka huko nyuma. Even after that, urafiki yetu umeendelea na tulisaidiana kuhakikisha kwamba tumeleta Wakenya pamoja. Siku ile mliona sisi kwa Senate tuna discuss mambo ya revenue. Mary Senator, hata kama hamkuona, alikuwa anasunguka kutafuta uhusiano mzuri ya kuleta Narok, Kajiado na makaunti zingine kama Makueni ambayo walikuwa na shida ya kupoteza pesa, kupitia njia ya kunegotiate na kuongelesha watu pamoja. And I want to say your leadership credentials are respected in the Senate and you have a very great future as a leader in this country. Wakati tunatafuta viongozi ya wamama, lazima tuhakikishe kwamba kuna wamama kama Mary Senator ambao kuna msimamo ile firm ya kuweza kubadilisha nchi. Kwa hivyo mimi nashukuru sana. Mimi nimekuja hapa kwa hiyo, na familia yangu wanakujua. Even my family prayed for you and we prayed for you yesterday because ninaambiwa, bibi yangu alikuwa ananiambia ule Mary Senator ule alisimama na wewe, usijelewe, charakisha haraka tuende mapema. Hiyo ndio msimamo ambayo ni mzuri, kuwa na marafiki. Sio marafiki wanakutoroka. Unajua hii siasa iko na ukora mingi sana. Wakati wewe uko kwa ofisi kubwa, unapendwa, unaweza kuwa na pesa, unakuwa nini, uko na marafiki, hujui nani rafiki, hujui nani ndio anataka pesa yako. Ni mpaka upitie shida ambayo kama hiyo mimi nilipitia, unajua huyu ni mtu wa kusimama na ukweli, hata sio kwa sababu ya kuwa na faida. Ya mwisho, mimi nashukuru kuna dada yetu amesema hapa na hata MCA rafiki yangu amesema mambo ya BBI. BBI, nyinyi watu wa Kajiado, BBI ilianza, wakati ilianza hapo mapema, rais na naibu yake walituambia sisi watu wa Jubilee, hii kitu ni ya kuleta watu pamoja, tunatafuta wazee watembee, walete watu pamoja, So sisi tukasema kuna makosa gani kitu ya kuleta watu pamoja, ni kitu mzuri. Alafu kufika katikati tukaambiwa imebadilika, katiba lazima ibadilishwe. Sasa tukashindwa ilitoka saa ngapi kuleta watu pamoja mpaka mahali inaitwa rege ni lazima. Hiyo ndio imetuchanganya tu kidogo. Ilianza mzuri lakini ikaleta kutaka kuleta mchanganyiko. Lakini hata hivyo sisi wengine tulikuwa na nia ya kusema katiba yetu haina kitu ya kusahihisha. Tunataka kuimplement ndio isaidie watu. Lakini katiba imeandikwa imesema mtu yoyote, hata mtu mzee wa Kajiado hapa anaweza anzisha kubadilisha katiba. Akishaanzisha lazima kila Mkenya atahusika kwa kupiga hiyo kura. kwa sababu sasa BBI imeleta mchakato ya mambo ya kubadilisha katiba. Sisi hatuna budi kikatiba, lazima tuhusike kwa huo mabadiliko. Na kwa hivyo kama hatuna budi, tunaambia wale ambao walianzisha mambo ya kubadilisha katiba, tunataka sasa, kama ni ukweli tunataka kuangalia vipengele vya katiba ya kubadilisha, lazima tuketi pamoja kwa meza moja kama Wakenya na kukubaliana ni nini tunabadilisha na ni kwa faida ya nani, na ya kwamba tumepeleka kila mtu pamoja. Na mimi nataka kuelimisha nyinyi kidogo tu watu wa Kajiado. Hiyo katiba, mbali na yale mlisikia naibu rais akisema katika Bomas, kuna maswali mengine nyeti ndani ya hiyo katiba. Maswali ya mashamba na maswali ya kulinda mashamba haijazingatiwa kwa hii mabadiliko yenye inasemekana. Na watu wa hapa wako na haki pia kulete mambo haya katika meza. Kwa hiyo katiba inasema wakati tunagawa pesa, inaleta ile maneno sasa ya ugawaji wa pesa, inasema kaunti fulani izipate mingi kwa mara 3 ya kaunti fulani. Lazima tuketi chini tuangalie mambo haya. Hii katiba inaongeza 70 MPs kwa National Assembly yenye inasema itapeanwa kwa kila constituency yenye iko na watu wengi na itagawa constituencies kwa Kenya. Tunataka kujiuliza hii constituency ya Kajiado itapata ngapi na ya Elgeyo Marakwet itapata ngapi? Ndio tupelekwe tu ati ni lazima rege, ni lazima, alafu tufike huko sisi hatuna chochote, tunakuwa tu watu wa kupiga makofi na hakuna kitu huko ndani. Ama nani? Hatutaki kupumbaishwa macho ati lazima, lakini kila mtu apewe yake, aseme say 70 wa mama wangapi wataongezwa kwa Kajiado, ndio tuongeze wengine kama Mary Seneta na huyu mheshimiwa wenu wengine waongezeke hapa. Lakini tukiambiwa lazima, alafu kesho uone yote imeenda wazingishi kwa naibu wa rais, watu wa Kajiado watafanya namna gani? Si italete uhasama kati ya kaunti zingine na zingine. Sisi tumesema hakuna kitu ya lazima. Na nataka kuambia watu wetu wa ndugu zetu wa ODM, hii kulazimisha maneno ndio inaleta hasara kwa dunia hii. Hii kusema reggae must happen, sijui nini. Unajua mimi nilikuwa kwa yes na naibu wa rais alikuwa no kwa 2010. Mimi na Tinga nilikuwa na yeye yes. Nilikuwa mtihani ya mkono. So tulikuwa naenda mkutano, unasikia anasema katiba ya sasa hivi. So siku nyingine nikamwambia, na hivi vitu vile mtu anasema tusikize tuone kama tunaweza ongeza kidogo ndio tupitishe hata kama tunachelewa 3 months. Anasema bana, katiba ni sasa hivi. Lakini yote tulikuwa tunaenda tunapanga, tunasema akishakuwa president na hii katiba ya sasa hivi hata atakuwa na naibu rais yake na sisi tutakuwa katika uongozi. Kumbe yeye akalazimisha, sasa amebaki huko nje. Ile kiti ilitengeneza hiyo katiba, David President anakuja kukalia na yeye mwenyewe hata sio sub chief. Sasa saa hii anasema lazima rais akuwe mkubwa sana, akuwe na prime minister, akuwe na nini, na nobody can stop reggae. Mimi nataka kumwambia yeye uone. Utasema nobody can stop reggae, alafu huyu jamaa tena atakuwa rais, appoint watu wengine, wewe hata utakuwa sub chief kwa huko nje. Itakuwa ni hasara. Asikize maoni ya wazee ya kusema tuketi kwa meza. Mimi nataka kuomba kina Orengo na wale wengine wacheni haraka nani. Haraka mnakimbia wapi? Hii Kenya hakuna mtu wa Kenya A na Kenya B. Na hii Kenya haiendi mahali. Tuketi wote meza moja, tukubaliane, tupitishe, kwa sababu inawezekana kuwa na win-win constitution ambayo kila mmoja anajisikia yeye ni Mkenya. Ama watu wa Kajiado. Hiyo ndio sisi tunataka kusema, tusifanye Kenya yetu ikuwe ya malumbano, tukue ya Kenya ya kuketi pamoja, kufanya kazi pamoja. Na tukiwa na viongozi kama Mary Seneta, sisi huko mbele tutasimama imara, tutahakikisha ya kwamba hakuna Mkenya ataachwa nyuma na hakuna Mkenya ambaye ataambiwa aishi kwa Kenya ambaye haki yake haiwezi lindwa. Asanteni sana na Mungu awafariji. Asante sana.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Murkomen. Unajua mimi hapa saa hii nakaa kama MC vile ule Boniface alisema. Na pili, Your Excellency, juzi tulikuwa hapa na mzee mmoja wa familia alipoongea na aliongea kama ananiangalia sana. akasema, na tunaambia wanasiasa siku hiyo ya mazishi msilete siasa. Na niliona kama alikuwa ananiangalia mimi sana, so your excellency, mimi leo sitaongea siasa. Sitaongea siasa kabisa, hata BBI itiko na siku yake. Your excellency, kabla nichukue nafasi kupatia dada yangu Mheshimiwa Mary Senator akuje akualike kama rafiki wa karibu mwenye amefika hapa kuomboleza pamoja na jamii hii. Your excellency, naomba hata mimi niseme moja mbili. Your excellency, wacha nirudie tena kwamba wewe uko na urafiki na tunakuheshimu sababu ya hiyo urafiki wako na dada yetu Mary na viongozi wa hapa na wananchi wa Kajiado East na wa Kajiado County. Tafadhali tupigie Mheshimiwa Deputy Rais makofi. Ya pili, Your Excellency, itasema hivi kwamba there is something very special in you. Ile mimi ninaona, naongea kama parents. You know, your energy and your passion in whatever you do is so special. Na mimi nakuangaliaga mara mingi na ninaona mimi peke yangu ndio niko na hiyo energy na passion kama yako. Sababu hawa wananchi wanajua how I can move in the constituency from one point to another vile wewe unafanya kwa Kenya mzima. So mimi naona energy yako na passion iko kama yangu kabisa na tuko pamoja, Your Excellency. Kuna vitu mbili tatu ningetaka kukuambia, Your Excellency, na kushukuru serikali ya Jubilee kwa sababu hapa mahali tuko serikali ya Jubilee ya kitaifa, the national government, iko matunda yake hapa, iko miradi. Tuko na miradi ya National Irrigation Board, dam kama 2-3 hivi. Your Excellency, tunashukuru. Hebu pigieni makofi serikali ya kitaifa. Sababu Your Excellency, sometimes miradi ya serikali kuu huwa inapotelea na mpaka haijulikani kama ni kazi ya serikali kuu au imetoka wapi, lakini nataka kuambia wananchi tuko na miradi ya national government, particularly the dams. Tuko nazo hapa na tunashukuru sana, Your Excellency. Ya pili, Boniface alika walimu wasimame, nikakumbuka kitu ninahitaji kukueleza. The last recruitment ya juzi yenye imemalizika, Your Excellency, was not good at all for us. Haikuwa mzuri sababu ile policy imewekwa na TSC ilifungia kabisa the local children. Hatukuweza kupata wale wamepata nafasi ya kuwa recruited kama walimu. So tunaomba, Your Excellency, hiyo policy ya TSC iangaliwe, because at a place called Mashuru we had like 1,600 people coming to do the interviews, lakini hawajatoka Kajiado County. Na hapa Isinya ni hivyo hivyo. So tulipoteza nafasi ya walimu wakati huu. Tunaomba sana serikali iangalie hiyo. Your Excellency, kuna wakati, na mimi najua wewe ni rafiki mkuu wa Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, na bado wewe ndio mtu wake wa mkono wa karibu sana. Na kuna wakati tulikuwa na mazishi ya mzee Muya, tulimuomba His Excellency barabara ya Isinya Konza. It is around 30 kilometers. It is what is joining the Kajiado Namanga Road and Mombasa Road on this side. Inatokezea Konza City. Your Excellency, na alikuwa ametuahidi, naomba nikupatie huyo ujumbe umpelekee kwamba watu hawa wanangoja ile barabara ya Isinya Konza. Ya mwisho, Your Excellency, ndio nipatie dada yangu Mary nafasi. Mimi ninajua kuna ile wewe mwenyewe unaweza katufanyia, sababu Wamasai huwa wanasema kiongozi akifika mahali ni kama mvua imefika hapo. Si ni ukweli? Tunasemanga kiongozi akifika ni kama mvua imefika, sababu hapo it will never be the same again. Kuna tofauti itatokezea. Na mimi najua kuna ile tofauti wewe mwenyewe unaweza leta hapa kwa watu hawa. Your Excellency, hapa tuko na stima imepita karibu sana. Imeenda kwa wadosi wengine huku. Imeenda hapa. Lakini hawa mahasla wote hawajapata stima, Your Excellency. Hawajapata stima, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, sababu tunajua wewe ni hasla mwenzetu na tunajua unaweza ongea na mheshimiwa Keter CS na atupatie hiyo stima, hata kuja kutusaidia kufungua kwa maboma, na tutakuwa na shukrani sana, Your Excellency. Tunasema ubarikiwe dada yetu Mary. Kabla nikupe nafasi, no marejo nabage kajo poleni tomari najo merare tondayo laitoliani nile tauja kaliki nanu ana eselenge na shomo baba ile nyaenga not long ago amol karibu lari obo enele ntoiwo ne sul menyo tungani kake menye ntito na keku olmambuli sabu gotuko o homage do ni wanga, and you feel you are exposed. Kilunga yogi nininga na idi nyankolo ndogi kumok na gedira ni ndogi kumok na idi mara sata eloshikati wanga menyo tungani amoro shi menyo tungani ne solte ndito na ni nyepo gidogi menyi.
Thank you so much. Yangu ni kidogo sana. Nikisema kwamba niko na imani na Mkenya. Neno hakema na tunapenda na Grace watuko anaheshima BBI. Sisi wa Meru hiyo tabia hatuitaki. Bokoya kamutarega. Hiyo tabia ya kuya Meru ubone wa mbingwa. Bokoya kamutarega. Bokoya tabia ya kujileta hapa kuonyesha wewe ni bingwa na kama wewe ni bingwa wakati wa kura utafika hiyo wa Meru wanapoongea. Hapo watu wetu kama wana imani na BBI tena nasema ndio ametoka. Niko support BBI ya Uhuru kama anagalia Kenyatta. Na bwana mpita mmoja. Ndipo tunaona kwa tele na bwana ni
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have sat patiently and listened to everybody. We are aware of the comments made by leaders from Kirinyaga. We have seen videos from leaders of Kirinyaga purporting, Mr. Speaker, that members of the Senate are corruptible. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, and Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that you'd make a comment about this. I found in your office a letter, a message, whatever it was, signed by Kirinyaga leaders, seeking your direction that this House adopts a plenary. Mr. Speaker, those who do not know and those who know, these are interested parties in a dispute. When you're an interested party in a dispute, you do not choose the judge. You do not choose the forum. In legal parlance, we call it forum shopping. On that ground alone, I cannot support the insistence. I cannot support the insistence, Mr. Speaker, that you must go the Kirinyaga way. Because we will confirm two things. One, the members of this Senate, without exception, are subject to corruption. Number two, the members of this Senate are subject to influence. Number three, the people of Kirinyaga's views, and I'm surprised, Mr. Speaker, there is no format of seeking public participation when we are making motions. Who gave these members of this House a right to go and conduct public participation before the debate? How do we gauge who they spoke to and what they said? How do we know the ones who oppose what they said? Mr. Speaker, the argument.
Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order?
I heard Senator Mutula Jr., whom the people of Kirinyaga are waiting to hear what he says because they have a lot of respect for him, indeed say that there was a letter that said that senators are corrupt. Please table it.
There's a book, by the way, where there's a book I should prescribe for you. It's called Listening More and Talking Less. Listen, I said there's a video. That video was even posted on our WhatsApp group of a leader from Kirinyaga. I'm going to stand here and say, Mr. Speaker, that the issue of Kirinyaga pales in the shadow of the issues that Senator Dulo and Senator Wetangula are handling on the medical leasing. Have we accused them of corruption?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
The report has not been issued.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. must, Mr. Speaker, stick to the standing orders. This House, Mr. Speaker, under Standing Order 96, if you make an allegation, you must substantiate. And Mr. Speaker, it is clear from your rulings and also from the standing orders, you cannot import social media videos, newspaper cuttings, and Mr. Speaker, come and make them as, Mr. Speaker, absolute truth here. You either substantiate or you withdraw and apologize.
Yes, Senator Mutula.
There's nothing to withdraw. Please, let's ignore Senator Murkomen for a chance. Mr. Speaker, that video, if Mr. Murkomen, who is so famous for posting all sorts of things on our platform, needs substantiation, he should go to the platform. That video is on the platform. I'm not going to substantiate anything. It's there.
What's your point of order, Senator Cheriot?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Speaker, we're beginning to lose it. And it's really unfortunate if you allow this to happen. You're the Speaker, you preside over this House. If you allow the kind of exchanges, that Senator Mutula want to push and bandy around in this house, where he responds to a member and says, even if standing order number 96 demands that I substantiate, I'm not going to do it, that there is no basis for anybody rising against him. You're setting a very dangerous precedent. Senator James Orengo, Mr. Speaker, raised a very important issue, which I had hoped that perhaps you'll give us a ruling on. That for every time that people, that senators rise on points of order, they will state the particular standing order in which the member who's on the floor has violated. Senator Murkomen, in compliance with that, has set a precedent. He has given you standing order number 96, which Senator Mutula Kilonzo has violated. Instead of following in the good practice that has been set, thanks to the intervention of leader of minority, you have allowed the speaker who's on the floor to dismiss him so casually. Mr. Speaker, please do not allow this to pass. Make a determination on that point of order. Senator Mutula Kilonzo must either substantiate or withdraw as per our standing orders.
Point of order. Senator Sakaja.
Point of order. Mr. Speaker, I rarely agree with Senator Murkomen and I rarely disagree with Senator Mutula. But today, Mr. Speaker, because of the record and the rules of this House, our standing orders are not suggestions. Our standing orders cannot be taken casually, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, standing order 94, in fact, Senator Murkomen was wrong. It's not 96, it's 94. It talks about responsibility for statement of fact, Mr. Speaker. And it says, a senator shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts that the senator alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such fact instantly. Mr. Speaker, let us maintain the integrity, the credibility, and the honor of this House. If such a statement cannot be substantiated, my brother, Mutula, kindly withdraw and apologize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Order members, let us...
That same standing order says that I don't have to substantiate today, I can even do it at another session. But, Mr. Speaker, the existence of the video is something that I can produce at any time if you ask me to do so, because it's a matter of public record, and in fact, if I offer Kenyans the opportunity to send that video to me right away, they will. Mr. Speaker, allow me to proceed.
So for us to be... Okay, order members.
We can substantiate later.
Okay, for us to be consistent, yes. I will give you 24 hours
excellent.
To be able to substantiate.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
to a point of order, Senator, Leader of Majority.
Speaker, and if we follow this, Speaker, all these disruptions will not be there. Any senator may raise a point of order at any time during the speech of another senator, stating that the senator raises a point of order and that the senator shall be required to indicate the standing order upon which the point of order is based. And so, Mr. Speaker, if we are going back to beginning to embrace our own rules, Mr. Speaker, then let's begin from here. It makes your work easier, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, if you move on, Mr. Speaker, to 96, you'll find a lot about the content of our speeches and what we cannot do. But, Mr. Speaker, let's begin from where disruptions and interruptions about everything becoming a point of order by sticking to that number 93 one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Senator Mutula.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I was on my second point, and I have insisted that, and I urge members to look at the Wambora Supreme Court ruling. The Wambora Supreme Court ruling, first of all, affirmed the work that was done by Senator Murkomen then in the Wambora Committee. But more importantly, that court said that we are an appellate court. So I've urged restraint, and that's the reason, Mr. Speaker, I've said, standing here, since I have no evidence of a senator who is corrupt, Mr. Speaker, I must continue saying that Senate must continue working through its committees. I was on the floor when I was suggesting that the committee led by Senator Fatuma Dulo and the committee deputized by Senator Wetangula is dealing with a transaction worth billions and billions of shillings. Mr. Speaker, Senator Linturi, Senator Kajwang, and Senator Wamatangi were accused of very unlawful things by the owner of Ruaraka. What was the reason, Mr. Speaker? The reason was they didn't want that report to come here. We allowed that report to come here. Whatever happened to it, happened. But we defended the integrity of the senators. There's a lie down. We were offered money. And I'm talking about a lot of money. We did not, and they were intimidated. Intimidated. Four of us either agreed to the intimidation or refused, including the senator of Nakuru. They never signed the report. We signed the report, including Senator Sakaja, and they know. We have withstood intimidation. We have withstood offers for bribes. We have withstood pressure from the powers that be, state, deeper, or whatever it is. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, allow me to proceed.
Proceed, Senator.
I'm glad that Senator Murkomen agrees with me and laughs. But it's not a laughing matter. Because he knows very well that in the case of Ruaraka, for purposes of a committee, we tabled a report. He knows what happened. He knows what happened. And I will not repeat because it's on record. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, Kenyans are watching. They want to see whether we will shoot ourselves in the foot by attempting to pretend, Mr. Speaker, that either of the other produces a better result for purposes, and the ones who are saying plenary are saying that is equal justice. Senator Sakaja, who says he doesn't disagree with me, is sitting in two committees. One of COVID. We have entrusted this good gentleman together with Senator Kasanga to go around the country to collect views on our behalf. Nobody has made an allegation against them. There's a gentleman seated here, Senator Yusuf Haji, who has chaired a committee for the last 8 years. Why haven't we accused him of anything? Mr. Speaker, the reason, yes.
Do you want to be informed?
By Senator Zakaja, yes.
Of course, Mutula is my brother. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform Senator Mutula that the committee I chair and deputized by Senator Kasanga brings a report to this House every week, including today. The issue with this committee, we are saying, Mr. Speaker, is that if it rules one or another, it will not bring a report. That is the difference. That is the only difference, Mr. Speaker.
That's the problem. That's the problem of allowing some of the people who are your brothers to give you unuseful information. Mr. Speaker, it's just unuseful information for what I was saying. You're not helping. Mr. Speaker, we want to investigate and get to the bottom of this matter. This afternoon, I have this book. This book is all the impeachment records of the Senate. Why do you think it's this big, Mr. Speaker? It's because we have sat in several committees and we have something we can look up to. The reports of plenaries, including Gachagua, including the late Gachagua and including Waititu. If you want to read, you'll find nothing here. Nothing useful for the Senate. If you want to help Kirinyaga, and I'm telling you because I know, there are 4 impeachments coming. One from Western, one from Central, and some other places, Eastern, and Coast. Don't get excited because you think Kirinyaga is the magnus opus of impeachments. We are going to get much more. You will get a committee, you will get an opportunity. Lastly, let me say this. Let me finish. Allow me to finish, Mr. Speaker. Shakespeare said, though this be madness, there is a method to it. This senator has found a method to interrogate serious, intricate issues. If we walk away from such methods, which ourselves have agreed to do them, I expect all the chairpersons of committees to resign because they are both either incompetent, corrupt, and cannot deliver. Simple. Thank you. I support the committee. Thank you.
There has been a lot of conversation about why some of us who are in gaining counties are supporting losing counties. And particularly, there has been the majority whip, my friend Senator Kangata, has challenged me as to why I should not support a formula that benefits Elgeyo Marakwet when Elgeyo Marakwet are supposed to be beneficiaries. I want to say two things to Senator Kangata. Number one is that Elgeyo Marakwet people sent me to come to the Senate to fight for resources to go to Elgeyo Marakwet from national government to counties. They never asked me to come to the Senate to rob smaller counties like Samburu, Tharaka Nithi, Taita Taveta, and Tana River of their resources so that I go and brag to the people of Elgeyo Marakwet that here I've brought resources. Senator Kangata should be ashamed that his argument is that for his county to benefit, Tharaka Nithi should lose. For his county to benefit, Samburu should lose. For his county to benefit, Tana River and Taita Taveta should lose. My responsibility is to fight for more resources from national government to go to counties. That is the way Elgeyo Marakwet is going to benefit. And so when I support an equitable formula, is because even in 2016, others supported an equitable formula. Elgeyo Marakwet gained something small, other counties lost a little. I want also a formula here where Elgeyo Marakwet gains a little and then progressively moves forward without robbing Samburu, Tharaka Nithi, Taita Taveta, and Tana River, which are smaller counties just like Elgeyo Marakwet. We've been caucusing together. It is my responsibility to take that forward. Number two, it's become so, it's really shameful that in our country, patriotism and national interest has become so rare that when a leader like myself and the other 6 senators, Senator Malala, Senator Kabaka, Senator Sakaja, and now Senator Linturi, and the other senators that were gaining but stood with the losing counties. Patriotism has become so rare that when we stand for patriotism and for the unity of the country and for one nation, it's become suspicious that people are asking, what is in it? What is in it? It is the unity of the country that is at stake. It is the patriotism that is at stake. It's about fairness and equity. And as I say, injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. If we are going to be robbing small counties like Tana River, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Samburu for money to go to Elgeyo Marakwet, that injustice that's being meted in those counties is going to affect Elgeyo Marakwet tomorrow. We must leave a Senate and a country that considers fairness the basis of decision making. And so the same people who are telling me why I'm being patriotic and being fair are the same people who are telling us when you hold the public office, you must get something for yourself. You must steal money to benefit yourself. It's the same concept, it's the same mentality.
Mr. Speaker, what is happening in Nairobi, particularly the evictions, is a violation of human rights. What is happening in Nairobi in the middle of a pandemic is actually an international crime. Yeah. It's an international crime because those people are staying out in the cold. Those people are mixing with people who they don't know whether they're infected. Mr. Speaker, something is wrong with this government. God needs to find something about this government. There is something wrong about the way they treat human beings. As if this government was elected by cows and goats. Mr. Speaker, and the complaints, majority of the complaints, when I sit on this side, Mr. Speaker, I wish I was in government because the majority of the complaints are from the side where we're in government. People seated on this side, I wonder, what are we supposed to do when the majority of the people issuing complaints are sitting on the majority side?
What is the point of order, Senator?
Mr. Speaker, apart from the point of order on relevance, because I'm talking about people who are homeless, every senator in this house, whether in the government side, in fact there's no government side, majority or minority, are supposed to oversight government. So I don't know why the members in the minority are cheering when they see that even us we are oversighting and nobody complains. This is not a house of complaints, it's a house of oversight. Whether you're in Jubilee or NASA, let's oversight government.
The members...
What is your point of order? But let's not lose focus of... Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I have said over and over again, as the majority leader, this house is called Senate. It is not the government of President Uhuru Kenyatta, and it's not executive. Mr. Speaker, the Senate all over the world and Parliament all over the world, whether you are elected from the party that formed the executive or not, your responsibility is to oversight the executive. There might be cases where all of us, there will be no minority. In many, let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, in many counties, including mine, there is no minority side. Do you want to tell me that then there will be no oversight of the county governments in Elgeyo Marakwet County because everybody was elected in Jubilee? Please give us a break. We are Parliament. Everybody here has a responsibility to come and defend, Mr. Speaker, the rights of the people, because our responsibility is Parliament, is not executive.
Proceed, Senator Mutula.
You know, the statements I'm making are bitter, but to make them, for them to understand that, Mr. Speaker, that there is a reason why we are a minority and there's a reason why there's majority. Mr. Speaker, that said, there's no difference between what happened in Elgeyo Marakwet, where people were abandoned after the mudslide. There's no difference about what happened in Solai when people died. There's no difference about what's happening in Nairobi. All of it is the same line. A government that does not value human beings. It doesn't give. I've provided power to them is power. Power is sweet. It's sweeter when it's concentrated. Power corrupts. Power has corrupted. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I agree with Senator Murkomen on the point that we cannot wait for a week. Children are hungry. It's possible that nobody is going to offer any of these landless people accommodation. It's sad. Why could somebody wait for another day to do this? And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the answer must come immediately. There is nothing that prevents the Senate committee from getting PPEs tomorrow, masks, and go to Kariobangi. If we are serious about these things, we must be seen where these things are happening. Let's go and find out where the people who have been evicted, together with Senator Sakaja, where did they sleep yesterday? Where are they sleeping today? Where are they getting food? Where are the children going for their most simple, basic human dignity? To the sanitation or toilet. But lastly, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Ledama, relax. Yes, proceed.
Recently, I mentioned the book of Revelations, and Senator Ochilo Oyako told us about where this book was written. When finally judgment is written about this government, I'm telling you, only the book of Revelations is going to tell you there will be gnashing of teeth. There will be a bottomless pit for members of this government. Thank you.
Senator Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am ashamed to be in this house during this period. We are completely failing. Human beings are being terrorized, stigmatized. Mr. Speaker, sir, even during the holy month of Ramadan, I'm not a Muslim, but I sympathize with the people who are evicted. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is about time that we say no to the executive. I'm completely against the militarization of this county called Nairobi. What is happening is against the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 187 of the Constitution is very clear. It is very clear on the issue of transfer of functions. And I'm so glad that even today we suspended the debate on Kara. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, whatever is driving this move of demolition of houses, which I can only sum as commodity interest versus community interest, must come to an end. Mr. Speaker, sir, this Senate must come out very clear and tell the executive that what you're doing is evil. It is completely unabominable. These people who live in Nairobi during this period of Corona, when some of us, Mr. Speaker, sir, on a daily basis, when you look at our phones, it is empty. Because the amount of money you load and you send it to the village. What about now the people who live here? Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to request that the committee, and not only the committee, the entire Senate, and must actually come out
Order, Senator Malala, observe the social distancing, please. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, sir, they must call this government. And whatever interest, whatever drive is moving these people to abuse the human rights of these individuals who live in this county must come to an end. Mr. Speaker, sir, what I would request each and every senator, tomorrow, let us go there, let us stand with those Kenyans. They need us now. All these commodity interests will mean nothing during this coronavirus period. Let us respect the human beings.
Senator Abshiro, I'll come back. I've noted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor this, but the gross violation of rights of the people, the most vulnerable in our society at a time, cannot be gainsaid. But one of the things that I have observed is the fact that there's no consequence to violations of rights in this country. I think even if we go, we might be seen to have reacted to it, but for as long as those people go without accounting for the things they've done, the duty bearer for this is the government, the duty bearer for this is the executive, but no, be it Solai, be it other gross violations, we've not seen consequences. So how different is this going to be even if we all go there? So for me, what I think is this, Senator Sakaja, and congratulations for bringing it, we have a thematic area under social justice and human rights, even in the COVID committee. And because these people have been exposed to the COVID committee as well, perhaps we could join hands with the committee of lands where I sit and make sure that we bring the people to book and hold government accountable. Mr. Speaker, the issue is that there's never a consequence. When is this House going to achieve a situation where gross violations of our Constitution and the rights of our people actually get a consequence for the perpetrators of this? We're looking like we just want to go there, but let's see what action would ensure that people pay for these violations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since people started wearing masks, and I think they are speaking from both ends of the mouth because some sound must come from somewhere. Because, I mean, who is speaking here, really? Who is speaking here? Because by the end of the day, we are living in very interesting times. The moment COVID came, and there is no official opposition, then you are hearing what Mao Zedong calls contradiction in the womb of the people. The people around here are the ones who are complaining. So I think we must also legislate, maybe in the future, that you should always have an official opposition, so that government must not speak, against itself. Mr. Speaker,
what's your point of order, Senator Orengo?
Mr.
Order.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, the senator for Senator Maura cannot get away with this. He's living in an age which is gone. The official opposition existed at a time when we had a parliamentary system. We now have a presidential system where the Senate as a chamber is a distinct organ of government. So the minority and the majority are supposed to put the government of the day in check. The executive is not in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, in fact, Senator Maura used to belong, when we had a parliamentary system, used to associate with the official opposition. But when we came to the presidential system, he, for very good reasons, left the party that he used to support, and I agreed with him because there was no longer an official opposition, there was only a minority and a majority and no executive in the chamber. So is it right to say there's no official opposition when I know he has been serving that role quite well? When the issues with Kiambu came here, he took a stand. Absolutely. He took a very strong stand, and he was being cheered out in the streets there. I saw Senator Maura for the first time being carried shoulder high. I tell you. And he seemed to enjoy it. I've never seen him dance, but I saw him dance in front of Parliament. I tell you. And continue doing that because you are part of the organ for oversight and putting the executive to book.
Senator Maura, proceed.
Thank you very much. You know, my senior and elder, Senator James Orengo, who I have admired since my childhood, has actually elucidated very well the role that we are supposed to play as a parliament. But you see, if you look at Socrates, when he was criticizing, Plato, in terms of in his Republic, he talks about the rule of law that is, executed by the elite as just the justice of a band of robbers. And that is what we are seeing here in Kariobangi. Because if the rule of law requires that you should execute property and secure them and the contract, whose property is this that is being secured during a global pandemic, Mr. Speaker? Where is the security of the person that you fear not to be killed when you are walking in the streets of Nairobi? But, the other day we had Governor Sonko saying he didn't know what he signed. I think I saw Senator Sakaja there also. So I'm also surprised. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when you are directing where this statement should go, it should not go to COVID-19 because it's go back to Sakaja, Senator Sakaja. Because by the end of the day, we must also know what we are supposed to. You made your bed, sleep on it.
What's your point of order, Senator Sakaja?
Mr. Speaker, it seems as if a certain spirit, I'm not sure if it's holy, has descended upon Senator Maura. But Mr. Speaker, for the record of the House, which is this place where he says he saw me? I have not attended any signing of any transfer, unless he thinks I look like someone. But Mr. Speaker, in fact, one member currently in the House is better placed to say who was in that function. But Mr. Speaker, I was not there. My sentiments on the transfer we made in this House, and I still stand by those sentiments. But we're talking about the people of Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, may he substantiate or withdraw that allegation?
I think let us make progress. Senator Professor Ongeri.
Mr. Speaker, the reason I'm saying that is because for the record of this House, if what he's saying, which is not factually true, stays on the record, 10, 20, 30 years from now, somebody will assume that what he has said, which is manifestly wrong, is actually what happened, which is not true, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Senator Maura, you want to clarify whether you are sure of what you are saying or withdraw?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm very sure that Senator Sakaja supports the best interests of Nairobi County. And I stand with him in ensuring that we as a House, that we stand with the people of Kariobangi and we must defend them. To the extent that maybe a caricature of himself may have appeared to have been in the signing ceremony, I stand guided.
It is a very straightforward question. Are you sure that you saw him or you're not sure, so that you withdraw and we make progress? It's as simple as that.
Mr. Speaker, you were present in the signing ceremony, so I stand guided by who was actually present that time.
As far as I know, he was not there, if that is what you want me to say. So
I stand guided, Mr. Speaker.
Withdraw. I have not asked him to be guided.
Yeah,
whether withdraw or substantiate. You don't just, this is not real market.
Yeah.
You come and say matters of fact.
Senator Maura, can you either substantiate or withdraw?
Mr. Speaker, may Senator Sakaja not lose his cool. He's known to be a sober debater. And to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, you have confirmed he was not there, I withdraw and support him in Kariobangi South and tell him to remain sober.
A honest Kenya going forward. Your Excellency, we must be able to put our views on the ground. It starts, Your Excellency, with who mobilized the people who came to this podium. Because if this podium is going to be used to lecture the people and give other people views, we must, Your Excellency, come out and speak our voices. And so there is no way I will be told, as a leader in this country, I will be expected to sanitize politics in this nation, and our voices are not going to be heard when we speak here. Just hold on. Just hold on. And therefore, Your Excellency, I want to say this. As leaders who have come here to seek for national unity, as leaders, Your Excellency, who have come here to say that this is not about politics of exclusion of other people. I demand the right to be heard. And I demand the right for my views to be heard in the Republic of Kenya, like every other citizen of this republic.
Wananchi watukufu, harambee, harambee. Tuwe na heshima, rais wetu yuko hapa. Mimi naona BBI itapita, lakini mpeni mtu huyu nafasi. Please give him time. Wacha yeye aseme yake na sisi tufanye yetu. Asante sana.
So, Your Excellency, thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think it's in maximum respect of the nation we want to build that, Your Excellency, we came here from all shades of political opinion. And that, Your Excellency, I want to appreciate the leadership you provided in this process. Because I was among the first and among the people who are very skeptical about this process. And Your Excellency, when I read yesterday the report, when you explained to us in State House, when I went down and sat, I slept at 4 in the morning reading the 156-page document. Your Excellency, I must say to Senator Haji, Senator Haji and your team, I'm very proud of you, Mzee. Because contrary to the skeptical positions we had, we are beginning to have a conversation on how to sanitize our politics. Your Excellency, starts by what Governor Joe said, being able to listen to every view, being able to give opportunity, even that Rendile, Your Excellency, who may never be the President of Kenya or may never be the Prime Minister, should have an opportunity to have a message to speak to the nation. Number 2, Your Excellency, being the majority leader in the Senate, we in the Senate will stand for strengthening of devolution and sending resources to the grassroots. We, Your Excellency, will stand for ensuring that the devolution and centers of business are taken to grassroots so that young people at the local level get an opportunity to do business. Your Excellency, we will prioritize not the positions for the big boys, but for the opportunities for the young people, for the tea farmer, for the coffee farmer, Your Excellency, for every citizen of this republic to have an opportunity. And I want to say, I dare say, if it was not for your leadership, Your Excellency, I come from one of the smallest communities in Elgeyo Marakwet County, and one of the smallest communities in Kalenjin community. But Your Excellency, because of your leadership, I am proud to say I'm the majority leader in the Senate. We want a nation tomorrow where Arendile will say, I am proud to be the President of the Republic of Kenya. We want a nation tomorrow that the mobilization and the ethnic mobilization of politics is a thing of the past. And that's why we are here. And I want to promise this gathering and the people of Kenya that this document will come back to us. We in the Senate, we in the National Assembly, we at the grassroots must be able to sit down and tell ourselves frankly, Junet, that a conversation of this nation cannot be clustered to form political alliances that are skewed to presenting other people to be anti-this and pro-this. God bless Kenya and God bless this republic.
I have another point. I'm closing to the end. Invest. Mchaga imalizane na wewe. Ya Dubai itakuwa on sale. Ya Malidi itakuwa ishauzwa. Na hoteli but you never invested in. Learn from Shelby. She not be reputable leaders coming from the family. Right. Invest not only for your children, but most importantly, in your children. Most of our challenges in this life are coming from the how we do our parenting. Wazee narudi kwenu tena. I know you. Kwa sababu ya ile masaa unaondoka na ile unarudi. Graduate amewekwa miba na makaga. Hata si unaenda na gari, unajaza fare expect. Do you know why? That is her hero. Na kutoka ile nyumba amekuja mpaka mahali amefika, hakuna mtu mwingine amemappreciate. So much. Nataka kuomba kwa sababu
gracious Father, we thank you so much for the gifts, the offering.
Ndona itaba ya kire igireirwo na muiretu yokomete ada ikona mithiire miruda menya kona tiutha makito
Deputy President.
Teach others. Umekuja nayo. You may be given 1 hour in a hotel. But vile umegobanisha kila mtu. Waiter na hapana hivyo ndio mnaibia watu. Weka hapa. Wakagobanisha tena na sasa the Bible says in Revelations, go ye back to your first love. I want to ask President Uhuru Kenyatta, go back to your first manifesto, save your people first. And I'm saying this with utmost respect because of what? Utalazimisha hii BBI because nimeona Raila saizi amesimama akasema saa hii tu 1 hour ago akaulizwa swali, bishops jana wamesema tukae kwa consensus, tukubaliane kwa hii kitu, tuondoe vitu ambayo ni mbaya ndio tusifanye elections, tupike tu kura bila campaigns. Akasema hiyo ni maoni yao na hiyo ni shauri yao, sisi tutaendelea na yetu, wao wafanye campaign yao, tutafanya yetu. I want to ask with utmost respect His Excellency the President Kenyatta, return the river to its course. Let Kenya come back to its senses. Let us reason with one another. Na tuanzie kwanza mwananchi wa kawaida. And I'm saying this to President Uhuru Kenyatta because Raila Odinga ni mtu wako street, sio hata sub chief, lakini amechanganyisha serikali. Ikaa chini tuheshimu maoni ya kila mtu. Na vile Tiga anasema leo watu wa kanisa wakae hapo akishauri yao, we cannot say shauri yao to our clergy. They are the people who pray for our nation. Maoni yao iangaliwe, maoni ya mkulima ya GMR iangaliwe, maoni ya mkulima wa kawaida ama hasra ya kawaida iangaliwe, so that we build a consensus on how to take Kenya forward. Kila mtu hapa saa hii uko kwa uongozi na kwa serikali anasema tu BBI ni lazima. Mabishops jana wa Catholic waliketi chini wakauliza swali ya maana sana. Wakasema inawezekana kweli kufanya campaign ya BBI na referendum wakati watu wengi wanakufa kwa COVID? Wakauliza is it the right thing to do? Saa hii tumeambiwa jana hakuna pesa ya NHIF italipia mtu akilazwa hospitali kwa mambo ya COVID. Lakini iko 14 billion ya kufanya BBI. Sio ni wazimu ama ni kurogwa? Because really where are our priorities as a country? Watu wetu wanakufa, watu hawana pesa ya kufanyia biashara. That our bishops, our Catholic bishops yesterday waliuliza maswali rahisi na ngumu, that in the midst of a pandemic we are prioritizing BBI over the lives of Kenyans. Yakuwa leo we can't afford ICU beds and even bed capacity in our public hospitals, but our priorities as leaders are elsewhere. Na Mheshimiwa Murkomen ameuliza hapa ni wazimu ama ni kurogwa?
Excellency, just to find a way of telling His Excellency that kama BBI will be sold and marketed by the Right Honorable Raila Odinga in the manner in which he's delivering his message, in the manner in which he's giving ultimatums, from tsunami, from nobody can stop reggae, from you must board the train. We will not board the train if the plight of farmers, majani chai, if the plight of coffee farmers, if the plight of borders, if the language does not change. Your Excellency, even in marketing, you need somebody with PR bana. Hii kitu ya kulazimisha kila mtu ati ni lazima tukunywe kama panado na kibishu pia akaingizwa kwa hiyo box. This government belongs to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and yourself.
Wewe Raila Odinga tunakuelezea, bishop wanakuelezea, hii punda umekalia pale mbele kuna malaika na ako na panga. Sisi ndo kuelezea kama wanasiasa kwamba hii ugali ambayo uliwekelea kwa jiko ni sawa, ulikuwa unataka kupika ugali. Lakini ugali maji yakishinda unga, yakizidi unga tutapata uji. Lakini hii sasa ugali yako unga umesidi maji, na sisi tunakwambia ongezea maji, unakataa kuongezea maji. Haitakuwa uji, haitakuwa ugali, tutaangamia sisi wote pamoja. So simple tunakuuliza, sisi tumesema haya yote, kanisa imekuuliza, why do you want to spend 16 billion when you cannot give your people mask? What is priority? Kama watu watakuwa na mask, watakufa kwa ugonjwa wa corona. Kama hakutakuwa na madawa hospitali, watu watakufa kwa corona. So they are only asking you, weka vitu vile inatakikana, not upside down. Tunatoka tusome hii Biblia ni sawa, na tuko na nafasi hata ya kupigia kura wakati ya kura ambayo ijayo. If it is a must that you have to vote for this referendum, why don't you then bring it alongside the elections? But we can do that and we save 14 billion, kwa sababu the same 14 billion itatumika kwa the national elections. Kuna hii mahesabu yote, kwa hii haraka ni ya kwenda wapi? What will be the problem?
I hear those who are saying we've had 2 years and there is no more time for views. And they are saying that why are people giving views now? Why are all these stakeholders giving views now when we had a whole 2 years? But that question can also be asked in reverse. How did we end up with a document that has so many gaps after a whole 2 years, that so many people have issues with it? The church has issues with it, Parliament has issues with it, pastoralists have issues with it, women have very serious issues with it, persons with disabilities have very issues with it, have many issues with it. How did we end up with a document with so many issues after a whole 2 years? That is the question that needs to be asked. So as you ask why people are giving views now, you should ask yourselves why we have a document that has so many gaps and so many people have issues with it. And therein you will find the solution, that the only way out left is for us to sit down in a consensus manner so that we can harmonize these issues and take the country forward.
That we should refuse to be divided. I want to ask Kenyans that we should resist the division that is being forced on us, that there must be those who support and there must be those who oppose. There are people who want to push us to a divisive referendum for their own selfish reasons. They are not interested in the unity of the country. They are not even interested in the constitutional process. They are interested in a political scheme to divide the country for purposes of 2022, and we must refuse. Kwa sababu ukiona hii inasukumwa sana, ati lazima kuwe hakuna mazungumzo, maoni ya kanisa sio ya maana, maoni ya bunge sio ya maana, maoni ya kina mama sio ya maana, wanatuambia maoni eti ya persons with disability haina maana, ni kwa sababu kuna watu wanataka kusukuma referendum yenye iko na watu wa kupinga na kuunga, ndio tuwe na mgawanyiko, ndio watumie hiyo mgawanyiko kutupeleka katika siasa ya migawanyiko kule 2022. Na hiyo kama Wakenya tukatae. Inawezekana tuketi chini, tukubaliane, tutembee pamoja, hakuna haja ya mgawanyiko. Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ni mtu nimemjua kwa zaidi ya miaka 20, na ni mtu kiongozi ambaye anasikiza na anaheshimu maoni ya viongozi wenzake, na vile vile zaidi anaheshimu kanisa. Na sababu hiyo mimi nataka niwahakikishie yale mambo mengi yamesemwa kwa mambo ya BBI. Viongozi wafugaji wamesema mambo yao. Viongozi wa wakulima wamesema mambo yao. Serikali za kaunti wametoa mapendekezo. Bunge za kaunti wametoa mapendekezo. Viongozi wa dini wametoa mapendekezo. Bunge la kitaifa limetoa mapendekezo. Bunge la Senate wametoa mapendekezo. Haya mapendekezo yote yaliyotolewa na stakeholders hawa wote, kwa sababu namjua rais kwamba ni mtu wa kusikia, na sisi kama serikali ya Jubilee tunatambua mambo ya wananchi na zaidi tunaheshimu kanisa. Haya mambo yote tutayachukulia, kwa sababu hata wakati rais alisema jana, alitambua ya kwamba kuna mjadala mkubwa kwa mambo ya BBI, na kati ya hiyo mjadala ningependa pia kuwauliza Wakenya, kwa sababu janga la corona iko kati yetu, and the corona pandemic is real. Very many people are now dying. We have a serious problem of COVID-19 in Kenya, and we must stop to ask ourselves, are we doing enough to protect citizens of this country? Beds are now full. People cannot access oxygen. People are in dire straits. The economy of our country is seriously affected. We must step back and ask ourselves whether this is the moment for us to engage in what we are engaging, or for us to commit every available resource in managing the coronavirus so that we can save lives, we can save businesses, and we can take the country forward.
Mheshimiwa Waziri Mkuu Raila Amolo Odinga ambaye ni baba. Asante sana. Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka ambaye alikuwa Vice President hapo awali. Viongozi wenzangu na wananchi wa Pwani, amjambo. Yangu itakuwa machache baba. Baba wetu Raila Odinga, tunafurahi leo. Sisi tumefurahi leo kwa sababu ya kwanza, leo kwa Pwani itakumbukwa kwa historia ya Kenya kwamba katika safari ya BBI tumeweza kuzika ile uhasama ya kusema us versus them, and Kenya will work together without any sides in this Republic of Kenya. Ukiona Murkomen ako hapa, ni dhihirisho ya wazi na ya kwamba Kenya imeshikana pamoja kwenda mbele pamoja. Baba, kuna wengine wamesema hapa ati kuna conditions, kusema lazima ufanye hii. Condition ya maana kwa BBI ni lazima ukue Mkenya. Na tunataka kusema ya kwamba mimi nilipokuwa kijana mdogo nilifanya kazi na Yash Palkai Commission. Tulikuja hapa, nilienda hapo Likoni, tukachukua maoni ya kusema historical injustices in Pwani must be sorted. I think I want to address this republic, and particularly those who are standing on this side of the podium. The people of Kenya, through Ndungu report, through Yash Palkai, through ile inaitwa Krikla Commission, through Truth and Justice Commission, Wapwani aswa wamesema we want our problems now to be sorted, not to be written in books gathering dust in Nairobi. Na kama kiongozi wenu moja
Mimi nitasimama pale Nairobi nikiwa mkiongozi wa Senate kusema kuongea na kuandika imetosha. Time has come that we must sort the problems that are affecting the people of Kenya. Because I ask myself one question, baba wetu Raila Odinga. Mimi najiuliza swali moja. Wakati sisi viongozi tunakuja hapa, tunaambia wananchi kuna shida ya kuandikwa kazi, kuna shida ya kutengamana, kuna shida ya historical injustice. Who is supposed to solve these problems? Any other rally that we will have, I want us as leaders to come back with a report card and tell the people of Kenya, this is what we have done and this is what we will do in the next few years. In other parts of the world, mimi nimesoma mpaka Amerika. Ukitaka kufanya rally kwa Amerika huwezi fanya mchana, watu wamejaa hivi. Kwa sababu vijana wote wako kwa kazini. Ukitaka ufanye rally unafanya usiku. I want a Kenya where if you call a rally during the day nobody will come kwa sababu kila mtu ameandikwa kazi kama kijana. Kwa hivyo mimi sitaki kusema mengi. Mimi nataka kukumbusha wa Kenya ile safari ya us versus them imeishia hapa. Sisi wote tuko ndani ya BBI. Mungu awabariki, asanteni sana.
Mheshimiwa Murkomen, ile ya kusema ni referendum au no referendum?
Wacha niseme. Mheshimiwa Joho ambaye ni 001 rafiki yangu.
Referendum au no?
Referendum. Wacha niseme hiyo, asante sana Joho. Yale tumependekeza watu wa Pwani, ikiwa pamoja na kuwa na Prime Minister na Deputy Prime Minister, lazima Kenya iende referendum. Ya pili Joe, ndio uelewe usikie vizuri sana Joe. Sisi watu wa Rift Valley mzima, sisi watu wa Pwani ndio tulikuwa nguzo ya devolution 1963 kupitia KADU. Sisi ndio tulikuwa nguzo ya parliamentary system. Kwa sababu Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na Moses Kuria na Waiguru ambao ni ndugu zetu kutoka hiyo region wamekubali sasa mambo ya Prime Minister. Hakuna kitu itazuia Kenya kuwa na Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister na viongozi wote, na lazima tuende referendum ndio Wakenya wajipatie viongozi ambao wanataka kuwaunganisha pamoja.
Asante.
Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Asante.
Unapitisha ripoti yako, alafu unakuja mkutano kama huu unatoa masharti. Lazima tuende referendum. Lazima tufanye hii. Lazima wewe unalazimisha nani na ripoti ni yako. Sisi tunaketi tuchini tunasema kuna mahali nataka referendum, tupeleke hiyo referendum. Kuna mahali nasema andika watoto kazi, tuandike kazi. Kuna mahali nasema tukuze uchumi. Ama namna gani kabisa? Ili nchi yetu tusianze kuchukua ripoti ambayo ilikuwa ni ya uwiano na umoja tukaanza kutoa masharti. Na kama wewe ulikuwa unatafuta kiti fulani ndani huko na hujapata, kuwa mtu mwaminifu ambaye anaamini Mungu, tangaza, sema hii ripoti ya BBI nimeanguka, haina mambo yangu ndani, na waomba nyinyi tubadilishe tena, tuanze tena ripoti ile. Ndio tukwambie leo maoni yako si mbaya, lakini ngojea tumalize na wananchi wa kawaida, tutakuja hiyo yako tukutafutie kazi baadaye. Mimi nashukuru mzee Yusuf Haji, Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa sababu aliteua kundi hilo, jopo hilo, kuhakikisha ya kwamba mambo ya mwananchi wa kawaida imezingatiwa. Mambo mingi sana hapo inasema lazima tukuze uchumi wetu, lazima tutafutie kazi watoto wetu, lazima tuhakikishe wanabiashara wa biashara ndogo wamepewa nafasi kufanya biashara na wapewe pesa ya kufanyia hiyo biashara na serikali, na wasikuziwe any tax for 7 years ili kuhakikisha kwamba biashara zao zimekuzwa. Inasema ya kwamba mambo ya ukulima yetu lazima tuzingatie, kuhakikisha kwamba chai, majani, kama ni mahindi, kama ni miwa imezingatiwa ili kurevive ile factory zetu za nyumbani. Kwa hivyo wale ambao hawajasoma msome kwanza, kwa sababu mambo hayo hayahitaji kupitisha sheria. Inahitaji sasa serikali kuketi chini tena kuangalia ile manifesto ya Jubilee, waone ni gani tayari tunatekeleza, ni gani kwa cabinet tunaweza kutwist kidogo kuhakikisha vijana wetu wamepata kazi, watu wetu wamefanya biashara na uchumi wetu umekuwa. Lakini tukiwa sisi ambao tuko katika siasa, kila wakati ripoti kama hiyo ikikuja, kwa sababu hatujafurahia yale yako ndani, tunachukua sasa mpira kutoka uwanja ambao unasaidia mwananchi wa kawaida, tunataka kupeleka katika ule uwanja wa kutafutia kazi mabwenyenyi na wale wanaitwa big boys. Itakuwa ni makosa kubwa sana kwa mwananchi wa kawaida.
Gatia ya milele. Tunaomba hayo kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu. Bwana awe nanyi. Awabariki Mungu Mwenyezi, Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Nendeni na amani, misa imekwisha.
Kwa sababu sisi lazima tukue kitu kimoja. Tumetoka juzi kwa ripoti ya BBI. Hata kama mliona kulikuwa na nini, hiyo ilikuwa kidogo, hakuna shida hapo. Unajua Junet ilikuwa mara yake ya kwanza kusimamia program. Sasa akaona wacha atumie hii kujichunga kwa upande wake sana. Mimi nilikuwa natetea pia upande wangu wapate nafasi kusema kitu kimoja. Sio namna hiyo. Lakini kitu ya maana zaidi ni kusema namna hiyo ripoti ya BBI father ni mzuri zaidi kwa mambo mengi inayokuza mwananchi wa kawaida. Na mimi naomba tusome wote, kwa sababu inaongea kuhusu kutafutia kazi vijana wetu, inaongea kuhusu kufanya Kenya ikuwe kitu kimoja, inaongea kuhusu kuweka pesa kwa wanabiashara ndogo ndogo waweze kufanya biashara na wasipigwe koti kwa miaka 7 mpaka biashara zao zikuwe juu. Tukiimplement hiyo report, mtu wa chini wa kawaida, ule hasla wa kawaida atapata nafasi kwa mtu kwa taifa letu. Na sisi kuko bunge tukishikana minority majority side, tunawahakikishia watu wa Bondo kama vile niwahakikisha wa Elgeyo Marakwet na wale nilikuwa nao huko Central jana, ya kwamba sisi wote tutashikana kama kitu kimoja mpaka mwananchi apate ile yenye alikuwa anataka. Na kama kuna kitu iko hapo ndani, na mimi naona watu wengine tu wanaongea kando huko, lakini baba hajasema. Baba akisema kuna kitu Yusuf Haji alisahau hapo, kama ni ofisi, kama ni kazi, kama ni nini, na aseme tunataka kuongeza, hakuna makosa. Mimi sina shida kama Murkomen, tunaenda kukaa meza tunaongeza hiyo, ili tusilumbane kama wananchi pamoja. Ama namna gani jameni? Mtukubalie nafasi tuende tukae pamoja. Tukishamaliza kama ni ya kuleta kwa mwananchi, tunaleta mpaka hapa Bondo, ili kila mmoja wetu apate nafasi.
Mimi sitaki tena siasa kwenda mbele fadha, ile watu wanapigana, wanalumbana, wanatusiana, wanaitana majina, kwa sababu unaweza jua kesho itakuwa namna gani. Ama namna gani? Si 2007 William Ruto alikuwa anazunguka hapa akikampenia baba. Ukweli ama sio kweli? Si mimi siku hiyo nilikuwa mtu ya mkono ya baba hapa chini ya moyo. Sijui mnajua, hata nyinyi mnajua. Sasa tukianza kulumbana hapa na kesho, unajuaje kesho? Tukae na kesho. Lazima tupande ya leo na tupange ya nini? Kwa sababu Faruka kuniambia hii mpango vizuri, nimekuja na kitu kidogo, lakini mimi nikiitwa na kujanga vizuri.
Wametuimbia na kutufanya sisi kusikia huru. Kwa hivyo mimi sitaki kusema mengi, nitapatia Marika, na kabla sijapatia Marika wacha nipeane donation yangu. Nimewaletea shilingi 1500. Kwa hivyo watu ya Bondo, tukirudi huko Kalenjin tuambie nini? Tuambie Tamge. Watu ya Bondo na sisi tuko pamoja. Na mimi nikitoka hapa nitaenda kwa Tinga nikule lunch, tulikuwa tumesema na wewe. Ndio ni mzuri. Na Mungu awabariki, sitaki kusema mengi. Huyu ni Marika mtu ya Kibira. Na yeye anasema pia aleta kitu huko Bondo. Nimeambia wacha kupeleka Kibira peke yake, leta kitu Bondo. Utapokea yake kidogo kutoka huko Kibira. Wacha aseme tumuite kitu.
Sasa lazima tuleta donation kidogo tuhakikishe kanisa imejengwa. Si ni kweli? Mimi nawashukuru sana na tunataka next time tukikuja tukipita nje tunakuja tunaabudu pamoja. Tunashukuru Mungu pamoja kwa afya na kwa kila kitu. Si ni kweli? Jambo la mwisho ndasema ni nataka muombe sana kwa sababu Disemba tunajua ni mwezi ya majanga mingi. Si ni kweli? Tuombe accidents, tuombe ugonjwa, tuombe kila kitu. Hii Disemba isikuwe kama hizo zingine. Haya, nawashukuru sana na mchango yangu ni kidogo ya 50,000. Alafu ndakaribisha mheshimiwa wetu Murkomen. Asanteni sana.
BBI ni mzuri sana. Kararan BBI cherarene bakwangu. Ile kitu tumependa tukiwa senators ni kwamba resources ya county itakuwa kati ya 35 to 50%. Mimi ndio uno ya mejo hata.
Mambo ya BBI tunaiunga mkono vile ilivyo 100%. Iwe itapitishwa kwa bunge tunaiunga mkono. Iwe itapitishwa kwa referendum vile ilivyo tunaunga mkono. Ile kitu tungependa kuuliza wale viongozi katika chama cha ODM ambao wamesema kwamba wanataka ni lazima twende referendum. Hakuna kitu tunagombania. Waseme ni nini wanataka kwa referendum, tukubaliane, tuone kama nchi iko na pesa, twende referendum. Kabla hatujaenda referendum, tunataka kuhakikisha kwamba bei ya mahindi imekuwa ni sawa sawa. Tuhakikishe bei ya maziwa imekuwa sawa sawa. Tuhakikishe bei ya majani chai na kahawa na maslahi ya mkulima na mwalimu na mwanafunzi na mfanyabiashara wa Kenya amefanya biashara sawa, ndio sasa tuseme ile pesa imebaki tuende naye referendum.
Hapo kwa Bomas kulikuwa na ukora. Matiang'i alitakikana kwenda Pokot, kwenda kuangalia watu wamekufa 52. Akakuja hapa akakuja kupika selfie kwa airstrip hapa. Akapiga selfie kwa hapo na kusema ati ndege haiwezi fika West Pokot. Kumbe alikuwa anaenda kupanga watu wa kunipigia kelele huko Bomas. Kaenda kupanga kwa hapo, amekaa huko tangu siku hiyo mpaka saa hii hajarudi West Pokot. Bado anasema ati weather sio mzuri, watu 52 wamekufa, wizara ni yake na hajarudi hapa. Yeye anajua tu Kiingereza ya kupanga makelele na kulipa brokers wa Nairobi kutupigia kelele. Kama BBI report yenye hii watu wanasema tupitishe ni hii, nataka tupitishe hata kesho asubuhi, kwa sababu hiyo report ni sawa. Hiyo report inasema wale cartels wameshikilia mahindi, wameshikilia chai, wameshikilia kahawa, wameshikilia mambo ya sukari, waondolewe ili mwananchi apate pesa yake directly kwa gao. Hiyo report inasema vijana ambao hawana kazi watafutiwe kazi. na tuweze tukakuwa na factories ndio andike watu kazi. Hiyo ripoti inasema wanabiashara wa biashara ndogo ndogo wapewe pesa ya kuanzisha biashara na wasitozwe koti for 7 years. Sio ripoti mzuri ama sio mzuri?
Mimi niliwaambia hapo awali, hii maneno ya siasa hakuna haja ya kusumbuana nayo na hakuna haja ya kuwa na pressure. Sasa hii BBI walirukaruka handshake sijui nini, mwisho hiyo report ni nini mpya iko kwa hiyo report ambayo hatujawahi kuona? Hakuna. Ile kitu ingine Mheshimiwa Murkomen ilikosa kwa BBI. BBI ilikosa kurudisha sanctity ya title deed. Mahali imefika ati minister anasema title deed is a mere paper. BBI ilifanya makosa. Haikurudisha sanctity ya a government LPO or LSO.
Senator Kangata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm only opposing this motion for only one reason, not two, which is, once we pass this motion or this amendment, Mandera County is going to lose today 245 million. Kwale County is going to lose today 177 million. Wajir County is going to lose 175 million today, not tomorrow, not next year. Marsabit County is going to lose 156 million, not tomorrow, today. Kilifi County, Kilifi, my brothers in Coast, you are going to lose today 153 million. Mombasa County, you are going to lose today, not tomorrow, 135 million.
Where are your mask?
Narok County, Mr. Speaker.
Where are your mask?
Narok County. Narok County is going to lose 130 million. The seconder of this motion is telling the people of Narok, I want to lose 130 million today, not tomorrow. It's not tomorrow. In Makueni County is saying, I want to lose 107 million today, not tomorrow. Murang'a County, they want to make Murang'a County to lose 15 million today, not tomorrow. I wish, by the way, you agree to my motion, which was proposed in at least 2 years. Surely, I'm sure Makueni people where you are seated, you want money to build their hospitals. Your budget is going to be disrupted.
What's the point of order, Senator
if this
Dulo?
motion passes today.
Order.
The people of Narok, you are going to lose.
Senator Kangata, it's a point of order. And let it be a point of order. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, is Senator Kangata right in misleading Kenyans? Because when he's talking of losing in comparison to what, he needs to explain that. Thank you.
Senator Kangata.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay,
Mr. Speaker,
there's another point of order.
Allow me to finish.
Senator.
There's a habit, and you know, Fatuma Dulo, Senator, is the deputy leader of the majority. He has stood up on a point of order. She has stood up on a point of order. Now, what was the basis of that point of order? I mean, it was an argument. Yeah, it was an argument. And this is why I'm pleading. Actually, I'm pleading that we allow everybody to say what they have to say, and then we proceed.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, sir, we had so many amendments to this motion. This is the only motion or amendment that is going to make senators to lose money today after we pass it. I wish, by the way, you pass my motion, which was giving 2 years grace period. But now, this one passes. Narok, the second of this motion, you lose money today, not tomorrow, not next year. I don't understand. Makueni loses money immediately we pass this one. It means the people of Makueni are going to lose resources, which would have gone to build hospitals today, which would have gone to assist the people of Makueni today, not tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, sir, I better even prefer Sakaja's motion than this one. I swear, if I was, because now for the first time, Murang'a County is going to lose. The move of this motion wants to make Murang'a people lose 15 million today, not tomorrow. If I was to be told, can you choose this one and Sakaja, I would go with Sakaja. But this one, Makueni brother, you're being told to lose money today. This one, by the way, I better go back. I better go back to Sakaja, but not dare touch this one. Unless you want the people of these counties which are listed here to lose money today, not tomorrow. Thank you.
Senator Murkomen, what's your point of order? We said we minimize points of order so that we're able to contribute. Okay. Yes, you are not on mic.
No point of order.
Mr. Speaker, you know I rarely, if ever, stand on frivolous points of order. Part 17 of our standing orders are about rules of debate. I've had 3 senators now. I think Senator Kangata, Senator Cherargei, and others shouting, when passing their point. I know it's an emotive issue, Mr. Speaker, but would you just advise members, because Mr. Speaker, many times your volume is conversely proportional to the point you're making.
Order,
Mr.
Senator.
Speaker, they're just raising emotions for no reason. We have rules of decorum.
Order, Senator Sakaja. Order. What is your point of order? Huh? What's your point of order?
Of course, you know the point. Volume and sense don't many times go together. Add the strength of your debate. Mr. Speaker, kindly just moderate the House, because Kenyans are watching. It's an emotive issue, and you're raising emotions for no reason. And many points that Kangata said I agree with, but I don't agree with some. That doesn't mean I need to shout him down. So please, Mr. Speaker, we need decorum in this House. This is a House that Kenyans are looking up to, Mr. Speaker.
No, but order. Let me say this.
I'll finish.
You cannot control somebody's volume, and people have made differently. There are people who will whisper, there are people who will talk differently. Those are personal human attributes that continue, Senator Murkomen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I want to say...
In the meantime, Senator Ochila Yako from the outer...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, I want to say I support the amendment of Senator Linturi. And Mr. Speaker, my support is necessitated by the spirit of give and take, because, Mr. Speaker, the ideal position would have been to go with the amendment of Senator Sakaja as it is, but because, Mr. Speaker, some counties wanted to start earning, Mr. Speaker, higher allocation based on the new formula, and that we needed to mitigate the losses that the other counties were getting, Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment. Mr. Speaker, the promise of developmental devolution, Mr. Speaker, in our constitution is based on equitable distribution of resources. Devolution, Mr. Speaker, was to bring the areas that were called ASAL areas, Mr. Speaker, back to the center. Devolution, Mr. Speaker, was supposed to stop this idea that when one left Lodwar, Mr. Speaker, to come to Nairobi, they usually used to say, I am leaving Lodwar to go to Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution wanted to create an environment where Wajir County, Tana River, Mr. Speaker, someone in Hola, Mr. Speaker, someone who is in Mwabingu, Mr. Speaker, in Taita Taveta, or someone, Mr. Speaker, who is taught in Elgeyo Marakwet County, would feel, Mr. Speaker, that they are part and parcel of the country called Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I wish the debate about, Mr. Speaker, allocation of resources was being done somewhere in Wajir County, or in Garissa, Mr. Speaker, or in Tana River, or somewhere, Mr. Speaker, in Samburu. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that we are doing it in Nairobi, very beautiful place and its environs. And there is a reason why Nairobi has the highest population, Mr. Speaker. There is a reason why Kiambu has the highest population. There is a reason why Uasin Gishu has the highest population. There is a reason why Mombasa has a high population, Mr. Speaker. The reason being that these are areas that are greater promise because the government from colonial times invested in these areas. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution, through devolution, wanted to open up new areas of development, Mr. Speaker, so that in future the population of Isiolo will increase, Mr. Speaker, because opportunities have been created in Isiolo. Mr. Speaker, I have been asked many questions about why I support, Mr. Speaker, this motion and why Elgeyo Marakwet is gaining money. And I'm opposed, Mr. Speaker, to a formula that makes the other counties lose 2 billion. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate what I said already to the public. The people of Elgeyo Marakwet sent me to the Senate, not, Mr. Speaker, to fight for resources with my fellow counties, Mr. Speaker. It was not so that I can go back to them and tell them, behold, I have brought you money that was meant for Tana River. I have brought you money that was meant for Taita Taveta. I have brought you money that was meant for Isiolo or Samburu, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the primary responsibility of this House under Article 96 should be to fight for greater allocation to the county governments, Mr. Speaker, so that then the cake that goes to the county government is higher, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there has also been this argument that has been presented that insofar as devolution is concerned, the people who are in higher population areas are the ones who raise more money. That's not true. Mr. Speaker, Mombasa County perhaps generates higher revenue to this country than, Mr. Speaker, many of the counties that are boasting of higher population. Narok County, which was supposed to lose under the Kibiru's formula and the committee formula, Mr. Speaker, almost $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, generates more money through Masai Mara, Mr. Speaker. And yet we want to sit here and say we want to deprive the people of Taita Taveta, despite the fact that Savo National Park feeds the national, Mr. Speaker, treasury a lot of resources. That's why I stand here to say, because injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere, it's my responsibility to exercise my duty as a national patriot that, Mr. Speaker, if more money have to go to Elgeyo Marakwet County, it should not be at the expense of our sister counties that are missing development. And if national government really loves Elgeyo Marakwet County, why give us 300 million and steal from us Aurora and Kimwarer Dam of 63 billion, Mr. Speaker? And, Mr. Speaker, marginalize that county because the argument has always been it's a smaller county, we should not give them bigger development. If national government want to show their love for Elgeyo Marakwet County, let them implement Aurora and Kimwarer Dam. Mr. Speaker, I support.
In the country, when Kenya was at crossroad, it is the religious leaders who are firm, and particularly the few of them who are so firm to speak the truth to power that changed Kenya. And I want to say, without fear of contradiction, if you call yourself a religious leader, you are our bishops, our pastors, our what? I know because I'm privy to that. I know some reverend bishops who are speaking truth to President Uhuru Kenyatta and Deputy President William Ruto. And they are telling them to the face, if you want Kenya to remain a united country, the two of you must lock yourself in a house and speak and talk like you used to talk before. And na tusiposema hivyo, we will be lying to each other, you know. And I really wish, I don't know why today we didn't invite media, I should have invited them. We need to tell them to the face that the health of this nation is determined on good relationship of leaders at the top. And if the leaders at the top are wrangling, they bring those problems to wananchi wa kawaida. Sasa saizi watu wanakuwa tear gas kwa kanisa. Why? Because of differences of 2 or 3 people up there. We must sort out the problems that are in this country. And that if we are going to speak the truth, we must sit down and you, our religious leaders, Bishop Kimuyu uko hapa, na our reverends uko hapa, when you get a moment to speak to the president, to the deputy president, to the former prime minister, tell them the goodness of this nation, the health of this nation, the prosperity of this nation is for leaders at the top to sit down and speak to each other in a way that shows tremendous respect. Ndio mkisema kwa huko juu tusameane, ikuwe ni msamaha. Kikine tango Sunday school. Kila mwaminyo etap kat, nyocho na jal chule kwa sanyi, na misi nyocho kwa sebu nyembe nyawa kanas. Manya etap kat nyo ni mwaregla, dele na matun maanam tanyon, kashala na atke agamila kwa yenyi, nyawa kat ngo shala take. Sige nyor wulweti, you know, sige nyor wulweti kore wataina. I'm a Christian. I'm first of all a Christian before I become a politician. My responsibility as a leader is to help this country move forward. That is why Rotana Kwangala Kariya Waka Mama Wara Omo Kalabayana Kalamakunejan spirit never fear. Kukunejan never love and self-control. Yes. Is that not biblical? So the reason why we must sort our country is because anamoro wala kuna na vas kidogo back to Nairobi wale chin a connected why and Jamie kidogo ki connected ja to le to koroni ni wota ina. Another cut Makenya committed Chimatungla Kapsawar, Alep, or Tochi Robiek to go over Alekana. Nesut and the Kenya Globotikile tie, Kuchok Chimbayeni, or Guru, we have a president, a Quavichapa deputy, a Mamisino Gunu Masharti. Yes. Hello, why you are man well? I think a Guavati Momimi, you got Tom Marane, Kuturum Wolba, Mombasa, the Guru. So, I'm just Samok. Miss Savarino Petting about 2022. Lakini kabla hatujaenda 2022 hiyo, sisi watu wa Jubilee make pledges kwa people of Kenya that we want to unite our country. And we will do everything possible to ensure that our country is united. Kacha magi kama president yesterday, kila ngalaga biyoita apkat nene. Lakini tege mereka torta nyende kidogo tengwa karam, kutuchutke karam. Se tege sugumane kidogo ba maglo. Sega mwanyo karam ula wechai. Ne kya ko chamu tichi agicha makosa yi ke tabishi mun ageso tangaleju su Kenya tai lot kumari yo dio ke putin otherwise to tabishi kwa yenya le ba ke siye reverend mewar makoni ye spirit of fear. There were people like Bishop Muge. Those are the people who spoke, and that's why this country is there. Angata Bishop Timbo chonga ta chiriyo ite cha chonga longo president angalo chini deputy albeti wona akona kama wasi yo nini relax klasima ke bor yere akolo kwa kona chile light ke ka kishen le ko fix our country so what time ya pili momi yo beti cha chile viongozi wa Jubilee. President Uhuru Kenyatta ni president yetu achachi kibe chile alto chini bito ko Kenya la kwara chichi kukwama ne jabayo ne batalanyanda kulaka wona kulaka wajere tutakwama na yeye na kuhakikisha kwamba the manifesto ya Jubilee imekuwa implemented siku Kenya wata ya tatu momi hakuna siku, and I want to say in Kiswahili so that there are some good people huko wataniripoti here ya kwamba we will not fight with President Uhuru Kenyatta. If somebody is trying to set us up as leaders from Rift Valley or supporters of William Ruto to compete with President Uhuru Kenyatta, we want to tell you, you are dead wrong. We will not compete with President Uhuru Kenyatta. We recognize President Uhuru Kenyatta as the President of the Republic of Kenya for the remaining 22 months. Yes. And there is no reason for us to compete with the President because he's not a presidential candidate in 2022. Ile competitor wetu tunajua. Si tunajua ni nani. Kagile jaba President mengete, nenyu urchinyoge glabati wotaina. Inam gla nyanam kel so kuitu nyine memugo glabati gla siguru chika to nyone wanya kagile jar. Mateje ba wanja, mamin batir nyo mere jay mare nyir. Mateje nyile wanja ba kire jangale jokle likin kituwa Kenya tai. Kala or wala na amere wala ba kasinda kan kuchinya wini ka kora yin 22 months. Mamera ko tione gle ke pato be jayone suku choita weri nyina ga bana. Na bija ba mali boga nya centralori. Java was rice namna hiyo kumija pamoja kupeti beretu skreche yete loko sala yete kupeti koro kota mara more work sike micha yigmi sike iti chamba yiga itanen class magebe shero ngomna ngo ujaziri ya atara lenyane mawaziri wenye wako hapa.
Mimi nashukuru mzee Yusuf Haji, Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa sababu aliteua kundi hilo jopo hilo kuhakikisha ya kwamba mambo ya mwananchi wa kawaida imezingatiwa. Mambo mengi sana hapo inasema lazima tukuze uchumi wetu, lazima tutafutie kazi watoto wetu, lazima tuhakikishe wa biashara ndogo ndogo wamepewa nafasi kufanya biashara na wapewe pesa ya kufanyia hiyo biashara na serikali, na wasikuziwe any tax for 7 years ili kuhakikisha kwamba biashara zao zimekuzwa. Inasema ya kwamba mambo ya ukulima yetu lazima tuzingatie, kuhakikisha kwamba chai, majani, kama ni mahindi, kama ni miwa imezingatiwa ili kurevive ile factory zetu za nyumbani. Kwa hivyo wale ambao hawajasoma msome kwanza, kwa sababu mambo hayo hayahitaji kupitisha sheria. Inahitaji sasa serikali kuketi chini tena kuangalia ile manifesto ya Jubilee, waone ni gani tayari tunatekeleza, ni gani kwa cabinet tunaweza kutwist kidogo kuhakikisha vijana wetu wamepata kazi, watu wetu wamefanya biashara na uchumi wetu umekua. Lakini tukiwa sisi ambao tuko katika siasa, kila wakati ripoti kama hiyo ikikuja, kwa sababu hatujafurahia yale yako ndani, Tunachukua sasa mpira kutoka uwanja ambao unasaidia mwananchi wa kawaida, tunataka kupeleka katika ule uwanja wa kutafutia kazi mabwenyenyi na wale wanaitwa big boys. Itakuwa ni makosa kubwa sana kwa mwananchi wa kawaida.
Watu wa Meru amjambo. Watu wa Meru, Bwana asifiwe. Mimi nimekuja hapa leo kwa sababu sisi hapa tumekuja pamoja kuungana na nyinyi watu wa Mount Kenya region kusema ya kwamba Kenya yetu lazima isonge mbele. Kabla sijasema chochote, kwa sababu mimi ndio majority leader ya Jubilee, ninataka kushukuru watu wa Mount Kenya kwa kusimama na Uhuru na Ruto mpaka wakatengeneza serikali. Na kama sisi tunataka kupanga BBI yenye iko na ukweli, lazima tuanze kwa kukubali kwamba watu wa Mount Kenya wakiungana na watu wa Kenya kwingine walichagua Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, na yeye sio kifaranga ya kompyuta. Tusipoambiana ukweli anzie hapo, kwa sababu watu wengine wanasema Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alikimbia mwenyewe kama mchawi. Lazima tuanze na ukweli ndio taifa letu iweze ikasonga mbele. Shida kubwa sana ya siasa ya Kenya ni utapeli na kutafuta njia ya kudanganyana. Mimi nataka kuomba wanasiasa wenzangu hapa, tukitaka kuunganisha Kenya, tuache utapeli, kila mmoja apate nafasi ya kusema ile anataka kusema kwa Kenya. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru angeweza kufanya mimi kuwa majority leader kama nyinyi amngechukua yeye kuwa rais. Na wale wanasema tuheshimu rais, heshimu rais na heshimu pia naibu wa rais, heshimu chama chake na uheshimu umoja. Na mimi nimefurahi leo, asanteni sana. Mimi nimefurahi leo ile matusi watu wamekuwa wakitusi naibu wa rais haijaletwa kwa hii mkutano ya hapa. Hiyo ndio inafaa sasa BBI ianze kutoka hapo kwenda mbele. Ya pili, nataka kusema namna hii. Watu wa Kenya, sisi viongozi wenye tuko hapa tulichaguliwa 2017 kusuluhisha shida ya Wakenya ya mambo ya majani, mambo ya kahawa, mambo ya maziwa, mambo ya miraa. Sasa tuache uongo ya kuja kuambia raia ati tutashughulikia hiyo kupitia BBI. Tumepewa pesa tutengeneze maendeleo kwa Kenya kwanza. Kama sisi tumepewa jukumu, waziri wa agriculture yako hapa, tusidanganye wananchi ati kwamba tungojee BBI tubadilishe Kenya. Tubadilishe Kenya kwa ile mkataba tulikubaliana, tunataka kubadilisha taifa. Kwa hivyo sisi ni namna hiyo, tunataka kujenga taifa letu kama kitu kimoja, na tunataka kuacha siasa ya utapeli. Tunataka nchi iungane, na Mungu awabariki. Asanteni sana and God bless you.
Is everybody ready? Okay. Thank you very much, members of the press and fellow Kenyans. This afternoon marks yet again that great opportunity as the people of Kenya to continue the journey of defending our democracy. Shakespeare once said that something is rotten in the state of Denmark, and nothing describes that situation than the situation we find ourselves in at the moment. But you know, in the same play, the response was that heaven will intervene. You are all aware that there is a story in the media, yet to be confirmed, that there was a purported Jubilee PG today, which PG suggested changes in leadership and to remove the majority leader, which is myself, and the majority whip, Senator Susan Kihika. And we would like to state as follows. Number one, that there was no invitation that was extended to any of us, especially 22 Jubilee senators whom we've been caucusing from yesterday to this morning. When we saw the story in the media, there was no invitation extended to us for a meeting whose objective is to remove the majority leader and the whip. Number two, we have caucused as Jubilee senators. We are the majority, and at the moment, together with one PDR member, we are 35. And out of 35 of us, the standing orders of the Senate, Standing Order 19, makes it abundantly clear that you must get the majority of the senators present in the meeting and voting to remove the majority leader or the whip. And in this case, the majority leader and the whip. There must be 18 senators who are available to vote and remove us. The Jubilee, the majority side today in the Senate is composed of 35 senators. Those 35 senators, out of the 35 senators, 11 only were reportedly attended that meeting. They were also joined by colleagues from KANU, and there is a purported coalition agreement. Now let's make it clear. Article 32 of the Jubilee Party Constitution provides that for you to form a coalition, there must be one, a NEC meeting to decide that a coalition should be formed with any party. For this matter, it's purported that there's a coalition with KANU. Number two, you must appoint a coalition negotiation committee. I sit in the NEC with Senator Susan Kihika, and we've never met for the last 3 years. No meeting took place to pass a resolution to have a coalition agreement with the KANU party. And therefore, the purported argument that KANU would have participated within the precincts of the law, and particularly the Standing Order 19, in voting us out, or a KANU member being voted to be a leader in Jubilee, that is preposterous, that is laughable, that is the biggest joke you can have in this part of the town. So we've been told, purportedly, a senator of KANU was elected to become majority leader. Assuming even that you admitted the 3 senators of KANU to be part of the Jubilee family, with elected 34 Jubilee senators and 1 PDR, assuming they were part of it, then it means they needed 20 senators to be able to remove us. As a matter of fact, the 22 of us who are there, meaning that the highest number they would get was 16. You have seen a purported statement from State House communicated by a spokesperson. We want to make it clearly that State House is not Jubilee Party headquarters. State House is a place of honor. It's a place that welcomes all political parties. It's a symbol of national unity, not parochial, divisive politics. So we must treat that communication with the contempt it deserves, because the spokesperson of State House should be speaking about the country and the presidency, not the Jubilee Party leader. The Jubilee Party leader has his spokesperson in the Jubilee headquarters in Thika Road. But State House is a place of honor, place of leadership, place where the communication that comes here is the one that unites the country. So, for that matter, you've seen that communication purporting that there were 20 senators in State House. That's not true. And in fact, because they didn't get the right numbers, there is a chopper currently stationed in Kilifi, looking for a senator in Kilifi. There is a chopper currently stationed in Hola, looking for a senator from Tana River. There is a chopper that is stationed in Marsabit, looking for a senator in Marsabit. And there is another chopper that is stationed in Samburu, looking for the senator of Samburu. Because why? They lied to the public that they were in a meeting in State House with those senators, But those senators, out of their volition, say they will not participate in divisive politics, and they didn't want to attend any meeting that was reported from the press without proper invitation for the members to be able to attend. Now, therefore, where is the way forward? Number one, the decision to remove myself and Senator Kiika as majority leader and majority whip is therefore null and void for want of vote procedure and for failure to keep with the constitution of the Jubilee, the standing orders, and the laws of Kenya and the constitution of Kenya. Number two, we'll be awaiting for the communication of the Speaker tomorrow. We have written to the Speaker, the 22 of us have written to the Speaker to tell him in uncertain terms that we never participated in that meeting, and therefore there is no way they would be able to get the purported 20 senators, because we are not 42. We are only, at most, even if you included Kanu, we are only 38. So the most they would get after the 22 is 16. Now, what is the way forward for the country as a nation? A lot of attack has been directed on some of us for speaking the truth and speaking the truth. And the Bible says that ye shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Today we are gathered here to let you know that the truth is that there was no meeting of Jubilee. There was no meeting to remove us. The meeting did not have the number of people they are purporting that they had to remove us. And therefore we will proceed to perform our responsibilities and duties with honor that was bestowed upon us by the people of Kenya and the fellow senators of Jubilee. To President Uhuru Kenyatta, I want to tell him that we have maximum respect on President Uhuru Kenyatta. We don't harbor any grudge against him. We do not understand where the anger comes from that is being directed to us. We do not want to blame him, but we want to tell him that God called him into position of leadership at such a time as this. And Your Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, we have served with you. I know you very well. I know your strengths. I know your weaknesses. And I want to say that we will continue praying for you, because the world at the moment is facing a serious pandemic that has affected the economy of this country. There are so many jobless people now because of this pandemic. There are so many Kenyans, hustlers, who do not have food. Our conversation, Your Excellency, should not be about Murkomen. It should be about that hustler in Mukuru Kwanjenga, the one who was removed in Kariobanki. The focus of the country, as we speak at the moment, should be about the people who need our services more than about ourselves removing ourselves here and saying, Mr. This should get a job, Mr. This should get another job. We will not relent in putting our focus on those issues. We'll continue raising issues that are affecting our country. We'll continue pushing for the future of this country. Luckily, with God's grace, as you can see, we are just, if you were to compare the day with our political life, we are just at 8 o'clock in the morning. We have a long way. I think politically, we want to wish the president well, because it's at 4 o'clock, maybe approaching 5. And therefore, we do not want to have a quarrel with the president. We want to focus on supporting him so that it reaches 7 o'clock and his political lifespan comes to an end. He will have a legacy to show the people of Kenya. It cannot be that the legacy of the president is wrangles within Jubilee. Lastly, we want to ask the president that please help us. Let us support this thing called handshake. If it's uniting everybody, start at home. There is no way you can preach the gospel to the Gentiles when the Jews have not been converted. So it must start from Jerusalem, like the Bible says. And your Jerusalem is Jubilee. And we are ready. We've been waiting for that moment that we can be able to have a sitting as Jubilee and we move forward. I want to tell Kenyans that if the situation continues, as it is at the moment, where all government resources is directed, and energy and time is directed as fighting one individual and all the people who support him. We have wasted already 3 years fighting the deputy president. Why don't we salvage the remaining 2 years to look for unity and build a country? So it is sad that as a country we don't have one elder, we don't have one bishop, we don't have one leader who can approach the president and calm him and tell him, let's work together and work with your people and put your country together. So for the sake of the nation, I want to tell the president, please, the Bible says again in Revelations, and Paul, and it's written to the church of Ephesus, that please go back to your first love, retrace your steps, reorganize the country, and not about chaos, but about uniting everybody to find a space to move forward. Kwa hivyo ndawachia kabla sijawachia dada yangu Susan aseme machache, mimi nataka niwaambie ya kwamba tumekubaliana kama wana Jubilee 22 kati ya wale ambao ni wana Jubilee 35 ya kwamba wale ambao hatukuhudhuria hiyo mkutano, ambao mkutano hatukuitwa na hatukuambiwa kuna agenda ya kutoa mtu yoyote, sisi maseneta 22 tumeandikia spika wa seneti tukaambia ya kwamba hatukuhudhuria mkutano wowote na hatutasupport chochote ambayo ya kuondoa watu. Tunaomba serikali ya Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta azingatie wakati huu, wakati tunapambana na janga la corona, azingatie umoja wa taifa, atafute uhusiano mzuri na naibu wake, tushikane sisi kama taifa, tutafutie wananchi ambao ni wale ambao walala hoi wapate kitu ya kula na wapate kazi ya kufanya. Tusitumie wakati mkubwa sana kupambana na kuondoa Murkomen, kuondoa Susan Kihika ambaye sisi sasa wote tuko hapa tukisema hivyo. Na mwishowe tunasema please, Your Excellency, we cannot lead our country through forgery. Please don't forge signatures of our colleagues. They have said no, let the no be no. Let's remove these resources of the 4 choppers that were sent to Kilifi and Hola and Marsabit and Samburu should be used. Instead, those resources should be used to deal with welfare of citizens of this republic, which has been hampered by this corona. We are ready and available to extend a hand of friendship all the time to anybody who feels like they are attacking us. We are not bitter. I speak for myself. I am not bitter. I hold no grudge. I forgive everybody who is attempting to plan anything against me. And as the Bible says, no evil shall prevail. Asanteni sana. Now let me allow Senator Kihika to say a few, and I keep my social distance.
Thank you to the members of the press. I will also be quite brief because our leader of majority here has spoken quite a bit. So I will try not to repeat too much what has been said. Very clearly, we read actually in the media that there had been a meeting purportedly of Jubilee senators at State House and that they purported to have replaced leadership in the Senate. I want to be very clear because unfortunately it seems as though this country is heading to the dogs. And I'll say that because it seems as though whenever anything is done, there seems to be no use or reason to follow the law. It's very clear the way you remove a majority leader or a majority whip based on our standing orders. We are sure and we know, and I would want you, and I want to challenge you members of the press, I want to challenge you to also be digging for information. I want to ask you to also find out how many senators, that should not be that difficult to do, how many senators were in that, in State House in the morning. Yeah. One, we saw a statement released by the spokesperson. The statement is not even attaching any names of those senators who were there. I want to challenge you, ask them, where are the photos? Where is the list of senators? Because ni network ya wakora. What they are doing is actually forging signatures. I can tell you for sure they had 11 senators from Jubilee in that State House this morning. Second, it is a requirement that there is a notice of invitation for the meeting, for the PG. That was not done. Second, the agenda must be very clear, so we were not aware of what that was. We were not invited. And third, they did not have enough senators to be able to purport to do what they did. Now, Jubilee senators are 34, we can add the one for PDR to 35. So at a minimum, they should have had 18 senators to do what they purport to have done. They had 11. Now, once again, they purport to have a coalition agreement with KANU, and it's been stated here very clearly. Under Article 32 of the Jubilee Constitution, NEC should have met to endorse that coalition. We are both members of NEC. There has not been a meeting in 3 years. And second, after NEC met, there should have been a negotiating committee. That was not done. So we must stop running the party as though it is family property. We must stop running the party as a one-man show. It is a party that has organs that must be respected and whose work must be carried out properly. So that was not done. So in the wildest of our dreams, like I said, since the country is going to the dogs, let us assume there was a coalition of KANU. Even if there was a coalition of KANU, KANU only has 3 senators in the Senate. So that would bring their number to our numbers to 38. With 38, Standing Order 19 requires over 50% to be able to remove the majority leader or the majority whip. So now, they must have had 20 senators in that State House this morning, if really they did it properly. But I can tell you, we were all together, the 22 who did not attend. We were all together through technology this morning. And I also want to take the opportunity to thank the 22 senators who did not give in to the intimidation that has been going on this morning. We, like you heard, right now as we speak, they have choppers roaming in Hola, in Samburu, in Marsabit, and in Kilifi, trying to bring those senators so they can sign. And that is the reason. And I challenge you, that is the reason you have not seen a list of the purported 19 senators, because I've had their 19. You have not seen the list because they are trying to cook signatures or trying to intimidate the senators coming in to sign. In fact, I've seen some of the nominated ones being told, if you don't sign, we shall take away your nomination. And like somebody said, these are not things that you just do that way, and we must follow the law. So what we are saying, going forward, it is null and void whatever they purport to have done this morning. And in fact, I'm very saddened. I wish the president was busy uniting the country. I wish the president was helping us as Kenyans with the issues of corona, so that we can make sure people have food, people have the necessary medical resources that are needed, so that we can move the country forward. I am saddened that at this point in time, when we are sitting as a country trying to figure this pandemic out, that we are having issues of division in State House, of all places in this country. But what we are saying is we shall proceed with our work. I will continue as the majority whip, and Senator Murkomen will continue as the majority leader. And if they want to remove us, it is okay. But they need to do it properly, follow the law, follow the guidelines, and use the standing orders to do so, and have the proper numbers. So anyway, I finish by still again thanking the 22 senators who have remained firm despite a lot of intimidation today. And we thank you for being here with us this afternoon. And I would also say it's just really an unfortunate time to be doing all this. But here we are. We shall not cower. We are unbowed, and we shall continue to serve in our capacities until we are properly removed, if they need to do so.
Why don't we take questions in future? Yeah?
Who are these 22 senators?
We have given you the list of the 22 senators. We have shared with you the list of the 22 senators as written to the Speaker. So you have the letter.
Senator, how do we also separate whatever you're saying from how...
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for affording me this opportunity. I am here to update you on the situation of Mau. I know this is a subject that has been in public domain for the last few months, and or the last 1 year, because even if there was a lull, there was a break, this is an issue that has been in our conversation for almost the last 1 year, but everybody knows it's been here for decades. Today, I want just to update you on what's been happening and what's our position. I'm here in my capacity as a chair of a caucus of members of parliament who come from the Rift Valley, and of course in my individual capacity as the majority leader in the Senate. And a person also, I need to define my interest. And actually a son of a squatter, someone who has gone through what the people in Mau have been subjected to.
First, I want to say that it should be known to the Republic that the Jubilee administration was founded on a foundation that was about bringing Kenyans together after the post-election violence of 2007-2008 and the evictions that became so emotive in both Embobut Forest, where I was one of the people evicted, and in Mau Forest. And President Uhuru Kenyatta and the Deputy President William Ruto had intense conversations that led to them coming together and forming a political coalition whose objective was to bring Kenyans together and solve problems that the people of Kenya were going through, including the Mau question. It also should be known that after 2013 elections, before the elections, something very significant, but which looked so simple and small that time, happened. On November 25th of 2009, President Uhuru Kenyatta, then the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, presided over a very important fundraiser to support the families and victims of evictions in Mau. And in that very important function, where I was at that point in time, I was just a lecturer in the university, sat behind there. President Uhuru Kenyatta made a statement which is profound, that even if we want to protect the future, you cannot destroy the present. And that became a motto and a policy that was carried over to government when President Uhuru Kenyatta was elected in 2013. We had consultations about how to resettle the people of Embobut, which partly some were resettled, others not succeed. I say so because I was in the task force before I was elected that was looking into the issues of the people of Embobut. And thereafter, some people also were settled in the Mau situation, some were not. And then, of course, you know what happened to the settlement of the post-election violence victims. Prior to the 2017 elections, there was calm, nothing was happening. In fact, it was agreed in the Jubilee administration that there is a word called eviction does not exist in the dictionary and the vocabulary of Jubilee administration. After these elections, last year, there was an attempt to evict people from Mau. I visited there, many leaders visited there, and I believe that that eviction was stopped because it was realized that it was a personal agenda of the cabinet secretary. Recently, you were told that there was a 60 days notice given for people to be evicted from their settlements in Mau Narok, which is actually a trust land. And we were also told that schools were not going to be opened by none other than a cabinet secretary and a regional commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you officially here that that is not the government position. That is not President Uhuru Kenyatta's position. That is not the government of Kenya position. That was a personal position of Keriako Tobiko and the RC Natembea. The truth is that the government of Kenya, led by President Uhuru Kenyatta, has not tabled in its own cabinet a decision on how to resettle the people in Narok South in the Mau Trust land. The truth also is that the cabinet has not made a decision on eviction of anybody, neither does the government of Kenya believe, under the Jubilee administration, that citizens should be evicted. The cabinet has not made a decision on banning of houses. And that, again, is not in the vocabulary of Jubilee administration, because a government that bans its citizens' houses is a government that wants to entrench violence. And that government does not exist in the Republic of Kenya under the leadership of President Uhuru Kenyatta. The truth is this. President Uhuru Kenyatta is an honest man. He's a person of integrity. He's a man who would like to lead this country into prosperity and unity and peace. And therefore, he did not order Keriako Tobiko to carry out the purported evictions that he wanted to do. Neither did he tell the RC to do so. So I want to tell the people of Kenya and the people who live in Narok South that ignore the purported 60 days orders, ignore the orders to block schools. There is no such orders. What Parliament should proceed to do is to summon CS Keriako Tobiko to tell the entire nation where he got the orders to purporting to evict people from Mau. Number two, I want to say that the government of Kenya knows what to do when they want to move people from their legitimate land. The Constitution and the laws provide for processes of compulsory acquisition. And when the time comes for government of Kenya to have a conversation with its own citizens in Mau Narok, they will have that conversation, and that conversation will be mutual. And it will be agreed whether the people will move, where they will move to, and what will happen to their schools. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it is the government of Kenya under President Uhuru Kenyatta that built 15 schools in the areas in question. And therefore, any other conversation you hear people saying the government has not done this, the government has not done that, we as leaders, including myself, have called out Keriako Tobiko and Atembea for carrying out illegalities against the Constitution and against the position of the government of Kenya. In fact, I dare say that Keriako Tobiko should be called out for insubordinating the president and carrying out processes that are not been approved by the government of Kenya. And therefore, when we stand here and speak, I do not wish anyone to try to ask why is Murkomen contradict the government. Keriako Tobiko and Atembea are not the government. We are the government. And the government position is clear that there shall be no brutalities, no evictions, no burning of houses, no closing of schools, until a time that this government of Kenya will have a conversation with its own citizens on whether or not they should surrender their legitimate properties that they bought, whether they have allotment letters, whether they have title deeds, or whether they have nothing. It is the responsibility of the government of Kenya to make sure that their citizens are settled properly in the right place. Lastly, there have been political talk by political neophytes, characters who have no legitimate political representation of our people. People who pretend to speak on behalf of President Uhuru Kenyatta have been around telling citizens of this country that President Kenyatta is a tribal president. I heard another one trying to say President Kenyatta is doing well, helping his own community. He went to Muthurwa and somewhere to go and help the people of that area because President Kenyatta cares about his tribe, and trying to insinuate that Deputy President William Ruto should also go and help his own tribe. I want to tell them they are doing disservice to President Uhuru Kenyatta by pretending to be his friends. And indeed, they are not friends of President Uhuru Kenyatta. President Uhuru Kenyatta is the president of the Republic of Kenya and is the president of all tribes. He is the president of all communities. He is the president of the people in Mau. He is the president of the people of Mombasa, of people of Homa Bay, people of Embobut, people of Turkana. Deputy President William Ruto is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. He is not a deputy president of Kalenjin. So the point should go out to these busybodies to let them know that the government of Kenya understands their political schemes, their plan. They move from one office to another, trying to incite public officers to tell them to purport to carry out evictions. In fact, Honorable Kutunya and others should be investigated. Their role in collusion with Cabinet Secretary Keriako Tobiko, where they hatched this plot to attempt to evict our people, in their desperate political script to try to paint that there is a government led by President Uhuru Kenyatta and there is a government led by Deputy President William Ruto. There is no such government. There is only one government of Kenya, and President Uhuru Kenyatta cares about the children in Mau just like he cares about children in Mombasa, in Kericho, in Elgeyo Marakwet, in Nyeri, in Kiambu. He is the legitimately elected president of the Republic of Kenya. That is all I want to say. And maybe in conclusion, just to add that yesterday some excited policemen arrested our colleague Johanna Ngeno
and MCAs from Narok when they were going to perform their constitutional duties, visiting their constituents. When the MCAs were on their way to visit their constituents and to assess the situation of the schools and everything else, they were arrested by some excited policemen on orders of some other, perhaps, political functionaries. The truth of the matter is that they have those gentlemen have not committed any crime. They have not violated any law. They ought to be released, and I have reports that they are on their way home. They need to be released immediately because there is no basis for charging them. The Director of Public Prosecution never gave any orders to anybody for anyone to be arrested or to be charged in a court of law. And I'm happily informed that our colleagues are on their way home this afternoon without any charges preferred on them. But such behavior should not be repeated because this is not our position as the government of Kenya.
It has been, the 60-day notice was given, the evictions have started, and President Uhuru
Okay, this is a statement this afternoon by members of parliament in support of peace and reconciliation, from building bridges to opening of wounds. Yesterday's public statement by Director of Criminal Investigations, George Kinoti, is yet another installment of the zealous antics staged purely for cheap publicity to anchor partisan political narratives and fuel divisive agendas. This ugly charade started immediately after 2017 elections through an overhyped campaign of vindictive profiling and selective prosecution, pretending to be waging a war on corruption. Yet to date, there has been no progress and no light shed on any of the dramatic allegations used to justify destructive crackdowns. What has instead become clear is that Kinoti's mission was a campaign of ethnic and political vendetta aimed at eliminating officers from the public service on account of mistaken and misplaced perceived affiliations and replacing them with acceptable homeboys or home guards, if you will. It was also calculated at profiling the deputy president as corrupt in furtherance of political sabotage. Despite the unorthodox method employed targeting a host of qualified public servants who got their jobs on merit, no case has successfully been prosecuted in court. Instead, those behind this scheme have quietly been trying to negotiate with those they illegally and unfairly removed from office, with sweeteners of paying them off to drop the cases. The next dramatic installment was to coerce, harass, and intimidate members of parliament who were seen to lean towards the deputy president. Trumped up, unfounded, and fake allegations were made against them solely to make them change their political stand. During this period, and to make them surrender to the unknown political forces, security personnel of some of the legislators were withdrawn. When this did not yield as much result as expected, a new scheme was hatched to remove them from parliamentary committees. The MPs were coerced and beaten into voting to support violently corrupt and tyrannical illegitimate changes to House committees and leadership at both the Senate and at the National Assembly. As per the well-known practice, Kinoti was eagerly deployed by his masters to announce the commencement of investigations and the assembling of evidence as the basis for prosecuting leaders for various trumped-up offenses. Yet this was only cover-up for his deplorable errands at the behest of sinister political masters. As usual, there has been no further progress of public information on those cases ever since the objective of violently overthrowing parliamentary leadership was achieved. Kinoti and his masters are back in town once again. This time round, with the announcement of the opening of investigations into the post-election violence, the PEV, which took place between late 2007 and early 2008. In so doing, they conveniently and selectively focused their attention to some incidents, areas, and victims. It is clear that Kinoti and his masters only wish to cynically exploit the terrible traumas of PEV to anchor a diabolical and divisive political agenda, distract public attention from his paymasters' political frustrations, incite communities into violent conflict, coerce Kenyans into supporting the doomed BBI adventure, and undermine their rivals' standing. For Kinoti and his masters, PEV is all about selling fear in the Rift Valley and coercing its residents into supporting toxic and divisive political enterprises and problematic 2022 succession schemes. Kinoti's masters are the same shadowy puppeteers who schemed to similarly employ PEV and the ICC to prevent their excellencies on Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto from ascending to political leadership. Then, as now, they fabricated fictitious evidence and suborned perjury by corruptly inducing venerable Kenyans to tell lies under oath in support of vindictive fabrications. They failed badly and ended up severely embarrassing the ICC and the Republic of Kenya. Unfortunately, Kinoti's accomplices have executed the latest travesty on Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta's watch. His Excellency the President, who is well seized of the PEV and our country's unfortunate experience with politically instigated mayhem, must not allow fraudsters, liars, and opportunists to brazenly dance on the graves of those who perished in the PEV. A legitimate decision to obtain accountability for the PEV through the due process of law in a public, transparent, and impartial process is always welcome. Kinoti's insultingly hollow and transparent spectacle and mediocre attempt at deception and political intrigue fall far below any legitimate and acceptable standard. The cynicism behind Kinoti's shameful charades is chilling, immoral, backward, and reprehensible. It contradicts the government's public position that has been canvassed by the Attorney General as well as the President on behalf of the Republic, locally before Parliament and internationally in multilateral forums. The facts and contents of PEV, as well as the process and status of investigations, prosecutions, and their outcomes, is well documented. For Kinoti to purport to single-handedly overturn the substantial work of serious institutions on the basis of ridiculous figments is recklessly contemptuous and callously insensitive. Political machination must have its limits. Scheming and adversarial intrigue must respect victims, the vulnerable, truth, and a measure of ethics. As we speak, we have lost more than 1,400 Kenyans to COVID, while over 77,000 have been infected. The death, suffering, and financial catastrophe that has befallen Kenyans is chiefly as a result of criminal negligence and runaway corruption in the institutions charged with protecting the health and safety of Kenyans, including KEMSA. When corruption directly leads to the death of innocent people, it is murder. They have been promises to investigate and bring the COVID billionaires, aka
the COVID murderers to justice. Kinoti has been oblivious and conspicuously unwilling to pursue these ongoing heinous murders because the perpetrators are also his masters.
Shame on him.
Shame. This is how cavalier and hypocritical Kinoti and his masters are. They neither care about Kenyans nor about justice. They only care about short-term, mischievous, deceptive, and hollow political drama. The statement by Kinoti amounts to incitement and provocation of the peaceful citizens of Kenya. How unfortunate are we in this country that in the middle of a devastating pandemic, a divisive BBI referendum is being forced on Kenyans, and to add insult to injury, incitement of communities is being conducted by state organs.
Shame. Shame.
We ask His Excellency the President one question. What is the guarantee that we shall still have a country left with all these evil and destructive schemes perpetrated through state offices? As leaders, we ask the citizens, especially residents of the Rift Valley, to resist the provocation and incitement to violence by the DCI Kinoti and his evil networks. Jubilee was born of a covenant before man and God, that no citizen's blood will ever be shed on account of political competition, and vowed that no amount of provocation will tempt us to depart from our sacred commitment. Considering that the DCI has revisited the Waki report, we demand a comprehensive strategy from the President, clearly indicating the program and plan of action across the country on the implementation of the Waki reports. In this spirit of revisiting, we also ask the President to address the nation on the fate of the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission, TJRC report, and as well as the recommendations of all the past commissions of inquiry. This will forestall political hirelings from weaponizing such reports in future for divisive political agendas, the way DCI Kinoti is now abusing victims of PEV for political sports. On our part, we restate our commitment to the peace and reconciliation agenda that was formalized in Nakuru in 2012. The promise abides, the mission continues. The mission continues. Thank you very much.
Peace, love, and unity. Stop incitement. 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 Peace, love, and unity. Stop incitement.
Shame on you, Kinoti. Yes. Sorry, 1 minute. We will only take questions relating to this. Yeah. We will take questions relating to this statement. Okay? And we will start with...
Why don't we take the questions first?
Yeah. Excuse me. Most of the post-election violence victims were maimed and are now persons with disabilities, and I've registered most of them. So I have all of them, and our physical wounds had healed. So is our hearts. I don't know what informed Kinoti in making those wounds to drain again. We cannot afford to reopen the wounds that have already healed, because most of the post-election violence victims were maimed and are members of my club. And just as what happened in South Africa after apartheid, there was peace and reconciliation, and they decided to move on as a united country. As in Kenya, we had our own Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which was the ballot box of 2013, in which we elected the suspects, meaning we are united and we have decided to move forward. Mr. Kinoti, why are you reopening the wounds that were healed? Please, Mr. Kinoti, in the name of Almighty God, if you are being used politically, We can give you anything, but we cannot allow Kenyans to lose their lives again. Please, Mr. Kinoti, leave our hearts, leave our lives alone. Thank you.
Nataka kusema hivi, ujumbe kwa Mr. Kinoti ni kwamba huwezi tafuta njia nyingine ya kugonganisha Wakenya kwa sababu njia zote zile mmetumia zimekataa kupita. Kwa hivyo njia ya kutaka kutumia makabila kuanzisha vita ili muwe pasishe malengo yenu ya BBI haitafaulu. Swali langu kuu ni hili. Tumeona jana watu wametoka sehemu ya Rift Valley kuja kuweka statement. Nauliza, hii post-election violence ilikuwa Rift Valley peke yake? Wako wapi wa Naivasha? Wako wapi wa Nairobi? Wako wapi wa Nakuru? Wako wapi wa Mombasa? Wako wapi wa Kisumu? Wewe unatuletea tu watu wa moja because you want to set up two tribes to fight because you have already lost mambo ya BBI. Kwa hivyo sisi tunataka kukuambia hivi, fanya ufanyalo, lakini ujue chochote kikitokea katika nchi hii, kwa sababu ofisi yako imekuwa ofisi ya kisiasa, ujue mahakama ya jinai itakukujia wewe na wale wote waliokutuma unataka kuleta vita Kenya. Sisi kama viongozi hatutakubali vita hapa nchini Kenya. Shukran.
Maybe just but to add, you will all recall at the beginning of this year, at a press conference within the precincts of Parliament, we did indicate that there were plans by state organs and certain people within the state, one, to instigate ethnic animosity and ethnic violence, beginning with the Rift Valley and specifically in Njoro. And we indicated that there were plans to recruit people to go and instigate that violence. Therefore, what you are seeing from Kinoti today is just but the first installment of these schemes. The second thing we indicated at the beginning of the year, if you remember, and you can go back to your archives and look at our presser, I think sometime in February this year, we indicated besides instigating ethnic animosity and violence in the Rift Valley, they had plans and schemes to assassinate political leaders through staged accidents and poisoning. And therefore I want to ask Kinoti, and you will recall soon after, I think within the month of May, they delivered poisoned food, which is a crime against humanity, to the people of Kikuyu. I did record a statement and provide evidence that that scheme was orchestrated, planned, and executed by officers from DCI. To date, Kinoti has not investigated that matter and brought the people to book. We just want to tell Kenyans and the world that this is just but the first installment. But also tell Mr. Kinoti that should anything, any installment of violence happen anywhere in this country, it is him and his masters who shall be held to account. Should anything happen to any leader here or any leader who is not here on account of the poisoned and planned accident assassinations, and we know, we have information that they planned to instigate cardiac arrests with some chemical compound that they say is untraceable. You will remember the Lamada incident on the planned assassination of the deputy president. Where are you, Kinoti, in terms of investigations towards the Lamada assassination claims? Because they were there, and we want to tell the world that assassination of political leaders is probably underway, and the next installment within the evil schemes of this evil cabal within the state. And that is why we challenge the president that it is under your watch, Mr. President. The lives of leaders and Kenyans are in your hands. Take charge. Take charge against this evil cabal within your government, Mr. President, and save this country from going to the doldrums.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I just want to remind Kenyans that these particular incidences that we have suffered before were experienced in 1992, were experienced in 1997. 2013, there were no such incidences. But 2017, we did have problems. I just want to appeal to all Kenyans not to accept to fall into the trap and shenanigans of Kinoti, Director of Criminal Investigations, because I believe, and we believe as a team, that he is under direct instructions and organizations of a very sinister team and evil spirit in this country. Therefore, Kenyans from all walks of life, from the hotspots of this country that have suffered post-election violence, be it Mombasa Coast, be it Rift Valley, be it the areas like the Naivasha, Kisumu, and elsewhere, we must reject these evil schemes and insist and demand the establishment of a truth, justice, and reconciliation commission where Kenyans will be able to speak over the issues that have occurred. We will not relent, and we will not allow, as leadership, these kind of shenanigans that we saw yesterday. Kinoti, we are calling out on you with your teams. You must stop. You have fed enough blood of Kenyans, on enough blood of Kenyans. Stop it. We will not allow you. We tell Kenyans they must refuse and reject.
Yeah, basi mimi kwa niaba ya wabunge wala wanatoka Rift Valley, mimi nataka kusema hivi. Ile maneno tuliona jana kutoka Bwana Kinoti mwenyewe, sisi tunataka kusema tumekataa na tunaendelea kukataa, na ikuwe ya mwisho kuonekana kwa hii Kenya. Mambo ya DCI, tangu wakati mimi nilizaliwa mimi mwenyewe, tunajua ya kwamba DCI kazi yake ni kuchunguza mambo ya ukweli. Na wakati wote akichunguza, hakuna wakati DCI anaita press conference na kutangaza ya kwamba mimi nachunguza fulani. Hii ni kitu tunajua. Kwa dunia yote hakuna kitu inaitwa CID ana investigate maneno kwa public na kwenda kutangaza. Hii yote amefanya ni kisiasa, na ni siasa mbaya ya kulete vita ya kikabila, na tumekataa. Mimi nikiwa kiongozi ya Rift Valley, nataka kuambia watu wa huko nyumbani wakae mara, wapendane, wasikubali maneno ya kupewa ya kuanza kuchokozana na jirani yake. Mimi mwenyewe natoka constituency Cosmopolitan, na tangu 2013 tumekuwa na amani, na mimi nataka kutangaza ya kwamba watu wa nyumbani huko Rift Valley, watu wa Kenya kutoka Mombasa mpaka Kisumu, tukae kwa amani, tusikubali maneno ya wale watu wameshindwa na kazi yao. DCI mzuri ni mtu kama Arab Talk. Wakati alikuwa DCI, alikuwa CID. Hakuna wakati alionekana hata akiongea, lakini mambo ilikuwa natendeka. Huyu Kinoti ameshindwa na kazi yake, aende achunguze mambo ya maana, aachane na siasa. Siasa kama anataka aachie sisi siasa, ama aache hiyo kazi yake akuje siasa. Tumenyane. Ya mwisho nataka kuomba kwa roho safi, President Uhuru Kenyatta, watu wote Kenya wanakutegemea. Kama wewe haujui hii maneno, jua kutoka leo na utoke kutoka State House uongee. Okoa Kenya. Isije tena ya kwamba Kenya inaweza kurudi kwa vita. Tumekataa na tunaendelea kukataa.
Nataka kutaja mambo matatu peke yake. Kwanza, nimetumwa na watu wa Huruma na watu wa Kibra na watu wa Madhare ambao mwaka wa 2007 Raila Odinga aliwaambia waingie manyumba za watu. Wanasema hata wao wangetaka kuandikisha statement ndio hiyo mambo ifuatiliwe. Na pia kwa hivyo nataka kuomba Bwana Kinoti na DCI awapatie nafasi na wao waweze kuongea. Ya pili, tunacheza na mambo ya usalama. Tuko na ripoti katika hii nyumba ambao tunajadiliana, ambao ililetwa na rais wakati wa State of the Nation Address, the security report on security. Na akasema katika hiyo ripoti ya kwamba kuna wanasiasa wana fund vigilante groups kama Mungiki na zingineo, Pia hiyo ni kazi bwana Kinoti. Angalia kwa hiyo ripoti. Kwa sababu kusema kuna wanasiasa haujasema ni nani ni kucheza na usalama wa kitaifa. Mwisho, kati ya mwaka wa 2008 na 2013 mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa nafanya na rais. Sana sana kazi yangu ilikuwa ya kuleta watu amani na kushikanisha watu sana sana huko Rift Valley. Karibu miaka 4 sikufanya kazi nyingine. Nikitaka kuuliza rais wetu, sababu wewe ulitufunza kufanya amani na wengine. Wewe ulitufunza kusameheana. Wewe ulitufunza kuangalia mbele sio kuangalia nyuma. Wewe ulilalamika wakati ulisema Raila anataka watu wakae kwa historia. Viongozi hukumbukwa kwa ile maneno wamefanya mwisho, sio ile wamefanya mwanzo. Usikubali hii maneno define your legacy, Your Excellency. Tafadhali, you have invested too much in this peace in this country. Usikubali watu ambao wamekuwa wakikupiga miaka yote wakutoe katika hiyo njia ambayo ulikuwa karibu tu upate Nobel Peace Prize isipokuwa ni hii. Asante.
Okay. Today I will not today I will not wear a national hat. I will speak as one of the leaders from the Rift Valley, just like Susan Kiika here, among others who are here. We know that, and we've said this for a long time now, for almost from the part of last year to this year, that there is a plan for a state-instigated violence, and the stage is Rift Valley. And the acts are intended for political reasons. This is simple, and I like to speak in a very simple way. The Asla narrative has united all Kenyans who believe that every hustle matters and that we should speak matters economy regardless of our community and tribes. The candidature of one William Ruto has been accepted across the country. The players of Uhuru succession who are deep inside the government urged plans like you read in our statement, starting from corruption, instigated charges, removal of leaders. Now the last card they have, because they have realized BBI doesn't work, the last card they have is to instigate violence in the Rift, so that communities, because Rift Valley is one of the regions that has every community in the country. And so that then if there is violence in Rift Valley, blame it on William Ruto. Then once you blame on William Ruto, you go to what they already announced, that he will not be in the ballot box. So the objective here is political, like in our statement says, a political sport. But unfortunately, political sport using human lives. Using human lives. President Uhuru Kenyatta, accompanied by most of us here, visited the ICC with the deputy president. And what did they tell ICC? That we started reconciliation process in 2012. We have sorted all IDPs. They are settled. Everybody has gone back to their land. They told the world that as a result of their coming together, now Kenya is a peaceful nation. The president came to parliament and announced that there was a 10 billion that has been put in place to ensure that all the TJRC-related issues are settled. Now, we want to know the truth. Did President Uhuru Kenyatta lie to ICC? Did President Uhuru Kenyatta lie to Parliament by saying that those issues have been sorted? Do we believe the older President Uhuru Kenyatta or the current one that is supporting a DCI who is reopening a chapter that has been closed? So these are the questions we are asking ourselves. We are saying the real President Uhuru Kenyatta should come out. Yeah. Are you the one who told the ICC you've sorted these issues, or you are the one now who is reopening these issues? And even then, we have agreed as leaders kutoka Rift Valley. Ata liwe liwalo. Juu chini. Siasa yende nyuma ama mbele. Jubilee ikue isikue. Tumeamua ya kwamba hakuna tena mwananchi atamwaka damu kwa sababu ya siasa. That is our resolve. It will not change. Kinoti and his shenanigans. I hear he was issuing another statement today trying to apologize.
is, I'm sure he has realized that what he was doing has backfired. We want to tell him we don't want that letter he has written today. Let him go straight to a press and apologize to the people of Kenya for pretending to be reopening a process that the president himself announced that it had been solved. Or if that is not the case, he should be relieved of his duties. We get a DCI who is independent, who can be able to carry out the responsibilities of DCIs in a manner that is befitting a public office. Hiyo tu ndio tulikuja kusema hapa, lakini wache niwaambie, wafanye nini, wasifanye nini. Wa Kalenjin, wa Kikuyu, wa Kisii, wa Jaluo, wa Luya, wa Somali, wa Turkana, wa Masai, wote wenye wanaishi Rift Valley, hakuna siku tutapigana tena. There is no time we will fight again. And we leaders who are here, like our statement is stating, while they are going for revenge and reopening those files, those of us who are here believe in peace and reconciliation. And if given a chance to continue leading our people beyond 2022, we will only focus on peace and reconciliation. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki. Thank you very much. I think our statement ends there. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Peace, love, and unity. Tom. I'm not able to speak Kikuyu nowadays.
I know. I mean, who does?
Polisi wanachapa watu na vipoko hapa kama hao ni wanyama. Alafu mimi nikikuja hapa kusema serikali ya Jubilee haiwezi kukubali mtoto yoyote apikwe. Serikali ya Jubilee haiwezi kukubali mtoto yoyote alale kwa msituni. 4,000 children saa hizi hawako kwa mashule in 7 closed schools. Halafu tunakuja kusema hapa ati tunafanyia siasa. 4,000 children in 7 schools are out of school. Wazee wenye wamepita 70 years badala ya kuenjoy ile 1,000 ya